Probably char kway teow. I mean, can't go wrong with a classic char kway teow. It's just comfort food, you know?
I don't really have a favorite food, you could say. Like, if it tastes good, it's my favorite food. Simple, but I do really like foods with lots of spice.
My favorite food is BBQ pork, which is called char siu in Hong Kong. It is dark red at the outside and light color inside, and it has a sweet and salty flavor at the same time.
I've been playing Identity V for almost 4 years now.
I've been playing Identity 5 for around 3 years.
I started playing Identity V around COVID, so it's been about 4 to 5 years. And since I've been playing for so long, I thought it might be a fun and new experience to try and become a commentator for tournaments.
I did get an A badge for Undead in Asia server.
For my achievement relating to Identity V, I am a hunter main and I used to main Wu Chang. I have once been an A-badge Wu Chang in the NAEU region. I also joined the competitive scene of IDV as I was the coach of an NAEU team named YHB.
I played in several competitions as hunter, and I have my jersey with me here. Casting is one area I've never touched upon.
And also money. I love money, dude. I love money. Golden Retriever Boy by King Mala.
So the song that I'm currently listening to is Mind Over Matter by Young the Giants. Very good song, I recommend it.
My favorite song is a Chinese song called Hao Hao from Mayday. This song has a very nice tone.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please stand?
Mercenary, because for rescue, Mercenary is the best overall.
I really used to like playing Mechanic. The bot was basically like a fifth survivor on the team. She could decode, block, body block, save, open up gate, beat tinnitus. So whether you were on the chair, you could still decode. If you're not on the chair, you'd be decoding to Cypher Machine.
And my favorite character is Sculptor. Simply because of the fact that when I started playing IDV, she was first released, and I have been maining her since then.
My favorite Identity 5 character is Dream Witch because her skills resonates with me perfectly.
Have fun. Just good luck, have fun, you know?
Hopefully you'll be enjoying the shows and games presented to us by all the players, and hopefully you'll continue to give us all your love and support for the game.
To everyone watching, I hope your love and passion for the game will continue to burn as brightly for many years to come. And with that, we have come to the end of the interview, and I will see you guys at the gates. Bye bye!
Xin chào các bạn, mình là Xuân Thu, mình là huấn luyện viên của team IVA Story.
สวัสดีครับผมลิตเติ้ลบอยจากทีมกูรักแฮปฟันนะครับ
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 FT 战队的阿迪选手。
Hi everyone, I'm Northern from Team Leo.
Hello everyone, my name is Kuko from Team EMP.
Hi, I'm Yuki from Team IF.
Hello everyone, I am Able from 4AW.
Hi everyone, ชื่อโยเซนะคะ เป็นกัปตันทีมของ 2TT Together Team ค่ะ
Thực sự mình cảm thấy rất là vui và có một chút không tin khi team mình là team đạt được top 8 của kỳ thi đấu IVA mùa hè năm 2024 lần này.
แฮปปี้ตื่นเต้นครับแล้วก็รู้สึกสนุกกับ2แมตช์ที่ผ่านมาด้วยครับ
很开心我们战队成功进入了 IVA 8强，我们会在剩下的比赛继续努力的。
It feels great because we can play more matches and we can meet other strong teams and test our skills. Yeah.
It feels incredible to have made it into the top 8. All the hard work and dedication are paying off, and it is a huge milestone for our team.
Good communication in the tournament. We will try our best to face every team and encourage each other to improve.
Friendship. Because we are a team that prioritizes friendship, so we hope that we can showcase that more in game. Yeah.
Our mindset is to stay focused and take it one game at a time. We are confident in our ability, but understand that every match is a new challenge.
Our mindset in this IVA is to enjoy the game and try our best to prove our team spirit in this IVA. We will be very excited to face FT since they are having great performance in COA.
mindset อย่างไรถึงจะเข้ามาอยู่ในรอบ 8 ทีมสุดท้ายได้ ผมคิดว่าคงเป็นเรื่องปกติทั่วๆไปแหละมั้งครับ เล่นแรงค์ซ้อมทีม ฝึกซ้อมแผนการเล่น การคิด แล้วก็พัฒนาการเล่นอยู่เสมอๆครับ เปิดรับสิ่งใหม่ๆ ไม่ว่าจะเป็นดูแข่ง ดูคนที่เก่งกว่าเรา หรือดูคนที่เราชื่นชอบก็ได้ครับ จะได้เอามาปรับใช้ให้เข้ากับตัวเอง
我们战队是才从中国深渊区回来，所以我们和其他战队相比，我们可能会比较有一些赛事的经验的优势吧。
ก็ขอแค่ทำเต็มที่ที่สุดค่ะแล้วสักวันหนึ่งจะเป็นวันของเราค่ะ
Not really. Everyone is very strong, so we just hope to play as many matches as possible.
Also, the new TH, IVE, and EMP are also the strong team that need to be cautious in this IVA.
ผมคิดว่าทุกทีมเลยครับ ประมาทไม่ได้ครับ
其实我们非常期待能和 GS 战队有一场友好的交流赛，希望我们可以互相学习，一起为深渊8继续努力。
เรารู้สึกว่าทุกทีมมีเอกลักษณ์เป็นของตัวเองค่ะแล้วก็มีจุดแข็งที่ไม่เหมือนกันเราเชื่อว่าไม่ว่าเราจะเจอทีมไหนค่ะขอแค่เราทำเต็มที่แล้วก็ไม่ประมาททีมตรงข้ามค่ะ
We hope everyone will support us. Yeah. Thanks.
Our team 4AW will try our best during IVA. Hope you guys enjoy the match.
Cảm ơn tất cả các bạn đã luôn đồng hành và yêu quý team tụi mình. Và chúng mình sẽ cố gắng viết tiếp câu chuyện này. Dù kết quả có ra sao, thì mình nghĩ sự ủng hộ của các bạn chính là phần thưởng đáng quý nhất mà tụi mình nhận được. Cảm ơn tất cả các bạn.
สุดท้ายนี้ฝากถึงพี่ๆแฟนคลับที่ยังคอยติดตามอยู่ฝากเชียร์ให้กำลังใจพวกเราด้วยนะครับขอบคุณมากครับบ๊ายบายครับ
最后想对各位支持我们 FT 战队的粉丝说，谢谢你们，请多多留意我们的比赛，我们会努力打出精彩又好看的比赛的。
I'm certain she sensed death when her soul left the body. Chaos begets chaotic life, yet the attempt to unravel it becomes a ludicrous theater of absurdity. I must find somewhere far away from the world and the sun. Once the soul and mind can be calculated with accuracy, they can be separated from the body and roam the world. I grabbed onto this last straw amid those ramblings of madness. Like an alien creature possessing my body and covering my skin. In the mirror and under the shadows. My body becomes its vessel.
all of which are blue retreats. Far below the mirror water, here we are again. Do you stop? I still make you enduring. Our history may not be known, but our story is not being shown.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to day 2 of the IVA Kickoff 2024. Let's take a trip down memory lane. Yesterday, we saw 2 teams drop to the lower brackets, Team A Retro Story and Team LEO. Meanwhile, Team EMP and Team 4AW held their positions at the top. Team EMP and A Retro Story had a nail-biting match decided by Survivor Escape Time in BO3 overtime round. In contrast, Team IVE secured a decisive 2-0 victory over Team LEO. Today, we have 3 thrilling matchup lineup. Who will advance in the tournament and who will be the eliminated? Stay tuned to find out. With insight from our 2 special casters coming up next. Caster, take it away.
Hey everyone, this is Invisible Jung over here, and joined by me is, want to introduce yourself?
Hi everyone, I'm Sneaky.
Yep, and the 2 of us are going to bring you with more IV action, and welcome back, this is day 2, and Sneaky, oh my goodness, the matches yesterday were very intense, weren't they?
Definitely, but this coming up match will be as exciting as yesterday's.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, this current match is going to be between GH and FT. And for those of you who have watched KOA, I'm certain that you know who they are, because both of these teams have played in the KOA and they had some amazing performance, didn't they?
Definitely. Shall we introduce them?
Yeah, sure. So actually for both GH and FT, for those of you, this is going to be a quick recap. We have FT who made it to the top 12 and GH who also made it to the top 20. And I think you have played competitive before, so you're pretty familiar with both of these teams.
Definitely. And both these teams are professional teams, as we all know. And look at today's matchup. So our first match will be 2 p.m. with GH versus FT, and the next match will be 4 p.m. for 2GT versus IVE, and the last match will be 6 p.m. with A and LEO.
Yep, so there's going to be 3 matches today. The first 2 matches are going to be like the fight for the winners bracket, while for A and Leo for the final one, the final matchup is going to be the losers bracket, and whoever loses this match is going to be eliminated.
For sure. So actually all the games today will be really intense to maintain in the upper brackets and to not fall out of this competition is all very intense. And looking at the tournament brackets here, we could see EMP and 4AW has moved on in the upper bracket, while A and LEO has fallen to the lower brackets. Means after match 5, we will see 1 team getting eliminated. And the next team coming up is GH versus FT and 2GT versus IVE in a fight to get into the upper brackets.
Yep, and the 2 losing teams of GH versus FT and 2GT versus IVE is going to drop down to the losers bracket in match 6, which is going to be played tomorrow, and including with the match between EMP and 4AW too. So for those of you who are excited, make sure to stay tuned, because this will be a couple of days of intense battling, and we're going to be here with you the entire day.
Let's look back at what GH and FT did for this past year, shall we? So let's start off from IVC. For IVC finals, we saw GH versus FT. We are coming up into our first BBE for FT against GH. And we have the FT survivors going up first against Scott J, our GH hunter.
Yep, so we're going to be seeing the full lineup here. I think I forgot to introduce their apologies. So for FT we have Adi, Shadow, Mini Blue, and Yush. And for GH we have God J, which I'm sure like most of the Koa viewers here are familiar, but we're going to be seeing Leo's memory here, and the first bands are going to be in play. So Sneaky, like how do you think of this so far?
Yes, and we saw God J ban that mercenary and first officer. For what I know about God J, I'm pretty sure he gonna pick that opera singer for round 1. And looking at the FD survivors, when God J banned 2 rescuers here, they really have to pick one right now, else it might all be banned out.
Or would they though? Because we do see that there is the acrobat pick currently, so if they're going to be picking a rescuer, I suppose they might choose the wildling. Because if it's like an opera singer, as you mentioned, then wildling is definitely playable against it.
For sure. I think wildling is the best against opera singer. I'm actually super sure God J gonna pick opera singer. He's really good on that. And while waiting for the survivors to pick, let's introduce them a little bit so we could see. Oh, nice! Just as we predicted, FD survivors just picked that wilding and the patient.
Yep, and we're going to be seeing God J banning the seer here. So yeah, we're definitely like a bit of a seer situation where we managed to predict that like the wildling is going to be coming in. So yeah, as I mentioned, and as you also mentioned there, Sneaky, God J is most likely leaning an opera singer because we actually also seen him play opera singer like twice in the preliminary rounds. Or rather, he played the opera singer once and the wax artist once, but we also got to see like warp opera singer in the prelims though. So do you think that this might be possible here in this map?
Right, I forgot to talk about warp. Oh, now they picked the cheerleader for their third pick, and I'm telling you that warp is such a strong skill right now. I've been using it on every single hunter, including the geisha right now. It works on anything, and it's super strong on and chair cam hunters like Bonbon, like Sculptor, super strong. And on opera singer, it's also really strong. So I think warp is this eat skill right now.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to like stay tuned for warp because like as we mentioned there, warp is like very, very good, as mentioned by Sneaky. Like for 2 reasons. One is because like its ability to like cut corners very fast, massive distance. And the second is that it has like a relatively faster cooldown. So we definitely should stay tuned as the coordinator is going to be in play. So as Sneaky, you mentioned that this is going to be an opera, then do you think that are the opera's odds against this team comp here?
Pretty decent. With the cheerleader and patient, there's definitely survivors to catch. I was surprised by that cheerleader pick. I actually expected a gardener pick, but I suppose they have their strategy and they chose a cheerleader with the coordinator and patient and the wilding. And looking at this, I don't see any reason for God J to not pick that opera singer.
Yep. I was wondering if for the cheerleader pick, were they trying to like prevent if God J wants to surprise them with like the shadow or like prevent a wax artist? But I don't know about you, Sneaky. I'm very excited about this because keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, like for Koa Southeast Asia, only 2 teams from Southeast Asia went there, and they are these 2 teams right here and there. So this is like these 2 teams just came back from Koa, and we're immediately gonna see an all-out war. So I'm very excited about this.
This is like a flashback to IVC finals last year where IFD was fighting against GH for their first ticket for COA 7. So right now, it might be a revenge match for GH.
Oh, that definitely. Yeah, it definitely would be because FD did manage to beat GH for like the first Koa, like first ticket to Koa as mentioned last year. So now this is going to happen right here, and G definitely wants to prove them. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. God J going to select the opera singer as we predicted, and I'm excited if we're going to see it with warp.
I'm excited too. I mean, he will go for either, but warp is really strong right now. So depends on God J's strategy on this.
Yep, so we're going to be seeing the area selection is going to happen now. So the coordinator is going to be at the center, patient at the top, cheerleader at the bottom, and the wildling is going to hovering around at the right. So we're going to be waiting for the opera singer, oh yeah, they're going to lock in. So we're going to be waiting for the opera singer who spawns at the top right corner. So it's right next to the patient. Maybe the patient will get first chase here, Sneaky?
Perhaps. There's good chance. And if he were to chase patient there, I would suppose he need confined space. So really depends on what GodJ bought as his skill, as his persona. If he don't bring confined space, it's actually pretty hard there. So it really depends on what GodJ brings. So I would suppose if he spawned there, he should be going for whoever's at the shack.
Yeah, yep, so let's see that he indeed bring confined space in order to chase a patient down. The one thing to note is that the coordinator's at the center, so maybe we will see the patient like transitioning around there, run to the center, ask help from the court, then can just hook the way up the 2-story. Maybe we're gonna see a play like this later.
There's good chance. That's their strategy against GodJ's opera singer. Because for them to pick this team, they definitely have thought that GodJ might pick opera singer here, and they definitely have a strategy against that. They couldn't let the patient be kiting on his own because it's really hard for him to kite against an experienced opera singer like GodJ.
Yep, it's actually very hard for any survivor to like manage to kite an experienced opera singer for like GodJ for that long too, because opera singer, like even though she gotten a couple of nerfs, she's still very, very strong in this meta.
Definitely. I mean, when I use her, I don't really feel that nerf that much. It actually depends on how well the hunter plays, and we are going straight into the games.
Yep, so let's see. Oh, brought confined space as you mentioned before the game, Sneaky. So GodJ gonna be dashing around and going to be finding Adi who is behind the shack, but it seems that Adi does not want to kite him in the shack and is going to be transitioning outside, bringing the battlefield to the back gate here.
Yes, and now Patient has just used his first hook and is transitioning here. I think there will be a hit here. Okay, GodJ has just destroyed the pallet, but I think there's a hit now. Does he? Oh, nice. So, but there will be a hit now still. Nice hit. That was a really fast hit. Against opera singer, as a Patient, you always want to use your skill first instead of being late. But at least he used his skills there, even though he still got a hit. But look at this. Oh, nice mind game.
Yeah, that was a nice mind game. Like, if that did not work out for Adi, then he would have gone down there on the spot. But the thing is that Adi is now in the open right now. There's no survivors nearby. So he's really relying on his own and to win the pan mind game. But, oh! Another amazing backflip from Adi. Adi is definitely being very slippery right here. As GodJ misses another swing onto it. Adi's just winning these short pallet mind games, able to buy quite some time. And even if he did go down, that's definitely like an extended kite from Adi's side.
Yes, he definitely bought some time there at the pallets, mind gaming with GodJ. But mind you, GodJ has warp. He could really go out to disrupt the Cypher progress out there right now, but Mini Blue is just beside. So I think he will try to force the rescue right now.
Yeah, because the wildling is in like the GodJ's face, so GodJ can't really go out. And GodJ wants to like chase after like Mini Blue, get a hit, force him to rescue. But Mini Blue is in no hurry here to pick any battles. Gonna get ahead and pull off the rescue, so now Titan is in play. And oh, look at this, Sneaky. Court is here.
Oh, but that hit! That was slightly late from Yush out there. So, but he got a hit there, so it's really bad for the survivors. But I think Patient is going straight to the corner to die in the corner because he have no items or whatsoever to kite. He's just trying to drag time, for lengthen the time that GodJ needs to put him onto the chair.
Yeah, like the coordinator definitely tried to drag for time there, but unfortunately she did end up getting hit and the flare gun didn't exactly help the Patient that effectively. So now we can see that the Patient is going to be in the second chair, Cyphers are looking free Cyphers, and GodJ is not giving the survivors any breathing room, as he'll be charging out now, desperately like trying to find the next target, threaten them off the Cypher before going back. But for Sneaky, like if we look at this situation now, I think this is not good for the survivors considering that there are like 2 survivors in half health currently.
For sure, it's definitely not good for the survivors. And looking at this, they are not planning to rescue. That's why God J is going out away from the chair. And God J has that warp on him. So his second chase will be really, really fast. So let's see who is God J going for. He could go for anyone right now. Anyone will do. Coordinator or the cheerleader. But who he find?
Let's see then. He was actually pretty close towards the coordinator, but unfortunately for him, he went towards the wrong direction. Coordinator is definitely playing hide and sneak and being very sneaky here. So this forces this forces God J to like go over the next target, and it's gonna be the cheerleader as he's getting close.
And mind you, if God J oh nice pellet stun. That was a very nice mind game from the cheerleader. But if the cheerleader goes down really fast right now, there's actually no one who could come for the rescue.
Yep, exactly as what you mentioned. So the cheerleader cannot go down fast, whatever it takes. Goes for a swing here, able to get the hit through the pallet. Now cheerleader is in half health, so things are not looking good, as this cheerleader cannot go down too fast, as he must buy enough decoding time. God J hard after the shadow, who uses like a speed boost to like increase the speed. So now God J is still after, but he actually entered like the shadow cooldown there, so this is going to buy Shadow some time, but a warp is going to come and play here, and able to get the mind game, forcing the cheerleader to use another speed boost to get out. Oh my goodness, both sides are definitely on fire with this mind game.
That was crazy from the cheerleader. He actually bought so much time, is going to end game right now. Can you imagine? That's only 10%. Wow, that was clutch. Then through the window, hit didn't go through, and seems like we are going straight to the end game as the ciphers are now prime.
Yeah, like we were just mentioning of how this cheerleader cannot go down too fast or it'll be over for the survivors. But this cheerleader managing to buy enough time towards endgame is definitely like a huge move, and just gave the survivors like this endgame, as now God J is hard after this cheerleader wanting to down him fast. And meanwhile, the two remaining survivors are going to be all rushing the gate, making sure they get out, as cheerleader will be down here.
It looks like a tie game right now. After he put the cheerleader onto the chair, there's no time for him to go to the gate because he doesn't have warp anymore.
Yep, so with that, this is going to be like a tie for the BO1 first half. And oh my goodness, this is just only the first match of the game and it's already that exciting. Especially like the patient winning a mind game and the cheerleader managing to stay alive and just drag the Cypher Sword enough. Just oh my goodness, Sneaky, what am I seeing here?
I can't believe I was questioning the cheerleader pick just now. I was recommending a gardener pick. But this cheerleader pick proved me totally wrong. He kited the second kite for so long that allowed the wilding to get healed up and the ciphers to be primed. So he kite more than enough for the team, and I suppose he's definitely the MVP of this game.
Yeah, definitely. It's actually way more than enough, and the fact that the wildling is healed up, like even if the cheerleader was to go down like 10 seconds earlier, the wildling could have gone to rescue. But I'm just still liking this mind game and all, because like as you said, you questioned the cheerleader, and she proves us otherwise with her speed boost and just how well Shadow played, and they proved us why they made it to Koa.
For sure, they make everything out of what they have, find opportunities, find every chance they have to get back their momentum for the survivors. So when the patient flew, it seemed like a really good game for God J, but he didn't utilize that warp earlier on. He used a warp very late into the game, but it was close to end game. So maybe he could have used it earlier on to get the second chase, and hopefully that CD is in time for end game, because you really need that warp to do something in end game, especially if the survivor is not going to fly during end game.
Yeah, especially because the warp that God J used, he tried to use it to get the cheerleader down, but unfortunately for him, like the cheerleader mind game it out, so the warp trait ended up like not being very effective in this game. So maybe as you mentioned, if he just used warp as a teleport to find the next survivor, then he could have potentially like got a faster chase, especially at that time both the coordinator and the wildling was in half health. So maybe if he could find it, it was a different story.
Definitely. And looking at this, our cheerleader, the second kite, made it to 90 seconds, while the patient 83, Yush 17, and Mini Blue 30.
Yep, so For the decoding progress here, we can see that Coordinator and the Wildling each 200 and 125. The Cheerleader, despite the one being second chase and kited for so long, she also decoded for 175 seconds. So this proves that why Shadow, the one who's playing a Cheerleader, is a very good player and he just cut off so well. As we're looking at the Opera Singer, 7 pallet destroyed, 8 strikes. The game, he definitely had potential for a 3-4 man, but unfortunately, his chances were gone when the Cheerleader did that very strong second kite.
And I forgot to mention that pallet stun by Shadow just now. That was crucial for his kite. And looking at this now, game 1, GH and FT reached a tie. So it all comes down to the second half to see who will get the advantage in game 1.
Yep, this is the BO1 first half and both teams are tied up. And this proves to everyone just why this repeat of last year's IVC finals is going to be very, very intense and all. So yep, so right now we're gonna move on to the BO1 second half, and both teams definitely want to create an opening for their team to win this first match here, or first round.
Definitely. And right now, I would say FT is in the lead because right now, the Hunters are really strong, so the Hunters should be getting the advantage for their team because both the Ivy and Opera Singer in round 1 makes it really tough for the survivors to do something. So I would say for now, FT is definitely in the lead. And FT's Hunter coming up is Soyorin, who is both good at Ivy and Opera Singer. So you could decide between these two which one is better for him based on the survivors lineup.
Oh yeah, and you actually mentioned a pretty good point because this is actually a more Hunter-sided meta ever since the introduction of the Opera Singer and also the Shadow, which is Ivy. And Kugal, or rather Soyorin here, being very strong at both of them, definitely has potential to try and get a 3-4 man elimination to potentially get the lead. So later on, when GH's Survivor come in, they'll definitely have to stay at their toes and try not to give the lead and try and get for a tie at least.
Yes, but as a professional team like GH, so definitely they will have strategies against both these Hunters. So I'm really, really excited to see what strategies they have against the Ivy, against Opera on this map. And how would they do the BP? Because the BP is crucial for this map.
Yep, you've been a competitive player before, so I think you also know how crucial the ban picks are when the players are making choices, because a good BP can help you, and a bad BP can potentially put you in a disadvantage before the game, right?
Because for me, I feel a lot better when I feel my BP is advantage as compared to the survivors. When I feel oh, I have someone to catch, that just feels so good. I'm telling you, that just feels so good when I saw the lineup and be hey, I can go for him. It's not when I read the lineup and be oh, they're all counters. There's no one I could catch. I could only find chance, maybe minimal chance by just going around and find chance or any chance that I could get.
Yep,
so we are going straight to this first round, second half with our GH survivors, Little Cat, Captain Kun, Little Boy, and Min My Love. And the Hunter will be Soyorin from FT.
Yep, so Leo's memory is going to be the BO1's second half, same as the first half. So here, actually, you mentioned a good point, is that Soyorin is both proficient at the Opera Singer and also the Shadow. So I think this would potentially give him an advantage, because both the Opera Singer and the Shadow have different survivor counters. So if you pick an Opera counter, stay high to the Shadow. If you pick the Shadow counter, stay high to the Opera Singer. So this actually makes it's pretty hard to counter what Soyorin is planning to pick here.
Definitely. And the first 2 picks by GH is really crucial. If they're gonna pick super strong survivors, they are leaving them out to the global bans. But if they don't pick strong enough characters, then Soyorin could ban them out in his next ban. So the first 2 picks for GH survivors really crucial, and I would expect Soyorin to be playing IV for this round, because as survivors, I feel it's harder to deal with IV than Opera Singer.
Oh yeah, but we actually do see like Ivy being selected more frequently in like other competitions. So maybe we're seeing the Ivy. But I think like you told me before when we were practicing that Ivy isn't without counters. Is that true?
So as survivors, I would say the counters are lawyer, aeroplanist, cheerleader. So for anyone watching, so for everyone knows, and now the survivor just picked the puppeteer and acrobat. That puppeteer pick is a direct counter to opera singer. The reason being, this puppeteer can drag time. So you know, when you play against opera singer, you want to drag time. You want to drag time for your team to decode, and puppeteer just does that. Because he becomes small and he drags time, and can become small 3 times before he goes down. And looking at Soyorin, he has banned out coordinator in his third ban.
Yeah, so here I'm trying to think, we're going to be seeing the cheerleader in play here. So I think here they're trying to like be careful, like just trying to be careful for both the opera singer and the shadow at the same time, because as you mentioned, opera singer is like not good against the puppeteer, while for the cheerleader is not, or rather is very strong against the shadow. So we're gonna see a full lineup here, like with the first officer as the final pick. So among this pick, like who do you think is going to be more likely here, like the shadow or the opera singer?
He could go for either, depending on which is more comfortable for him. Definitely both is fine. And back to what I was saying just now. I was saying that cheerleader, aeroplanist are counters to IV. It's because you know, tier 2 IV is the strongest, like power peak, power spike for the hunter. And the scary part is the teleport, scare, and hit combo. But for cheerleader, you could use your pom-pom when she do the second tier skill, and you can get out without get that 100 corruption level. And for aeroplanist, you could go into the air and use a jetpack and dash out. You could get almost minimal, close to 0 corruption level. So there's nothing the IV could do against you, even though the IV is tier 2 presence. So if you're playing against the IV, or maybe in rank, maybe for your games, anything, you could consider the aeroplanist cheerleader. But the only problem right here is, if you're gonna pick aeroplanist with the cheerleader, it's gonna be easy for the opera singer. So that's why I say it's really difficult for the survivors to ban pick in round 1.
Yeah, this is sort of like a pick your poison situation. There are 2 poisons here, pick one and drink it. So let's see here. Yeah, there's also some very good insight from a former like a professional hunter player here. So hold on a second, it's not going to be Ivy though, it's going to be an opera singer of its own. Because like there is a cheerleader here, so Soyorin here wants to show everyone that this is gonna be a battle between the opera singers. As Soyorin will be playing his own opera singer. So what are his odds here? Like, what are the odds of the hunter against this comp?
It depends on who he's going for. If he's going for Little Cat on the puppeteer, if Little Cat uses his skills correctly to become small, to change to another kiting area, like just drag time, it will drag quite a bit of time for the opera, and we are going to the spawn locations. Look at this, Little Cat is at the shack area, Little Boy in the middle, Min My Love at the factory, Captain Kun near the right, and Soyorin spawn at the front gate.
Yeah, this
similar,
is actually
isn't
like
it?
Yeah, I was about to mention that this is like a deja vu because it's the exact same like spawns from the very last round. The difference here though is that the opera singer spawned next to like the officer and the puppeteer, and puppeteer being not strong against, or rather like opera being not strong against the puppeteer, and also the officer being hard to chase. So the opera will have to consider like who does she want to chase first.
Definitely. But I would say if you're confident, just go for the puppeteer. If you feel like, oh, it's nothing to me, I mean, sure, go ahead, go and get him. So it really depends on the habits of Soyorin have against playing against this lineup. So if it's comfortable, I mean, sure, go ahead.
Yep, especially because the Soyorin also like managed to get land a format elimination against Team Axis back in KOA 7 with the Opera. So he's definitely very confident in his Opera. So as you mentioned, if he's very confident that he can down the Puppeteer fast, then sure, go ahead, as you said.
So I would expect him to be picking the same persona and skill just like God J back in round 1 first half. Because if he's going for Little Cat with this spawn, because I suppose he should be going to the shack area, or either if... Oh, we are starting game right now, so let's see who's his first chase for Soyorin.
Oh, yep, it's going to be confined space, and also it's going to be warp, like as you mentioned, the exact same thing as last round, exact same persona, just only the first survivor being chased is different. But Soyorin here is going to spot Little Cat out very early, the Puppeteer. In theory, it's hard for Opera to chase the Puppeteer down fast, so let's see how Soyorin gonna play this out, as now it's in the first chase situation very early on, and it's able to get the hit, not being able to turn into a puppet in time.
Oh dear, Little Cat didn't manage to turn small at that time, and it was so risky to vault in front of Opera Singer. I was so worried, just in case it's a terror shock there. And now Puppeteer is doing his kite, and he can't turn small 3 times anymore. He only can turn small once.
Yep, getting that hit over there without turning small is very detrimental, because now can only turn small once, so let's see. Yep, it's going to be using it now, able to get the slam. Cheerleader is actually going to be giving the Puppeteer a bit of a speed boost, but Soyorin is out for blood, going hard after Little Cat, who cannot turn small and can only rely on his raw skills to kite. So let's see, but Soyorin is able to trap Little Cat in a very bad area, and down he goes. And oh my goodness, Sneaky, like that, the ciphers, like, it's definitely a bit slower than last round comparingly.
Yes, definitely slower. But the Puppeteer, your job, you have to use that 3 small puppets. You really have to drag time. You see, he only used it once, and he managed to get so much cipher progress. Imagine he used it 3 times. So looking at this, our rescuer will be Captain Kun on that first officer.
Yep, Captain Kun gonna immediately use the watch, do not want to risk getting hit early on. And he's going to be like very close now and just going to be like wandering around trying to buy for time. And oh, mentioned glide past Soyorin here and able to pull off a no damage rescue. So that's some actually very good move over there, like avoiding getting hit. Because now the officer is in full health, as Little Cat here is going to be going down within 20 seconds.
Definitely. Captain Kun came early for the rescue just in case Soyorin wants to use that warp to go and disturb his teammates' cipher progress. And now Puppeteer is going on his second chair. And I think Soyorin just now, when he was trying to body block the first officer, he actually thought first officer can't go through there. So I suppose he was surprised when first officer went through and rescued him.
Yeah, like, it seems that in the end, the opera singer is too slim, allowing the first officer to glide through, and he's coming back for a round 2 battle now, because he's still in full health, and Soyorin just cannot get a gist on where Captain Kun is, forcing him to go back towards the chair. Captain Kun is definitely doing a very amazing job, but watch out, the timer is a bit, like little now, but he does manage to pull off the rescue, as now Soyorin is hard gonna go after Little Cat, wanting to down him before the ciphers are primed.
Yes, definitely. That's bad when you see the rescuer doesn't get damage on his rescue, because if he doesn't get damage, he will come for a rescue a second time. He doesn't have to switch position with his teammate. So looking at this, Little Cat is kiting, but I don't think he can go for... Oh, nice spot, but... Wow, nice mind game.
And hold on, ladies and gentlemen, the last cipher only has 20%, so all Little Cat has to do is drag a bit longer, and so Soyorin is going to be using the warp here, gonna go for the hit here, is able to get to the hit, but hold on, the cipher is 96, 97, 98, 99, and pop!
Oh no!
Oh my goodness, Sneaky!
That was just in time, and Soyorin doesn't have warp for endgame, so he's going for Captain Kun right now, and now first officer is down, and he doesn't have self-heal.
Yep, so actually, like, we saw that the officer healed himself up before endgame. That might come back to haunt him, but Soyorin there, like, made a bit of a mistake in the shadow, so he had to go back. And now he's hard after Little Cat, because he knows that the officer had no self-heal. He can just leave him there, as Soyorin would be hard after Little Cat, who's dead on chair, and the Puppeteer cannot turn small anymore. So right now, Little Cat will have to drag long enough for the survivors to heal the officer up at the other end.
Definitely. But look at this. Wow, little cat. His mind game there. The pressure that he gives to the hunter. And he's so near to the dungeon. Sorin, you have a bit of time before... Oh, first officer is up and leaving. Sorin, focus. Nice. Okay, that's a one man for Sorin. Is he able to stop the... I don't think so. I don't think there's enough time for him. So that will be a one person for Sorin.
Yeah, like if he had the warp, then maybe, but he did not have. So this is actually going to be a 3-man escape, and oh my goodness, Sneaky, what on earth did we just witness in this match? Like we were talking about like how the puppeteer like made a bit of a blunder and that the ciphers were a bit slower, but it ended in a 4-man endgame and was literally like this close, like 1 second away.
Yeah, they was that close to picking the puppeteer up before the cipher was popped. That was so close. He just need 2 more seconds there to pick him up. But just nice he bought the window there, so if he bought himself some time, so the ciphers were able to pop on time. So the problem was Sorin used his warp there, so he doesn't have warp in endgame to use to camp, to go to teleport somewhere, to go somewhere fast. So I think this is just GH showing us how the professional does it.
Yep, definitely. So we're going to be heading into like the like statistics here. We can see the cheerleader decoding for 200%, and oh my goodness, Sneaky, puppeteer kiting for near 150 seconds here. Puppeteer definitely dragged a lot of time despite making like an early like blunder.
That's why I say puppeteer is just too annoying for an opera singer. He just drags time. You know what opera singer can't take is survivors to drag time. Like why do you pick gardener? Why do you pick coordinator? Basically to drag time. It's just to drag time for the hunter, for your survivors to decode. So puppeteer here, he's the perfect person to drag time for the team. So and he did his job. And you see there, in his first chase, he kind of messed up, but he's still able to kite for almost 3 ciphers. So can you imagine if he didn't mess up, how much more time he would have bought? And looking at the games, looking at the games here, we could see that for game 1, GH has a 2-point small lead against FT and a 1 big point lead against FT.
Yep, currently GH is in the head of a 5-3 point here, and that was such an amazing performance. And like so currently like for FT, they definitely want to win the second round back in order to chase it up. But one thing I want to note is that we talked about this before the game. This is like more of a hunter-sided meta with both the opera singer and the shadow, but GH managed to pulling off that free escape is really just amazing.
Definitely. But 5-3 is just a small lead, and FT could easily catch up in the second round, so isn't too much pressure on FT. And looking at this, we are excited for the second game, but for now, we are going to a short break.
Searching for the true heart of human nature. By little, day by day, I pave my own way. Won't let the darkness find my vision. I won't let the silence find my mission. I won't give up. I'll find the guiding star. For there was midnight, there was also after. Together, our face never dies. In this ever-changing world, how things remain. Stand with me, let's try transform their lives. Stand with me, we'll try this for better.
Do I ever feel afraid? No. All of this is merely a trial of flames. Just like it was back then, when my parents did all they could to save me.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
A miracle? Yes, the temperature lies in those seemingly cruel flames. That's precisely what it is. A miracle. Extinguish.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to more IVA. I'm your caster Invisible June, and join me Sneaky. And just, oh my goodness, what an intense BO1, isn't it, Sneaky?
For sure. That was such an intense in BO1, but even though GH has more lead now, there's all the chance there for FT to catch up. So it isn't a really big lead at this point. So GH has to keep up the good work, while FT has to try a little bit harder.
Yep. So yeah, for those of you who are in the chat, make sure to let the teams know your support. And just comment more, because there's currently actually a Lucky Most interactive viewer draw ongoing, where there's a chance for you to win the IDV plushies for every day. So the day one draw has already ended, which was won by Lucas. And so congratulations. And for anyone else, just keep on just interacting in the chat and just let the teams know your support. And who knows, maybe you can win the plushie there.
Definitely, it's a plushie every day. So please write down in the comments the support for the teams that you are supporting and all the encouragement there and motivations to the team in the chat to win the plushie.
Yep, so just a couple of shout outs that in the chat here. Let's see, Ranger, 40, Zenadine, Shroud, and Vanilla kinda. Some of those are pretty familiar names. So hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Hope you all have enjoyed this match so far. As me and Steve are definitely enjoying casting this match, isn't it?
Definitely. And looking at this, let's analyze a bit how FT can come back later. Okay, for me personally, if in a competition, if we reach a 3 to 5 point deficit in round 1, for us, I think we usually take it as a calm mindset, because it's only a small lead. It's not 5 to 2. No, it's not 7 to 2. It's not a 5-point lead, so it's only a 2-point lead. So the teams don't really need to be panicking or trying so hard or going too desperate in round 2. Because if you reach a 2-7 deficit, you have to go a bit desperate in round 2 to fight for that win. But it's only a 5-3 deficit, they could always come back next round or the next round. So in case next round, for us usually, if next round we try to tie, one side try to tie and one side try to 3Q or 3 escape. So if one side isn't able to do it, you try to tie for both sides. and you go to a third round. So we don't do anything too desperate, too risky, just in case something goes wrong.
Yep, especially considering the fact that like this is a BO2 currently, and things might, and like you do not want to be like too desperate, as Sneaky mentioned, because if you also lose this round, then they're gonna lose this match forever. So maybe like if things goes wrong, try to take a tie and get the reverse back at BO3. But we're gonna move into the Moonlit River Park here. It's going to be like the second round's map. So I think here, I don't think we're gonna see the opera singer in this round from God J.
But God J has many things to pick. Oh, he bans the same. So he bans the mercenary and the first officer for God J, just like round 1. But for FT, I wonder if they would ban the gamekeeper or the opera, because for the gamekeeper, it's being nerfed, so he don't start off with traps. So he have to save his traps. It's not like for the previous version where he can use his traps anyhow. Like, I want to put it one here, I want to put one here, I could just use it. I have the luxury of using it anywhere. But for this current version, the gamekeeper has to save his trap for where is crucial.
Oh yes, definitely, because I also play gamekeeper, and even though the nerf like wasn't too bad, it's still a bit noticeable where you can no longer play like 6 million traps on the field. So for Moonlit River Park here, I'm still thinking like, I still reckon we'll see an opera ban, because opera is just like way too common. Like from yesterday, we actually seen like a BO1, like both teams had opera singer in BO1. It's just like way too common because you know the map, and opera can just traverse around it very fast.
You always want to ban out the hunter's comfortable picks, just like what we always do. You know, for example, I remember seeing this sometime before. You know, previously I played a Dream Witch game back, I think 1 or 2 years ago on stream, and someone asked, why did the survivor team ban Sneaky's Dream Witch in round 2 after they won her Dream Witch in round 1? So the main reason being, you don't want to leave the comfortable picks to the hunter. You want to ban out the hunter's comfortable picks, and just because hunter make a mistake in round 1 doesn't mean you will make the same mistake in round 2. So you always want to ban out the hunter's comfortable pick just in case something bad happens.
Oh, that definitely, like that's pretty true, because like even though in theory like a hunter is very strong, it also depends on the player. Like if the player cannot play it out correctly, then like no matter how strong it is, it doesn't matter. Like for example, like Dream Witch, as we all know, is very strong, but if in theory like you let me go out and play Dream Witch, I'll play it like a Hell Ember where I cannot hunt anyone down. It's just the same thing. Like you just get rid of the ones that you know the player's most familiar with, because no matter in theory how strong a hunter is, if they're not comfortable or they're not too good at it, then it's just like not effective.
And now we are back at the bans. Now we see the global bans, we have the Wilding there. So there are not many choices for the survivor team to pick for the survivors, because God J has banned that mercenary and first officer.
Yep, so so actually for the rescuers, I'm going to be seeing FT may run into a problem soon, because if they're going to select a rescuer right off the bat over now, then they're going to have it in global bans once again. So I think that's what God J is aiming here, maybe?
I believe so too. So if they were to pick a rescuer again, if they go to round 3, they are in a huge deficit, because God J would probably ban mercenary and first officer again, so they don't really have any choices left. But if they don't pick a rescuer now, God J can ban it next again, so there are barely any choices left.
Yeah, so actually I think this must be God J, and the GHS team's strategy here is to force FT into like expanding all their rescuers. Especially that we know we know God J has a very strong Wax Artist, because we've actually seen it in the qualifiers. And Wax Artist is actually like a very strong camper once it hits like max presence. So this is something that FT should keep in mind, considering that they are the ones currently like trailing behind.
For sure. I totally forgot about God J's Wax Artist. Wax Artist is definitely very strong on Moonlit River Park, together with Gamekeeper, together even with Poland, but right now there is Warp. So even if God J wants to pick that Galatia, wants to pick the Bonbon, is totally viable. And they are all very if team lineup doesn't have strong rescuers, it'd be really hard for the survivors to rescue against such hunter.
Oh yes, and you actually mentioned the Warp, and I actually wanted to mention this too, is that Warp is actually very viable against hunters that have a very strong close range battle, such as Wax Artist, Disciple as you mentioned, and the Bonbon too. Like these hunters initially are like more afraid of like transitional kiters, but with Warp, that solves this problem too. So actually this is also another reason why this meta is considered hunter side, because Warp actually single-handedly like brought a couple of hunters back into the meta here.
Definitely. And you could use Warp at anything. It works on Opera Singer, and I used it on Geisha recently because Geisha is buff where you can fly easier when the survivors are voting or just putting down pallet, just voting. So it's stronger right now, and I tried Geisha on Warp and it works really well too. I think Warp functions on everything, but right now Warp on An is so strong.
Oh yeah, I actually like watched a couple of like other like matches, competitive matches around, and I did also see like Warp Disciple like commonly played in BO3, just because the fact that like you bring Insolence, you get a hit, then cat them, Warp, and bang, they're dead. And like this is like a very fast down. So I do wonder like if we're gonna be seeing that later today though, because like Warp being new in this meta and a very strong trait, I'm sure that everyone wants to see a more intense Warp gameplay.
For sure. I would love to see too. But I wonder if God J has Ivy hidden somewhere. Maybe he wants to surprise everyone with an Ivy pick. It might happen.
Oh yes, you know the secret where I'm just gonna show my obvious cards in the preliminaries, and then when you thought I don't have it, I pull it as a surprise. Especially because for Ivy, like Ivy despite counter bow, like you need like specific characters to counter it. And like most of the normal characters don't work too well against an Ivy here. Though Ivy in Moonlit River Park might be a bit weaker. Like this is a massive map here though, Siki.
But Ivy camps everything. Ivy camps everything at this point. She's unstoppable. But FD chose to ban Opera Singer for God J. But God J still has many picks out there which is very strong on this map. And I wonder if FT gonna pick a rescuer up first. If he picks, there's still Gravekeeper left, is it?
Yeah, a Gravekeeper or maybe Journalist. Like Journalist is also a rescuer, but the issue with Journalist is that like she's very fragile and can also possibly get first chase too. So yeah, I think FT really here has to decide if they want to like A, pick a rescuer and send them to global ban, or B, just like not pick it and risk all the rescuers being banned.
Definitely. But if all rescuers are banned, it's really not safe for whoever's coming to rescue. They might have to sell just because it's not safe to rescue.
Yeah, especially God J has a Wax Artist. It is an obvious card that he has. So if like you had no rescuers and against a Wax Artist, then I can see there might be a potential problem, as you do not underestimate God J's Wax Artist at all, right?
Definitely. Oh, and they picked that forward. I suppose they are picking that forward as a rescuer here. Forward with the Priestess.
Yep, and the good thing though is that, as you mentioned, Gravekeeper is like the one of the few rescuers remaining. It sort of leaves the Gravekeeper open should they get to BO3. So that is definitely possible. But for and Priestess, like Priestess being a very strong meta character, but her being selected and sent to global ban, I think FT here wants to try and like reverse the score and at least get a free escape here, because the Priestess being a meta character, sending it to global bans can only means that they want to get the like deficit back.
They have to be careful though. If they only put a tight turner on the forward and God J chase the forward, then they will have no Titaner less on the team. Because God J will be expecting, and the Aeroplanist pick here, a strong pick in this map. I would say, I'm guessing they might put Titaners on 2 survivors here just in case God J goes for 1.
Yeah, that actually does seem pretty viable. Like, because like 4 and Aeroplanists both can like be chased first, depending on who the hunter is. So definitely to be safe here on their way to rescue. So I think here with both the 4 and Aeroplanists, I think they're just trying to beware if God J hit an Ivy. Because like both of these are transitional kiters, so in theory they should be able to last like some amount of time. And look at this, cheerleader. They're definitely trying to prevent any IVs coming out.
I would suppose they are picking this against any slow hunters like Bonbon, like Sculptor. They move really slow. They need to, and they are so fast. They are too fast for them. So for God J, I would suppose he will be going for the Gamekeeper. I'm guessing they are forcing God J onto the Gamekeeper because Gamekeeper is the only one that moves fast enough for them.
Oh yeah, you're right about that, because Gamekeeper like hooks, and boom, I'm here, boom, I'm there. And like the thing is, like I also play Gamekeeper, and it's definitely possible against this team comp. And even though Gamekeeper got nerfed, he can still like place traps around, so the force harassing won't be that effective too. So if God J has a Gamekeeper, I think it's even more possible to see the Gamekeeper rather than the Ivy, just because like as I mentioned, Ivy being slightly weaker in this map, and you have 3 transitional kiters, so the Shadow might not like chase someone down too fast here.
Oh, Ivy on God J. Nice! Wow! That's what we were saying! Unexpected picks! God J on Ivy! Okay, there's one thing he'll do is to camp one side of the river. He could catch survivors on the last stop of the river and camp the ciphers there. It's really strong. Back when I was using Dream Witch, I always camped there. Oh, and the survivors? Okay, they put RD on the 4th stop. Oh, RD changed.
They're just dancing around, aren't they?
But the Shadow is at Shadow the Priestess is at a 2-story house, Yush in the middle, FT a mini blue at the 4th stop, and RD near the 1st stop.
Yeah, this is actually more of an unprecedented pick, because like we normally see someone at the 1st and 4th stop instead of like this distribution now. I think they're just trying to like be more spread out and make sure that the Shadow cannot like put multiple leeches on top of the ciphers, or rather the gravestone.
Oh, I can't wait for this. This is so exciting. God J should be on Blink Insolence Detention for him, unless he want to try warp on this map. And for the survivors, I wonder how many Titaners they bring. Actually, I would have expected the survivors to be more spread out, because when Ivy starts the game, she will want to go across the map and leech as many people as she could see and then start the first chase.
Yeah, because I actually seen it in competitive now that it's pretty common when playing against Ivy. We see that the survivors choose like 4 corners or like a X spawn where they leave the middle open, just so that the Ivy cannot like put multiple gravestones on the ciphers. But here they're more relatively close towards each other, so we'll have to see how this plays out. But don't forget, like in theory, most of these survivors can like last some amount of time against an Ivy in this map.
Yes, and looking at these survivors, they could really kite God that Ivy. So for God J, he will have a slightly difficult time on his first chase. But God J chose this, so I suppose he definitely have a strategy against this team lineup. He confidently chose Ivy instead of a Gamekeeper here, and we could see the game starting.
Yep, so right off the bat, we can see that God J's Shadow is going to be warping out, and God J going to be like just wandering around exactly what we talked about before the game, just have like do a field control as the cheerleader got leeched, so now the cheerleader cannot decode, and God J is already inside the where like the priestess, the Shadow is, and able to get a scare and going to leech him, so 50 leech right off the bat here.
And we wait for the scare from the leech scare. And do we see that? Oh, I think he's trying to go around to disrupt the Cypher progress. Oh, and a scare on the aeroplanist and the leech, and oh, it's at 58% right here. But there's the tram here.
Yep, there is the roller coaster. So Ivy gonna cut corners, but watch out, Ivy cannot get scared even once. Because if he gets scared, then he'll be at 100 corruption level. Logic manages to trap Adi in a very strong area. So Adi going to be using the burst and tries to scare the aeroplanist off in mid-air, not being able to. So actually this is not too good for Dodgy right now, because like the leech is not on the aeroplanist. The aeroplanist can just make a mad dash with the help of his jetpack spear.
Yes, but we do see now Adi has no more items, and we realize that he's the only person with Titan on his team. So Godji has gone for the right person, the one he wants to go for, and he has 70 corruption level. So, and Godji has blink. He might not even need to use that blink to get him down.
Yeah, but now there is a considerable distance between him and the aeroplanist though, so it might take some time, but he's going to take this time to like reach the priestess. So now the priestess cannot decode, and he knows where Adi is. And so right now, I think he can just use his leech to try and scare Adi, because that's exactly what he's going to do. Actually put the leech on him and hold on 95 corruption level and 100. So that is going to be a down here. And so this is the down, but if we look at the ciphers, I think it's acceptable, considering that it's actually near a 2.5 cipher. It's not too bad for the survivors, I believe.
Definitely. And the survivors are trying to decode the close ciphers together to prevent Godj from camping them. And looking at this, now they have no Titanus on the team, so it's actually really hard for the survivors. I would say this is a win situation for Godj.
Oh, yeah, I can see why, because the Shadow just have a very strong like field control ability. The priest is going in for the rescue. There goes the hit. Hold on, Ford going for a massive stun to try and give some time, and it's going to get the stun there. So this is going to be a huge move from the Ford, trying to like drag some time. But Dodge already sent the lead after the aeroplanist, and with one teleport and one spear, that's 100, and there it goes. That's exactly what we talked about before the game, Sneaky. One spear and then one teleport, and boom, 100 corruption level.
Yes, on tier 2 presence, that's the power spike of Ivy. One teleport, one scare, one hit is just a combo. There's nothing you could do when you have no items on your hand. And right now, looking at this, there isn't anyone who could come to the rescue. Oh, I think Yush is here for the rescue, but it must drag time in order for the ciphers to be able to, and a nice rescue, but 100 on a priestess.
Yeah, priestess actually like gonna decode based on corruption. I actually was gasping at the fact that the Ford managed to use his flywheel effect to like clear his 100 corruption level, so he won't get like corrupted. So even with that play, actually, hold on a second, Nikki. I don't know about you, but I think the survivors can potentially get a time, because actually amongst all that, there's only half a cipher remaining.
Hard to say, because he could camp the last cipher here, so it depends on how they camp it.
Yeah, so for the priestess manages to use the portal to escape the teleport. That was actually very smart. And now he's gonna call the long portal, trying to like create like a back and forth situation. So J going to be hard after wanting to stop him, but there is the long portal here he must clear out. And Mini Blue's in the phase here, so let's see how long can Mini Blue fight for, because as now the other two survivors are all roaming around the field, and J looking to down Mini Blue as soon as possible.
Yes, right now Godj should try to force out all the items from the survivor, especially the forward. You want to leave the survivors with as less items as you could for endgame, because endgame is still strong for the Ivy.
Yep, so let's see. Oh, he manages to find Shadow, but gonna wander off and going to be heading straight for Yush. So we can see that Yush is already hovering a certain amount of distance from the cipher. So it's a pretty good discipline from the survivor side. I'm really liking it, to make sure that Ivy cannot place his gravestones right next to the cipher. And now Godj knows that he can refuse control to go back to the cheerleader instead, who does manages to escape with the help of her pom-poms.
Nice, that was perfect there from the cheerleader. That's what I was saying. When you teleport there, you just immediately use the pom-pom, you can just leave. There's no way the Ivy could get a hit on you. And the survivors here managed to leave the last ciphers very far away from each other, so it's more difficult for GOT-J to camp it. And as long GOT-J moves, they are fast in communication and move away from the cipher immediately.
Actually,
and now Kuhi, I think he saw.
Yep, he sure did, and it's going to be quick after them, but they managed to portal away to escape it once again. I'm very liking the discipline on the survivor side, just managing to like finding some areas where it's hard for like Ivy to use a teleport on them, and yes, he's able to get the blank, but now Ivy will still have to like rely on his leech to try and get the sword to 100 corruption though, as now he knows that he cannot let this continue. He's going to go back after mini blue, but the ciphers are gone by a lot now.
The survivors are doing very well at this point. They are very on guard and they are doing exactly what is needed against Ivy. Don't give Ivy chance. So basically, when you need to destroy the stone, you destroy it. When you need to go away from the cipher, you go away. So take it slow. When you take it slow, Ivy is the one who is in a rush because I really need someone on the chair right now.
Yeah, like he definitely needs someone on the chair, but that is the one thing that GOT-J doesn't have currently at all. So GOT-J here just gonna send the leech, going to go back after mini blue, just making sure that you decode this cipher, I'll hit you here. You decode that cipher, I'll hit you there. No one's gonna escape my clutches. And GOT-J here is gonna able to leech on the cheerleader, but in no hurry to teleport. Goes for a teleport now, but unfortunately for him, mini blue already escaped like out of the corruption range, and the survivors are healing each other back up again. This is like a deja vu, and the survivors know like they seem to have like made a formula, and they're gonna making this formula work.
The annoying thing about a survivor is that the cheerleader and the priestess items could recharge. Right now, items GOT-J should really force out all the forwards ball right now. He should leave the forward with nothing on his hand during endgame. There's still chance for endgame. The ciphers are going to be primed soon, but there's still chance for GOT-J for endgame. He really need to prepare right now.
Yeah, because we can see the cipher is indeed prime, and I'm just in awe of the survivors like just formulating a plan and like being very highly disciplined, managed to stick to it. So now Ivy is just gonna wandering around trying to like position herself in the best for the end game. As meanwhile, the survivors are all scattered around in the field as they know that they have to be aware, especially they know that Ivy has a very strong field control endgame. Is that true?
But don't forget, all these survivors have items on their hand right now. So even if GOT-J have blink, there's no chance for him to blink. He has to be very worried just in case what happens if they dodge my blink and everything. There's so much for him to think about. And right now he put his main body at the first stop while his ghost body at the last stop.
Yeah, and the cheerleader actually is gonna decode that. I was about to say that the cheerleader decides not to like rush a gate, but he's still gonna go for it anyway, and he's gonna teleport it back and forth because curiously, GOT-J just cannot put these survivors on 100 corruption level because, as you mentioned, each and every one of these survivors have items to evade corruption.
Yes, for survivors like cheerleader. Oh, the blink! That's what I was saying. They all have items, so it's really hard for him to do something. And the roller coaster, wow, the survivors really did very well, and they could open that last gate there.
Yeah, like the things are not looking good for GOT-J at all. So let's see then. Now GOT-J have to do whatever he can to bring this priestess down. And oh, this is actually like a straight on teleport towards the last stop. The cheerleader is already hanging at the door. Now the $1 million question is that can the priestess make it out? The fourth's gonna go for the stun, but GOT-J realizes it and predictably hits. So now the fourth's gonna go down, and the priestess, hold on, the priestess actually going 100 corruption level, but GOT-J just cannot get the hit as there's too far. So this would be a tie here. But what an endgame, Sneaky.
Yeah, that was perfect. If Yush didn't use his ball there, it will most likely be a tie still for GOT-J because Priestess is on 66 if I'm not wrong. So it's still gonna be a tie game for GOT-J, but the Priestess has a portal left to use, so maybe there's still chance. But at least GOT-J predicted the Yush ball there, so he was able to get a tie here. So it's a win situation for GOT-J at this point.
Yeah, I think I know why they had to send the fourth in, because as you mentioned, the priestess I think was at very high corruption level. So even if like without the forward, there's a very high chance that the Shadow can just scare Priestess 100 down, and it would have been a tie anyways. So they're gambling on the fort being able to stun and then everyone escape. It didn't work out for them, but if it did, it would have been a free escape. And I just want to talk about this again and again. I love the discipline of FT Survivor against an Ivy. They were well prepared and they always had items for whenever Ivy decides to teleport so that Ivy cannot hit 100 corruption with the TP.
They did very well and they were all very disciplined. They know when to decode, when not to decode. And look at this. Aeroplanist contained the Hunter for 80 seconds, Priestess 128 seconds, Forward 83 seconds, and Cheerleader 44 seconds. And when GodJ burned the Tide Turner in the first chase, they were still able to do very well all the way to the end game and get the tie. So for this game, I would say both sides did really well, especially the survivors when Ivy was trying to camp the last two ciphers there.
Yeah, so actually we talked about like in the first chair that we thought it was a win situation for the Ivy, but though it ended up in a tie though, so hold on, we're gonna have like a quick recap on the score. In the BL1, GH won by 5-3, but currently it's a 2-2 situation, so now everything is gonna be based on like the next game, because should GH Survivor manage a free escape, then this would be game over for them. Or like they'll win, rather, yeah.
He will win directly with that 2-0. And what Sorin needs to do next if it comes up is that he need to try to go for the tie or that 3-man kill in order to win something for the game. Either at least push it to round 3.
Yeah, so actually just what I was about to say, that the Ivy had a win game based on the first chair, but it ended in a tie. So actually, like, we know that the survivors had good discipline and plan, but do you think there's any like potential moves that the Hunter could have done to like potentially like put the game more in his favor though?
He needs to protect the middle cipher there. The middle cipher, he has to disrupt the decoding process as much as possible to camp it. Because right now, as you saw, the survivors left the last two ciphers so far apart that it was so difficult for GodJ to camp. So GodJ really needs to disrupt the middle cipher earlier, so he's left with 3 ciphers that he's very comfortable with to camp. So he's easier to force out the survivors' items too. So the problem there was he was unable to force out everyone's items, especially Yush on forward. He should have forced everyone's items out earlier. So you realized that Cheerleader and Priestess could recharge their items. So as much as possible, you want to force out all of the forward's ball. So the forward is left with nothing in endgame. So it's for sure you could down him quick in endgame. So that's the idea. And for GodJ, in endgame, he place his main body at one door and the ghost body at the other door. That's how usually Ivy camps it. But the only problem here is because all the survivors here, especially the Cheerleader, is a direct counter, especially for that tier 2 teleport. You saw that the Cheerleader could get out with the pom-pom. So Cheerleader could open the door. So you saw the Cheerleader there opening the door because he has items there on hand to open the door. And someone just need to stay near if someone stay near the main body to camp the main body and GodJ can't really leave, then it's really difficult for him to do something.
Yep, and actually we can see that the survivors executed their plan perfectly, and yeah, I think this is definitely a good lesson. Like, that's some pretty good like notes on how to play Ivy from Master Sneaky here, so we definitely should take notes, and anyone in the audience should take notes. So now we're gonna move on to the next round soon. So as we mentioned, like you mentioned just now, that Kuga needs to get at least a tie and maybe a 3 or 4K if needed. And considering that if Opera's gonna get banned, we're probably gonna see the Shadow like still in play here. So I think like Kuga or Thorin definitely does have a chance still, because as we mentioned before, this is more of a Hunter-sided meta, so it's easier for Hunter to like score points now.
Because as I said just now, the last cipher camp is very Dream Witch like. So if you play Dream Witch, it'll be a lot easier for you to know how to camp and which ciphers are easier to camp. So if Kuga or Soirin coming up next is going to use IV, I would I'm sure his Dream Reach skills there will shine on his IV. So I'm guessing that he will be going on IV because IV creates miracles anytime. She had power. Her power spike is at tier 2 presence, but her endgame is equally strong. So anything could happen. She's a miracle character. So I'm guessing Kuga or Soyorin might actually go for the IV in this current round.
Yes, especially the fact that Ivy, as you mentioned, like tier 2 presence, like can like down someone so fast. Like I think it's very common that in Ivy games where I watch, that the survivors do not dare to get close towards the gate and just drag on until the tension's over, because they know that the moment they get caught and have the gravestone at the gate, then it's boom, teleport 40 corruption, boom, scare 40 corruption, boom, gravestone 20 corruption, and bam, you're dead. So I think for Ivy, like what I really want to see and we'll probably be seeing is that the end game where the survivors and the hunter will have to be like playing chess, be very patient with their every move. Because certainly in this meta for survivors, one wrong move and the entire thing collapses.
Yeah, just don't rush. Because if the Ivy will most likely camp one door with the main body, one door with her ghost body. So if you want to tap on a door with the ghost body, make sure you have items to escape, like cheerleader, like aeroplanist. If you want, and you need someone, if you have people left on the field with no items, then you need someone to camp her main body. So you don't do anything. Wait for Ivy to make the first move. Because as a hunter, when I see the detention countdown going down, I'll be getting more nervous because I want to do something before detention expires. So you wait for the hunter's first move. You just need someone to camp near her main body so she can't really leave. And make sure whoever else is left on the field is hiding well, basically. So to make chance for the team, don't rush. Just remember for Ivy, don't rush. When you are injured, you heal. When you have a stone on your cipher, you don't decode unless you have items. You just take it slow. Destroy the stone when you need and take it slow.
Yep, some very good points made. Because like I also play the IV too occasionally, and definitely like the closer that the tension is gonna run out, the more impatient it is. Because the moment the tension runs out, everyone is in full health, then IV will be the one in a disadvantage. So normally IV will be the one being more proactive, trying to create chances. And for the survivors, as mentioned by Sneaky, the survivors are the ones that can be more reactive because actually as long as they can drag out the tension, then I think they would be able to put themselves back in a more proactive situation, because by then the IV cannot like down someone or like in one go, then the survivors definitely have more chance. So this is the way to sort of like deal with an IV endgame, I suppose.
Yeah, but even if the detention expires, as the survivor, you don't rush the door. If you have a stone on you, the corruption stone on you, you need to destroy it, you destroy it. Because if you still continue to tap furiously on the door when you have a stone on you and the corruption level is increasing, the hunter could teleport straight to you, and because you are just in front of her face, she could hit you and then you get terrored and she could hit you again. So it's equal to a detention hit. So you don't ever rush against the IV. When you can't, if you don't have items to escape, you don't rush.
Yep. So actually we did talk about the IV a lot, but I like let's talk about other possibilities in this map. Like I think for the opera singer, like I am wondering would they play for something where they like ban the IV net of the opera singer? Considering the fact that they got a free escape out from the opera, maybe they'll be like, oh, I dealt with your opera before, let me do it again. And because don't forget, Moonlit River Park is a very big map too.
I'm guessing that the GH will ban Ivy instead of the opera, because Ivy is so strong. Once she's leading, it's a 4Q. There's almost nothing you could do. So I would say that they will not want to take chance because they're in the lead right now. As long as they get that tie, they will bring forward all their advantage to round 3. So the survivors really need that tie. You really can't get that 4Q there by the hunter. So I would suppose they're going to ban out that IV and maybe test against the opera again.
Yeah, I think this is actually like a very good like a possibility. Obviously, it depends on what each survivor is more comfortable with. But you did mention that for them, they only just want to take a tie, or like most likely want to get a tie at least to like bring the game to round 3 with an advantage. Then for tie characters, I actually realized they can actually pick something like an Embalmer, because the Embalmer, the king of getting ties here.
But we have Warp. We have Warp
Oh.
as Hunter. Don't forget. So right now, when I play rank, Embalmer is no big deal. And do you realize that in round 1, they used to pick a lot of Explorer, but they don't have to pick it anymore because of Ivy. Ivy like Dream Witch sees you immediately, you can't hide at all. So Explorer is gone from the round 1 right now. There used to be a lot of Explorer picks in round 1.
Yeah, definitely not. Oh, I see you. There's no playing hide and seek. This is like an actual horror game. Like hiding is not possible in front of an Ivy here. So yeah, but for the Explore, like you did mention it, but I don't think we're gonna be seeing Explore now, even though even if Ivy gets banned, because Moon and River Park being a massive map and like the color is more bright, that would make the Explore more harder to hide. Because comparing to like the more bright color, like his skin would definitely shine out more.
But again, it's also very white, so you could see across the map easily, so it's very good for Hunter too. So why do you say that? Why people say that Gamekeeper is very powerful on this map? First of all, there isn't very high walls, so there's only short walls where Gamekeeper will hook through, and it's all a lot of white areas, white spaces for Gamekeeper to hook. That's why we always call Gamekeeper the king of this map currently. He does so well in this map. But I wonder...
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
You were saying?
No. Anyways, I was just about to say that like Gamekeeper is called king of this map. Even though he did got nerfed, I still can see impossible. And the other thing I like of Gamekeeper in this map is with the roller coaster, because you can just place a trap there, and if they try to like drive off the roller coaster, then say bye, because they'll get clapped off with the trap.
Yes, and now we are going to the first match of Day 2, second round, second half for GH Survivors against FT Hunter. And you could see that FT has swapped their Hunter to Cinnamon Roll. And GH with Little Cat, Captain Kun, Little Boy, and Mint My Love, just like round 1.
Yep, so we are going to be seeing the opera singer is going to get banned. So it seems that GH here are like not afraid of an Ivy should it come out. And I feel like based on this officer ban here, I think it's really likely to be the Shadow, because the Shadow does not like an FO. Because for the first officer, when you get leeched, you can just use your watch and bam, you manage to kick the leech off you.
Yes, and I forgot the Magician too. If as a Magician, if you get leech, you use your wand, the leech is gone. So that's also one counter. Yeah, one strong counter there too. And Cinnamon Roll is Mel, so he has been playing in many professional scenes there, and we saw him in COA 7 this year, how well he performed there, and he does have a Dream Witch with him, so that means Ivy will come naturally to him. So I'm really hoping that he will pick that Ivy here to try to get that 3Q or 4Q.
Yeah, so Mercenary and Priestess are gonna be selected right off the bat, and they're gonna be sending globals here, but them being selected first. So I think here GH wants to like get a free escape and potentially end things right here and now. And actually, one thing that I wanted to mention is that don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, Cinnamon Roll, or Meow Pie known as, was in GH back at COA 7, but now he's at hunting against them. So in theory, actually both sides know each other because they used to be teammates. So this would sure be one exciting match.
I forgot about that. And you used to be teammates and now you're opponents, but I'm sure each of them know each other so well. So I really wonder how this matchup will go. It's either Cinnamon Roll will read the survivors like book, or the survivors will be able to counter Cinnamon Roll very well because they know the hunter too well. And now we could see the third pick here, which is the cheerleader from Little Boy.
Yeah, so actually, I think I can confidently say that this is going to be like an Ivy, but oh my goodness, Sneaky, what are we seeing here as the last pick? A lucky guy. We don't see that any day. Like, what tricks do you think GH have up their sleeve?
Maybe the lucky lady that will bless them with the luck, with good items, because lucky guy is all about the items here. So if he would get really good items for himself, then it will be really easy for him. But if he's the first chase, he most likely will have nothing on his hand. Because for me, whenever I use the lucky guy and I get chased, I always get the strange.
I think with those lucky guy like mains there, you definitely know. I need something to help me in kiting. What to get? Ta-da! Syringe. Have it in full health. Good luck.
Yeah, and I'm kiting with that string in my hand, so huge the hunter could see too. Like, hey, I'm catching someone for strange.
Yay! That thing is going to be entirely useless against chasing. Yay! That's my thought if I'm the hunter.
Yeah, and if I'm the hunter and I see a lucky guy on a strange, I'll be like laughing to myself, like, hey, Lady Luck is on my side this time.
Oh, but I actually wanted to mention this is that when you're the survivor, you always pull a syringe, but when you're the hunter and you maybe they pull something bad, and surprise, a flare gun on your face.
Yeah, true. That always happens. And looking at this, it will be a priestess, mercenary, cheerleader, and a lucky guy. And it's totally fine for Cinnamon Roll to pick the IV. It's totally good right now. So I'm looking forward to that pick.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward too. So I actually just realized that both the priestess and the cheerleader were selected, which we did see last round. The priestess and the cheerleader players managed to use their respective items to escape the IV's teleport swipe. So them being selected here, I think the GH Survivor also might want to do the same. But I wonder what do they plan to do with this lucky guy? Like what plan? Because we just, as we talked just now, we just don't see that anything. But the fact that they know an IV is coming and them selecting it, I think they must have a plan. And I wanted to see what it is.
Yeah, me too. I wonder what's up their sleeves. For Cinnamon Roll, he could directly go for the lucky guy who has no items or maybe just an elbow pad on him. So it will be an easy chase for him. And the winning condition for Ivy is to get someone onto the chair. And looking at their spawn, it's a more scattered spawn here.
Yep.
Captain Kun at the 10 circles. Little Cat at the 3rd stop, Me My Love at the 2-story house, and our last survivor at the 1st stop.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to sit up on your seat and also remember to cheer as much as possible for the teams here to maybe get a plushie for yourself and others is because this might potentially be the last match. Because should GH Survivor manage to get a free escape here, then they'll manage to win both BO1 and BO2, and this game would be over immediately. So there's a possible for GH to free escape and end this, and FT here must get a tie to stay alive.
Definitely. And I'm Sneaky, and together with me is Jong. We will be bringing to you potentially the last game of GH against FT, round 2, second half. Actually, while waiting for the game to begin, I was thinking what you can pick against IV. It could be the previous team, the cheerleader, the aeroplanist, the priestess, which is direct counters because they can move quickly away, or you could pick the doctor. I'm telling the doctor is so annoying, but the only problem about the doctor is that he might get first chase, and looking at here, we are going straight into the game, and Cinnamon Roll is putting his ghost body out away from his main body and going for a leash. Nice there.
Yeah, this is actually going exactly like how the IV players normally play. Going to be leashing on the priestess and gonna call it back and going next to Hold on, I messed up who it is. I think it's gonna be the lucky guy. Yes, it's exactly what we mentioned before the game. The lucky guy. Lucky guy is invulnerable in getting first chase. So now the lucky guy will have to be careful because he doesn't have much to work with.
Oh, he has a perfume on him though, not the syringe that I was expecting. But look at this. I suppose I'm not sure about the corruption level on him right now, but little boy is here with the leech at the cipher. And he's still chasing the lucky guy without any items. So it's no problem for Cinnamon Roll because he doesn't have any items. He couldn't really catch. He couldn't really kite anymore here.
Yeah, so despite him pulling out the perfume, it's not exactly working in his favor. And he's actually on 60 corruption level, as we can finally see now. So actually, like, one more scare and it would be over. But it seems like Cinnamon Roll wants to do something else. And oh, we do see the trap portal by the priestess, though, allowing the lucky guy to escape far away. And now the lucky guy's corruption level is going down. This is such an amazing play on the survivor's end. But hold on a second, though, because Ivy is going to leech the lucky guy once again. And bam, back at the face as the lucky guy tried to hide in the wardrobe.
Yeah, I think he was trying to hide from the ghost body, but the ghost body got him first. So the lucky guy is down now at 1.5 ciphers, also going 2 ciphers. And it's a winning game for Ivy. It's a total winning game for Ivy right now.
Yeah, though we will have to be a bit more careful because we also said the same thing last round. So, but anyways, currently we can see that Cinnamon Roll is just wandering around trying to spot out who is going to be the one sneaking into rescue. Because like the moment someone to rescue can instantly leech and another gravestone down, and now going to try mind game here, but the mercenary able to pull off like a no damage, forcing Cinnamon Roll to hit him once. Lucky guy wanting to enter this pallet, can he do it? And managed to enter those, so now he does have 2 pallets to work with for a split second.
Yes, but you could only do it for a moment. And looking at Cinnamon Roll, he has Blink on tier 2 presence right now. So to a lucky guy with no items, he really can't kite this.
Yep. Oh, actually the leech got off, so I think he's trying to going back to leech whoever's decoding the other cipher as he's hard after him. And let's see, it's gonna use Blink here. Oh, it doesn't even need to though. So down goes the lucky guy. And we can see that the ciphers are near free ciphers. Like, I don't know about you, Sneaky, but I think this is leaning towards the Hunter's game because the ciphers are still far behind currently.
You see the middle cipher not touched. So that's a huge issue for the survivors right now. It's a huge issue. So looking at this, it's definitely a win game for Ivy. And looking at this, with Blink on his hand, he don't really need to use it to down lucky guy in this. I don't think they're even rescuing him at this point. They're not risking anything. So they are not even rescuing him anymore. So Cinnamon will go out for his second chase, and he has Blink. So anyone who he would see, he would down him really fast.
Yep, so Cinnamon Roll just continue patrolling around, going to be trying to sniff out the target and try and potentially down whoever gets found first. The survivors all decoding, they just want to get enough ciphers because if they get 3 or 4 men here, then they will be from the ones in the lead to the ones falling behind. And managed to find Little Boy against the lead, but unfortunately for him, the ciphers are enough. So currently, Cinnamon Roll is actually just patrolling around and like leeching here and there, but currently he just cannot commit himself to a target.
Right now, he will go around to force out all the items on the survivor, especially on that mercenary. Force out that 2 elbow pads will be such an advantage in endgame. And looking at this, he's at 55 correction level, but he has items nice. He just have to force out the items right now. And Cinnamon Roll really has to camp that last cipher. But he has 1 more elbow pad to use. Wow.
Yeah, he missed. Yeah, Cinnamon Roll there misses that blink, and that hit on is very detrimental because if the mercenary gone down, it would have been a whole different story. So now he's forced to go back towards Little Cat, and Little Cat already realizes and already ran away from the cipher so that Cinnamon Roll cannot like place the gravestone on it. So currently, and now Little Boy ran away from that cipher. So it's really just very good discipline on these survivors too.
Yes, but you realize that these 2 ciphers for this round is much closer as compared to the last 2 ciphers for the previous round. So it's a lot easier for Cinnamon Roll to camp, and now Mercenary has no items on his hands. So for endgame, he's very, very dangerous.
Yeah, I actually like the comparison between this round and the last round because if we look at the current situation on the board, it's like two similar situations. The only difference is, as Nikki mentioned, the distance between all the last ciphers, and it's able to get hit on the mercenary because, as you mentioned, mercenary had no items. He did have a bot that he pulled out, but unfortunately it didn't work for him right now. So currently mercenary will be go down, and the remaining survivor definitely want to be rush these ciphers as soon as possible.
Just put the survivor as close to the cipher as possible and camp one cipher. Oh, he's putting him straight into the dungeon. But there's the priestess here. Is the priestess the one further away? Or little cat is coming and is the priestess? He would do a rescue here. I thought he would put the survivor closer to the ciphers there. And the ciphers are prime right now.
Yeah, but here actually we can see that Cinnamon Roll has swapped back to Priestess. I think he's trying to scare to like cut off the Priestess portal, and it did work, but the Priestess just had another one, so it didn't work there. But now that the ciphers are prime, let's see, can Cinnamon Roll make this cipher camping count? Let's see, he wants to do a drop down hit, able to get the hit on the Priestess, the second hit goes on the Mercenary maybe? Yep, not able to drop down, so I suppose the ciphers... Oh, yep, the ciphers are going to be popped, and we're approaching endgame. So now it's a free-man endgame just like before, but I think Cinnamon Roll definitely have some chances now.
Much more chance right now because the two ciphers were his face when the ciphers were popped, and you know the last cipher was away from the door, so the survivor needs time to walk to the gate, and the gate can't be open. And now Mercenary's on a chair and he will camp. It's a potential 4Q for Cinnamon Roll right now.
Hold on, but the priestess already created a portal though. So got the leech to the priestess, but actually we can see that they're at the other side of the map. But so now Cinnamon Roll realized it, like he didn't realize it earlier, and now he's trying to send his leech towards. But I think he's actually a bit too slow behind because the gate is about to be popped here, Sneaky.
Yes, he couldn't get there on time and they could leave. I forgot about that long portal by the priestess, but it was amazing on the survivor side to get that tie. But
yeah,
just now, actually, he don't really need to go after the mercenary because you saw the last two ciphers were so close together. I think his job was more to camp that last two ciphers to make sure no one can touch it and slowly burn out the survivors' items. So at endgame, probably even the cheerleader or the priestess don't really have items on their hands to use. But I guess he was going for a tie there because he was just focusing on the mercenary who is very far away from ciphers.
Yeah, actually another thing on endgame, because we saw that at endgame, Cinnamon Roll called his leech towards the priestess, who portaled closer towards the mercenary chair. Would it have worked for him if he just sent the leech towards the front gate? Because he definitely knows that the front gate is the one being popped because there's the priestess portal. Do you think it would have worked over there?
I think even no matter which side he goes, they will call the long portal to either side. But I would say going to the front gate might have more chance for him. But you is the cheerleader with items, so it's equally bad. So the only problem is the survivors with items, which is annoying. And looking at this, Little Cat contained the hunter for 63 seconds, Mean My Love 93 seconds, Captain Kun 88 seconds, and they managed to pull off a tie against the shadow of Cinnamon Roll.
Yeah, actually the three remaining survivors all had pretty high, or a lot of the survivors had a pretty high containment time. This really just proves how good their discipline is. And just how well they planned against this the Cinnamon Roll's shadow. So here's gonna be a quick score for those of you who missed the scoreboard just now. Currently, we're gonna head in the third round, but GH is still in the lead because GH won the first round by 5-3. This round being a tie, so GH still has a 2-point lead here.
Yes, and you could see Little Boy containing the hunter for 0 seconds, means both of them did not even see each other for the whole game. But as the IV, you should be having map presence across the map, so you really need to camp out those ciphers towards the end for Cinnamon Roll. But I guess a tie is also good enough to reach round 3. There's still chance for both sides right now.
Yeah, there's still definitely chance. And oh, yep, here's the scoreboard once again. 9-7, GH ahead. And I think one thing that we talked about is the cheerleader 0 seconds. because we did see that Cinnamon Roll had the Legionnaire, the cheerleader, a lot of times actually. But what happened is that the cheerleader never really gave Cinnamon Roll a chance to like place the gravestone at the site. So Meow Pie never really had the chance to like teleport and get the chase. So this is definitely like something and a pretty nice effort on the cheerleader's side.
For sure, the survivors really did very well there to not give any chance to Meow Pie to down them. But for this right now, we should now focus on Game 3. So Game 3, we know that for both sides, it will definitely ban out the Opera and the IV. So it's all about what's their third pick for Game 3.
Yep, definitely, because like I don't think anyone would let out either the Opera Singer or the IV in BO3. So it's definitely all on like what they have up their sleeves. Because if Godjay continues, we might be potentially seeing the Wax Artist, and we'll have to see what FT plan against it. And for FT side, I do wonder what Cinnamon Roll has, as we've seen in Koa.
Definitely. And for everyone watching here, do remember to write all your supports and encouragement and motivations in the chat, because the plushie is waiting for you. And now we are going to a short break.
And reignite. It's a weapon. One that reduces all dirty secrets to ashes. It's a test, an impartial trial that tempers the will. It's the tender embrace that binds us to the past. In this scorching heat, miracles are what I shall seek forevermore.
If life had more opportunities, would you still make the same choices? My beloved Mary, you would become the most dazzling gem of Europa.
Mother, are we having raspberry cake for afternoon tea?
je me vois danser, je m'enivre. Mon cœur nostalgique pleure sous le poids de mes diamants. Par des désirs je m'écarte. Mais la flamme du passé est toujours enlacée dans les plis de ma robe portée. Car j'étais un rêve infini qui défiait les destins aigris. Aujourd'hui, je caresse mes plumes déchues. Car j'étais là et je
We gather here today with profound admiration and fond remembrance to honor the lives of those who perished as they returned from Okinos 25 years ago. They were pioneers of science and our dearest friends and family.
March 13th, I accepted my mission. Disguised as a collector, I boarded the exploratory vessel the Isambard. Here, a taxidermist who's obsessed.
Hello everyone, welcome back to more IVA Caster. I'm your caster Invisible Jung, and joining me is once again the knowledgeable Sneaky, and the two of us are going to be bringing you the match of FT versus GH, where we're heading in BO3 now. And oh my goodness, just based on how intense this game is, this definitely deserves us the rematch of last year's IVC finals.
Yeah, it's honestly so close. It could be anyone's game in this point going to round 3, even though GH has that 2 small points lead, but it don't really mean much for round 3. And for FT, they should try to turn the tables with 5-3 and try to drag the game on to overtime, or they could one side could aim for more and get that 4 kill or 4 escape and try to end the game 2 for their side. As for GH, both sides just need to aim for a tie. A tie is good enough to win this.
Yep, because for GH, all they need to is to tie this round, and for FT, either drag this to overtime or, as you mentioned, 4K and 4 escape. Though, to be fair, 4 escape, especially in this meta, might be a bit harder though. But oh, we're gonna head into the ban pick straight away, and it's actually going to be the Sacred Heart Hospital over here, as FT's hunter Meowpai is going to be hunting first. So Sacred, what are we gonna expect here?
And we could see Cinnamon Roll banning out that dancer, the prospector for Sacred Heart Hospital. So he really doesn't want Neru-kun or Little Cat on that prospector, and he doesn't want that female dancer who is very, very strong in the hospital.
Yeah, that's for certain. And I actually do wonder that, I'm actually thinking, I recall that Cinnamon Roll also played the Disciple before. Maybe that's what he wants, but oh my goodness. Looking up on GH side, they banned the Hermit and the Shadow. They actually let out Cinnamon Roll's opera singer. We actually seen Cinnamon Roll's opera singer in action before, and them letting it out, it seems that they have a plan against it, maybe.
Definitely. I think they fear those Cypher control hunters from Cinnamon Roll more, because Hermit right now is very strong. Personally, to me, I think he's just 1 tier lower than Opera Singer and Ivy. I feel he's even higher than Gamekeeper to me. So I will rank Opera Singer and Ivy, then Hermit, then Gamekeeper for this current patch.
Yeah, I can see why, especially considering that Warp is in play. And actually, I've also seen some Hunter players also bring Warp Hermit now. So Warp Hermit in action makes that the Hermit stronger in the right hands. So moving on, First Officer, Antiquarian being selected, Dancer, Antiquarian, or rather Prospector, Seer being banned. I think Cinnamon Roll probably will be playing the Opera here, seeing that she got let out.
Yeah, he could. Because if I'm not wrong, Cinnamon Roll is very, very skilled with Opera Singer. He could trust his skill here and go for that Opera Singer. Opera Singer functions so well in Hospital too, so why not? And looking at the Survivor, they picked that First Officer and the Antiquarian.
Yeah, so First Officer and Antiquarian, I can sort of see why they banned the Hermit. Both of those do not like the Hermit actually, because stun, you cannot swipe. Stun, your watch is going to get voided. So I can see why. Cheerleader being selected next. I was about to say that the cheerleader is strong, or not too strong against the opera singer, but then we remember what happened in the BO1 first half, where the cheerleader dragged for so long. So I don't dare to say much now, as the airplane is last pick.
Definitely, and looking at this, it's a very strong team. But Opera Singer totally plays out fine here, so Cinnamon Roll, I don't think there should be pressure on him. I think as a professional player here, he have met countless of times in pressuring situation, overwhelming situations. I'm sure he's very accustomed to such times where he needs to get more points for his team. So looking at this, I'm hoping that he will go for that opera singer. At first, I was still thinking about unpick, but looking at the survivors, maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not, because like the thing with cheerleader and aeroplanist is that they can wait for the cat first, then use their speed boost, then the cats might miss. So I think one of the possibility like they let out the opera here is because opera in Sacred Heart Hospital is not that strong comparing in other maps. Maybe that's what they are aiming for. For the other thing, yeah, I definitely agree with you that Cinnamon Roll won't have a lot of pressure considering that they're in lead, and who knows, maybe they can just get a tie here and then they can, survivors are tied, then they can win this round or this game.
At this point, it could be anyone's game for this because Cinnamon Roll will be on his comfort pick. If he picks opera or anything else, he's really very comfortable with the pick. So it could be, yes, as expected, he's on the opera singer.
Yeah, so for the opera singer, who do you think is gonna be the first chase? For me, I don't think it's gonna be the Antiquarian because Antiquarian can sideswipe. So I think for the transitional kiters, cheerleader, and the aeroplanist, actually both of them are not too strong against the opera. So I think they are going to be the ones that have to watch out for this game.
But it totally depends because opera singer is too fast. Little Cat has to use his flute really, really well to stop opera singer. So it's really difficult as well. And looking at the spawn area, they are spawning around the hospital with Me My Love at the bottom, Captain Kun to the right, Little Boy in the hospital, and Little Cat at the top.
Yep, so we're gonna be waiting for Cinnamon Roll to spawn. And actually, now that I'm thinking, like, I think the reason why they let out the opera is that they're very confident because, like, remember in the first round, the free escape Soil Rinse, maybe they're very confident against it. As right now, Cinnamon Roll will be spawning at the left. So with this spawn, like, who do you think might be the potential first chase for the Hunter?
He could go for anyone at the current moment. Opera singer catches anyone.
Yep. So yeah, this is going to be like once again a potential last game because don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if like Cinnamon Roll gets a 4-man here, then it would be over on spot because FT cannot like chase back the points deficit. So this is one thing that we should look out of. But ideally, a tie is definitely still acceptable for GH2.
It is. You might mess up a little bit. I think is FT really needs to get that 4Q, and Cinnamon Roll from FT really needs to go for more.
Oh, sorry.
Well,
Yeah,
for GH,
sorry, my bad.
Yeah, for GH, they totally could take the tie there. I think they reach for the tie.
Yeah, my bad. My memory went back like a couple of months ago when Cinnamon Roll was in GH. Oops, sorry, my bad. So
yeah, I get it.
Yeah, my correction. If GH gets a 4 escape here, then it's going to be over. Over though. Yeah, I think 4 escape is still relatively hard in this meta. But we're going to be heading into the game right now. And sorry, I forgot about that for a second. But Cinnamon Roll is now going to be dashing towards the center, trying to find the potential target. And actually, he's entering the locked cipher, but it doesn't seem that anyone is here currently. So Cinnamon Roll will be like wasting a bit of time just trying to find his best possible chase.
Yes, I guess he was thinking someone was hiding there, but Little Cat is actually hiding slightly in front where he's missing on. So now I think he's looking for a change of target, which is it Little Boy there?
Yep, it's Little Boy's cheerleader. Already managed to use a speed boost and slam a pallet there, just to create a bit of a distance. Cinnamon Roll is gonna be hard after cheerleader as he cannot afford to keep on changing. And going to be, actually no, seems to be finding a new target and it's gonna head straight to the aeroplanist near the ruins, and the aeroplanist is the one taking the kite now.
I'm guessing he's going for the aeroplanist because his jetpacks can be used up and he'll be left with no items. But for the cheerleader, his items could recharge, which is a problem, and the blink hit first, which hit there.
Yeah, so now the blink is expanded. The aeroplanist can be a bit more like relaxed knowing that there's no more blink, but Cinnamon Roll will still have to like try and get closer to aeroplanist because the aeroplanist manages to use his second jetpack to get into the ruins. So currently Cinnamon Roll just don't have the distance he needs to down Mint here fast enough. So currently this aeroplanist is actually dragging quite some time here, Sneaky.
Yes, he's dragging a lot of time for the team right now, and he still have one more jetpack on him to use, which is saving because he don't really have to use it now, and which he just used. And looking at this, I think he will catch up with him really quick and put the the pellet. Oh, but he went through, so at least aeroplanist was down. If not, it's a really bad momentum for Cinnamon Roll.
Yeah, I can tell that if that pallet slam worked, that would have been a huge disaster for Cinnamon Roll. But currently, like, we're gonna be seeing that it's actually a free cyber situation in total. So I don't know about you, but I feel like the survivors are definitely like placed themselves in getting at least a tie, potentially a free escape if they play this right.
There's very good chance for the survivors right now, and Captain Kun on that first officer coming for the rescue. Go away, don't get the double down there. Okay, nice. And Cinnamon Roll is focusing on that aeroplanist there. Can you try to get another hit to go to tier 2? Try to hit again. Nice.
Yeah, we can see Sneaky definitely like put her competitiveness back in for a second. Hold on, but the Antiquarian is here. The Antiquarian looking to harass and drag for more time. Let's see maybe able to get it off though. So let's see, can he able to block this hit? Another swipe, but this block matters. But they're allowing the aeroplane to get in the pallet and able to get the slam over there though. Yes, the Antiquarian got hit, but the aeroplane is still alive.
Yes, and he's buying time for the aeroplane to cut in the last 2 cycles ongoing, and another pallet stamp. Wow, incredible by the survivors there, and the Antiquarian is now down. Now he should focus on getting that Meet My Love onto the chair.
Yeah, and actually at this point, this might very well be a format endgame because remember, ladies and gentlemen, Mint is only on his second chair situation. So we'll have to see how Cinnamon Roll is going to play this off because the one saving grace is the little cat is like right next to him. So we'll have to see how he's going to utilize this situation because the ciphers are already primed, so things are not looking too good for him at this point.
Yes, he's now able to spot out Little Boy, and Little Boy even has the Titaner, but I think the Antiquarian is going for the save there, and now there are 4 men ready for endgame. Hello, stun?
Stun. Oh my goodness,
stun.
what on earth? Yeah, what on earth am I witnessing in this game, Sneaky? Like right now with this triple stun, there's nothing Cinnamon Roll can do at the moment but waiting. Goes for a hit here, is able to get the hit and end the little cat's like time of swiping, but Cinnamon Roll knows that he cannot like balloon and chair the Antiquarian or else the other 3 will escape. So he's making a mad dash and look at that, because Mint is trying to rush towards the gate, so there's a possibility that Mint might get cut off here.
Could he find Mint because the door gate is open? The Antiquarian couldn't stand up right now. Wow, the first officer. Oh, the cheerleader there. Oh, but he has to find Mint My Love because 2 survivors at the gate. There's no one to help the Antiquarian heal up. He just have to find Mint My Love, put him on the chair. He still have chance. He has to find Mint My Love though.
Yeah, and here's the other thing, is that everyone actually rushed out and he's able to get down the cheerleader. So I'm not really certain what happened. I guess they really want to try and like get a free escape or potentially a 4-man. But now that the little boy is going down here, the situation has changed entirely though. So this seems to be like a bit of a all-out situation ongoing for JJ's survivor currently.
Yes, Cinnamon Roll has to put Little Boy as inside as possible, away from the open gate. But it's survivors opening the last gate, but keep in mind his detention is going off soon, expiring soon. So anything will happen right now.
Yeah, right now
But
they
the
have
gate
to
is
protect
open.
this Antiquarian. This Antiquarian cannot get hit here, but nope, still able to get the hit on the Antiquarian, and they're trying to get the Antiquarian crawled out. Can they though? They're gonna force heal. I think they're trying to do the situation, but never mind. Antiquarian did manage to get out here, so I think this is going to be a tie.
what a nice job from Cinnamon Roll to get a tie for himself. Trying all opportunities to get the tie there because it was looking to a very bad endgame when he got triple stun at the pallet there. You saw that, the 2 hits and then the pallet stun. So it was crazy. It forced him to change target to the Antiquarian, but the Antiquarian didn't have any more items there, so he went down immediately afterwards. And afterwards, he immediately went out to find opportunities for himself, and the cheerleader took that detention hit and went down there. Nobody was able to save him, and Melpai was able to get to the other gate and get one more survivor. So it was really, really good job for the Melpai side.
Yeah, I was on edge of my seat the entire time. So here's some statistics. One thing to note here, the aeroplanist managed to contain the hunter for 120 seconds because he managed to use the jetpacks with the help of cheerleaders like Pom Pom very effectively. And the Antiquarian managed to like rescue twice and had 3 pallet strikes. Just oh my goodness, Little Cat really performed very well, able to save his teammates and also able to just like get the slam and help the survivors contain for a lot of time.
On the other hand, looking at Opera Singer, he destroyed 8 pallets and knocked down the survivor 9 times and 15 strikes and 1 terror shock, which achieved him the tie here. So he did his job. This is Hospital, by the way, so the survivor should be trying to get the advantage for the team here for in Hospital. So getting that tie there for Cinnamon Roll, he has done his job good enough, and it's time for his survivors to shine.
Yeah, and it's definitely considered more of a win situation for him, considering that things were looking bad for him and it was a 4-man endgame. But while we're at it, so here's a quick reminder of the current score. Currently, GH still is in the lead by 11-9. There's still a 2-point lead from the very first round. So this means one thing. For FT's Hunter, or rather for FT's Survivor, they must get a free escape in the very last round. Because if they don't get it, then they're going to lose.
Yes, I'm kind of guessing that FT actually picked this map for Cinnamon Roll to try to tie and the survivors try to go for more. I'm actually guessing this is a map picked by FT actually. So, and I don't think it should be hard for them to tie. I mean, for the 3 escape, because you see here, they will definitely ban God J's IV and Opera Singer. And afterwards, oh, but God J has Hermit to use, so actually it's anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, I was about to say that God J has a Hermit, so we definitely should be a bit wary of this Hermit though. But first of all, I agree with you, Opera Singer and Ivy will probably be banned in this map. So I'm trying to think here, like, Wax Artist is not good at this map, so it might be a Hermit. So I think the survivors would definitely have to like cater and like adjust their team comps to prepare for this Hermit, considering that they have to get a free escape.
And this is a very survivor-based map, so the survivor should be getting more points for the team for this map. And look at this, game people that is not very good on this map because they are very high walls area, which is very good hiding areas, and Max artists can't function. So I think Godji will be looking for the Hermit, and the survivor should try to pick characters with more blood or healers.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Like probably Barmaid being one, Psychologist being another, and actually surprisingly Professor too. Because Professor's like his trait, he can also like tank 1 damage that's fewer than 0.5, which is going to actually be very effective when it comes to shared damage here.
No, God J has Bloody Queen.
Oh
God J needs to tie only. So the Professor against Bloody Queen. So
Professor
for God
Main,
J,
say hi.
Also meant anything because he just need to tie, but the survivors has to go for 3 escape. So I would say that he needs to go for more healers. He actually counters both the Bloody Queen and the Hermit. But to say that there's the Night Watch here, Night Watch is not scared of this.
Yeah, you remind me of one thing, yeah.
Or maybe God J could go for that Bonbon, who is not scared of those healers too. So there's many options for God J when it comes to tying. It's just a survivor side, the BP, they really need to find characters that counters most of God J's character pool here.
Yeah, but that would be hard because like while we're talking, we realized that there's actually a lot of options for God J. So if FT wants this free escape, they definitely have to consider anything and everything. So we're going to be heading on to what is potentially the last match. So the anti-Korean and the female dancer are going to be banned as no surprise here, opera singer and Ivy are gone. So let's see what FT will be picked because as mentioned by Sneaky, there's a lot of possibilities. So they definitely have to choose something that is going to like counter majority of God J's character pool.
Surely. They need that 3 escape, so they need a harasser. So I'm guessing they might pick out the prospector here. And perhaps a mercenary, I'm guessing.
Yeah, actually those two are very good picks. And because like we talked that the God J has a hermit, Prospector in one way also counters the hermit because if played effectively, he can use his magnets to cancel out the stuns. But then again, like also as you mentioned, God J also has the Bloody Queen. So it really just it's like a pick your poison situation. But I guess they can maybe like still Prospector, like still counter hermit and have flywheel effect to counter the BQ. I feel like this might be a possible strategy here maybe.
Yeah, because looking to a 3% escape, just in case someone goes down too early, you really need a harasser to drag time. So it's like just in case your team needs help, you need a harasser. If you don't really need a 3-man escape, you don't really need the harasser. So you see the prospector and the psychologist to counter that hermit.
Yeah, it's just like what Master Sneaky has said. They have indeed brought someone with very high health and a stunner in case like a bad early game happens. So, God J banned the Seer next. So far, like, do you think there's any indication on who God J is trying to play here? Because so far, I'm a bit stumped as I have no clue what God J is gonna pull out.
And the survivor picked out the Ento. Actually, will he actually pick the Bloody Queen?
I mean, I just realized that, yeah, Bloody Queen tears through both the Entomologist and the Prospector, but the only issue is that if the survivors brought flywheel effect to counter it, then this might be a different story. So we're gonna see the Officer as the last ban. So I suppose, yep, Mercy the last pick. There you have it. Now with the full team comp, like who do you think God J is gonna pull out now? Because he only needs a tie here.
Yeah, he only needs a tie here, so he should go for a... It's really tough because there's the Prospector, so Iron is difficult. Bloody Queen works fine. Hermit is fine if he's confident that he can down the survivors. He will hit them, then sure. But I'm guessing the survivors will be all on flywheel, so perhaps anything will work. Even Night Watch.
Oh, yeah, actually Night Watch, I just realized Night Watch is the king of ties too. And actually like what I like about the Night Watch is that most of the time there isn't something that's particularly hard counter against Night Watch. Like Night Watch is a character where it works like almost against anything. So considering that God J only needs a tie to win for his team. But hold on a second. Oh yes, I actually just realized Soul Weaver got buffed in this meta. First of all, her acceleration time got increased, and second of all, like it's easier for her to place webs. And considering that she can also spit in endgame, she's also a very tight hunter. Why didn't I realize this?
Yeah, how could I forget about God J's spider, his iconic spider, and he's not worried about the prospectors harass because he would just put the weave the survivor.
Yeah, exactly. And he's also not afraid of like Prospector in chase, because with the 3 stacks of acceleration, it can get the hit before the magnets even activate, and not afraid of flywheel effect too. So if the survivors had a lot of flywheel effects, it won't work against a Soul Weaver.
Yeah, and looking at this, Prospector is in the hospital, Shadow in the ruins, Adi on the right side and Mini Bulu at the front gate.
Oh, Soul Weaver at the bottom right. So between the mercenary and the psychologist, so I think like it seems that Gotje is definitely gonna aim after the psychologist first, because the psychologist had like nothing to kite with. So she does have an extra health, but no items, so it should be relatively easier to target her, I suppose.
Yes, and Adi has to be the hero of his team for this game. He's so crucial for that 3-man escape. And I'm guessing that everyone is on that flywheel to dodge the spiders the speed. So I'm thinking that it could go both sides. So I'm Sneaky, and together with me is John. We are going to the last game, potential last game of FT versus GH, second half, sorry.
Alright, we're gonna head into the game now, and right off the bat, Gotje is gonna go after Adi as we predicted. But for the personas here, we do actually see 2 broken windows, which actually doesn't make it too bad against a Soul Weaver, because I suppose that a Soul Weaver is not that effective against broken windows, from what I know.
Definitely. All hunters with speed are not too worried about that broken window. So especially for Spider, is all the more not afraid of that broken window, but rather the flywheel to dodge the speed.
I suppose, like, I'm not too certain, because like I've seen around some Soul Weaver mains say, and they say that they're not afraid of flywheel because Soul Weaver's attack recovery is fast with webs. So if they fly with, they can just get the hit. But for broken windows, they're more afraid though, because of that, the Soul Weaver's webs, they're limited, like they'll eventually run out. So they're afraid of the speed boost, because once their webs run out, then they're just like rely on barefoot.
Definitely. So for this case, I will guess that Gotje, for this lineup actually, I feel like it's more tilting towards Gotje to get that tie. If the survivors are looking for a tie, it's definitely possible. But going for the 3-man is slightly difficult for the survivors. Looking at the psychologists will be kiting first, and it's really difficult for the psychologists to do a rebound kite against a spider.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that Soul Weaver can just save up her web, so she'll have to be relying, like, psychologist here will have to rely on herself. So right off the bat, Gotje after the psychologist going to be a bit of a mind game, trying to trick Adi off position. But Adi being very solid here, managing to like maintain the composure and just not get mind gamed here. So Gotje currently is in no hurry, just going to wander around and trying to save up webs in the meantime, so he can get the burst he needs to down the psychologist.
And we see the entomologist bees in play and see how it could support this psychologist, and psychologist has to leave this area when the pallet's been destroyed. And now Gotje is looking for areas to set his spider webs.
Yeah, but doesn't seem like it, because the Soul Weaver's webs pushed it backwards. So now there's a bit of a distance. Gotje is going to use another webs, but unfortunately for him, the psychologist already vaulted his way out. So currently, Gotje just cannot find the opening, and he misses another web over there. So currently, Gotje just cannot land a hit on Adi, and he's like relatively low on webs. So I do not think this is looking too good for Gotje at the moment. As Blink goes in.
And he started with the blink hit there. So looking at this, one cipher is already popped, so it's looking like a slow game for Gotje at the moment.
Yeah, it is indeed looking a very slow game, especially considering the fact that the Prospector is also already here preparing to harass. It seems as the survivors really want to do whatever it takes to get this free man here, and Soul Weaver breaking the pallet is going to continue to find the psychologist, but there is a bit of a distance, so Gotje, oh never mind, still manages to find Adi and create trapping him with this area, and he's just looking Oh, got the burst, got the webs. Let's see, can he get it though? A bit of a back and forth situation to land that hit. And oh my goodness, there's a Terra Shock here, Sneaky. That changes everything in one swipe.
That changed everything in the swipe. Wow. That Terra Shock brought all momentum back to God J for that tie. Wow.
Yeah, because the thing is that even if he got hit, he could still have kited. But now that he got down here, like, things are going to be different. So, well, God J currently wandering around, and we do see that the mercenary Mini Blue is already preparing to rescue. And God J may be looking to try and get like more hits onto Mini Blue. Wanted a Terra Shock, not being able to get the pull off. But Sneaky, like, looking at this situation, we see that one Cypher is still like relatively behind. So I'm not sure. I think that the Cyphers are going to be a bit lacking considering they need a free escape though.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit lacking. So we need Yush to do something to drag time right now. I think he's approaching. I think he's coming for the second save, is it? But if he comes for the second save, then it's very difficult for him to harass because he will be injured.
Yeah, but he still has free magnets, so he definitely will have to make his free magnets count. Though, currently we can see that Gotchi is just patiently waiting, saving up webs, being like, no matter who comes in, I am getting Addy out no matter what. Meanwhile, the Prospector's rushing in, just wanting to like do everything he can to keep this alive. And the Entomologist is also here too. The whole family is here wanting to protect the Soul Weaver, protect the Psychologist, and able to launch the Soul Weaver backwards. So currently, there's still a possibility as the Cyphers are taking and topping, and goes for the Blink hit here, and gets the down.
He has to protect him at all costs, at all costs. Don't let him weave it. 94, 96, 97, 98, 99, and the Cypher fully pop. Wow, good job, nice job.
Yeah, but let's see, can he down the Psychologist here though? If he can down it, still might be it. It's able to get it down, but here's the thing. Blink has already been expended and everyone is rushing at the other side. So I think this would very well be a free man because the Prospector should about to be arrived and Soul Weaver does not have anything.
Wow, look at the survivors, they are all at the other gate and the gate is open. There's no way Godjack could have stopped them anymore. So look at this, a 3-man escape. We are going for overtime.
Oh my goodness. That's the only thing I can really say. And actually, like, one thing I wanted to note out is that when the Psychologist got blinked down and the Prospector forced healing, at that time the Cyphers were not yet primed. So actually, if Godjay just hit over there, the Cyphers wouldn't have been popped and he could have eliminated the Psychologist there. But I guess he thought that the Cyphers were primed, so he wanted to split then Cocoon. But the Prospector knew it, so that's a magnet to launch the Soul Weaver backwards to just create the opening to get the pop.
Yeah, it was really difficult for the Hunter to decide there whether how much the Cypher progress is it still lacking, is it going to be prime? So it was difficult for him to gauge accurately. So looking at this, Adi has kited 126 seconds, Yush 46 seconds, Shadow 0 seconds, I don't think they met, and Mini Blue 28 seconds.
Yep, Psychologist definitely dragged for quite long because it was such a very good early game for the Psychologist. Like, managing to maintain the composure. Like, there was actually a bit of a fright when the Psychologist got Terror Shocked, but the Entomologist and the Prospector together, they managed to reverse that, and it was just amazing that they managed to pull this off a free escape.
Yeah, like I said earlier before, the Psychologist really need to stand up and be the hero, and we could see that Yush and Adi was the hero of this game to make that 3 escape. While we also don't forget that Ento support as well from Shadow.
Yep. So we're gonna head into the scoreboard straight away. So GH 12 and FT 12, we're all tied up. Game 1, GH won 5-3. Game 3, FT won 5-3, and it's tie. So we're gonna be heading into overtime. And overtime is where, like, this is gonna be the last round no matter what. But overtime is also where things change, because time is also in the favor time. Is that correct?
Yes. So whoever who comes up should try to aim for a tie first. The survivor should try to drag time. The hunter should try to eliminate faster for whoever is coming up first. And whoever comes up later, based on the time and number of kills earlier, you change your strategy respectively.
Yep, this is sure indeed an intense game as we're gonna head into overtime and the second overtime in Free BO3s. This is such an exciting, amazing IVA. Anyways, we're gonna take a quick break and a bit of a rest, and we'll see everyone after the break. See you in a bit, everyone.
It's with all men in life.
No pushing. Next!
A cartographer who believes in the visions her father witnessed firsthand at sea. But the strangest one of all is a wealthy sponsor who keeps himself out of the media. The truth behind the tragedy 25 years ago is anything but simple. The culprit is somewhere on this ship, hiding among us.
Our destination is clear, and the route is unchanged. I believe we will all find what we seek on this journey.
Successful collection of samples. Begin extracting and separating the toxins. I can finally restart the experiment. The subjects are in position. Now it's time for the second toxicity test. They seem to have different visions. That leaves us with one last variable.
Hi guys, I'm Lavi.
My name is BK Boy Rule. I am from Malaysia.
Hi, I'm Gummy from South Korea.
My name is Invisible Jong, and I come from Hong Kong.
My name is Nikki, and I'm from Southeast Asia.
Hello visitors, I am Kuroshiro and I will be your IVA caster for this summer.
My hobby is singing and play Identity V.
Hobbies. I like watching movies. I like hanging out with friends, drawing. I like taking pictures. I like eating. I'm a huge esports fan.
One of my hobbies is to do photography.
Probably char kway teow. I mean, can't go wrong with a classic char kway teow. It's just comfort food, you know?
I don't really have a favorite food, you could say. If it tastes good, it's my favorite food. Simple, but I do really like foods with lots of spice.
My favorite food is BBQ pork, which is called char siu in Hong Kong. It is dark red at the outside and light colored inside, and it has a sweet and salty flavor at the same time.
I've been playing Identity V for almost 4 years now.
I've been playing Identity 5 for around 3 years.
I started playing Identity V around COVID, so it's been about 4 to 5 years. And since I've been playing for so long, I thought it might be a fun and new experience to try and become a commentator for tournaments.
I did get an A badge for Undead in Asia server.
For my achievement relating to Identity V, I am a hunter main, and I used to main Wu Chang, and have once been an A badge Wu Chang in the NA-EU region. I also joined the competitive scene of IDV, as I was the coach of an NA-EU team named YHB.
I played in several competitions as hunter, and I have my jersey with me here. Casting is one area I've never touched upon.
And also money. I love money, dude. I love money. Golden Retriever Boy by King Mala.
So the song that I'm currently listening to is Mind Over Matter by Young Legend. Very good song, I recommend it.
My favorite song is a Chinese song called Hao Hao from Mayday. This song has a very nice tone.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please stand?
Mr. Nuri, because for
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Overtime. I'm your caster, Invisible Joan, and joined by me is the, pointed, knowledgeable Sneaky. And the two of us are going to be bringing you the final round between GH and FT here. And now we're heading into overtime where all things are tied up now.
Yes, and it's have been so intense since the first game. So we could really see that these two teams are really close in terms of their skills and their professional levels and their discipline and everything. So this upcoming overtime match will be so exciting.
Yes, and as we mentioned before the break, like the difference between overtime, like normal rounds, is that time is in the matter. So I think when time is in factor, then there are certain hunters that are much more likely to appear. Maybe like because there are certain like time dragging hunters like Hermit, Clerk, Wax Artist. So maybe those would be like having a likely appearance here, maybe?
I would say they will ban the Hermit, the IV, and Opera Singer.
Oh yeah, definitely. They do not want to see like any sort of drag hunters, because like here, if both sides like have the same escape, then time will be the factor. But then again, it is still the points first, time next. So because of the BO4, with time here and with more global ban characters, as we can see, this would definitely be like a different element of strategy, as there'll be more hunter bans too.
Definitely. And for survivors here, they really need to get out as fast as they could. So the survivors should try to look for characters they can decode fast, because every second counts.
Yep, every second counts indeed. And but despite 300 bans, we can see that the Soul Weaver also got banned too. So they actually let out the Hermit. And like we actually talked about this just now, is that Hermit is strong in overtime because his ability to drag for time. I think FT are either very confident that they can free or for escape GH's Hermit, or they're confident that they can deal with this Hermit very well here, maybe. So I wonder what survivors would they pick first, seeing that they're comfortable against a Hermit.
Yes, and Chinatown's a big map, but Chinatown's a decent map for Hermit. So even if, I was just worried that even if you get a 3-man escape, God J will still drag a lot of time. So it's really difficult when Cinnamon Roll comes up later.
Yes, this is exactly like also what both Sneak and I mentioned, and why we thought the Hermit would be banned, because even though if you get a free escape and you get dragged a lot of time, then it still might be a bit of a problem later. So we do see that the Mercenary and the Entomologist are selected. So I can see why the Ento got selected here, because Entomologist, I believe, is like decent against both the Wax Artist and the Hermit, I presume.
It does work, but the best that work against the Hermit is definitely those who can heal, like Psychologist, or which is Ben and the Barmaid, or even the Doctor.
Oh yeah, but Cheerleader ban here. Actually, Cheerleader is like 50-50 against the Hermit and the Wax Artist, because like don't forget, like God J does have a Wax Artist, and he played it a preliminary round. And Wax Artist is also very good in dragging for time here, and the Seer pick is also selected. Like who do you think is God J gonna select now based on so far? If it's up to me to guess, I think maybe the Wax, because Wax works against the Seer.
Oh, he actually banned out that barmaid. Is he also considering hermit? I'm guessing he will either go for the wax artist, the hermit, or the night watch, who is all really powerful on this map. Or unless he wants to go for Poland to cipher control.
Actually, any of those is possible. If it's up to me to think, I think Night Watch is less possible in relativity, just because the Night Watch doesn't have that strong of a field control, while the others have a very high potential in dragging out for time. But now that we have the full team cord, I want to hear your thoughts on this, Nikki. Let's hear the Master's thoughts.
Master, maybe he's not there yet, but my little take is that if he wants to go for example, Night Watch, because he thinks this team is very easy to play against, then he needs to go for those 3 kills or more kills. So he tries to go faster kills in perhaps 4 kills. Because for 4 kills, you see which hunter kill faster. But looking at these two teams, trying to get a 4 kill from this survivor is so difficult. So I suppose as hunter, you should aim for a tie first and try to drag as long as possible.
Yes, especially considering the fact that FT survivors, they performed very well, or rather both team survivor also performed very well throughout today. So GodJ, if wanting to make an opening on FT survivors, he definitely have to create a very good chance, or he just have to play it safe and maybe aim for a tie and just drag time, because really extra time is all about time, I suppose.
For sure, you really need to drag that time. So GodJ wax artists to drag time. I will suppose he will try to do cipher control to force the survivors to open extra ciphers, so to waste survivors' time, also to drag time, and also to find opportunities, perhaps to get that 3 or 4 kill.
Oh yes, because don't forget, because even though it's about time though, if you get a 3 to 4 man elimination, none of it is going to matter towards the end. So we're going to be seeing the spawns mercenary at the center, coordinator dancing around. So Seer will be at bottom and Tamar just at right, and it seems like the whole team are dancing around there just trying to decide, because they know that this game is so crucial and this will be the survivor team's last game, so they have to do whatever they can to bring as much of an advantage to their team as possible, as they definitely want to get out as fast as possible with a multiple escape.
Yes, and GodJ is at the bottom area near to the umbrella gate, so I suppose he might be going for Yush the Seer first.
Yes, I actually do think that he would go for Yush the Seer first, because Seer's owl is actually not too effective against the wax artist, because even if you use the owl to block, it won't necessarily clean out your wax level, so that makes the Seer a relatively good first chase. So I think GodJ here, actually we just talked about Warp when we started off the day. Do you think Warp would be in play here?
He could, they definitely could, but if we want to go against a Seer, he could, because it's very fast. He could disturb cipher progress for others because he's confident he will get the Seer without the blink.
Yeah, definitely. So, ladies and gentlemen, just a quick reminder, this is an overtime situation. So no matter what this would be the last game for GodJ and the FT survivors. So definitely stay tuned on your seat and prepare for this upcoming match, right, Sneaky?
Yes, and I'm Sneaky, and together with me is John, and we are going straight into the game.
Yep, so I actually had a quick glimpse. It's going to be Insolence, Fast Pallet Breaking, and I think that is indeed Warp, maybe? Or Excitement, I'll see in a bit. But GodJ is going to be wandering around the map, just trying to find his best possible target. It's going to pass by where the Seer was, but the Seer transitioned far away. So it's going to head straight for Addy's coordinator. So I wonder, I my apologies, I can't see what trait that GodJ brought, but GodJ is inching closer and closer towards the entomologist, or the coordinator, trying to catch her off position, but coordinator being very stable here and just not letting out any distance. And this is indeed Warp that's brought by GodJ.
Yes, so whatever distance that they travel after shooting the gun, he will catch up in a second. And the gun there.
Yep, exactly. There goes the hit, but let's see what warp be in place though. Doesn't seem like it. If Gotcha is gonna walk on barefoot, wanting to like wax. 97 wax. Is he able to get? Yep, able to get the wax. But will the Sears out come in play though? Oh, Sears out gonna come in play. Gotcha knows that he cannot hit now. So he's just looking to just land as much wax as possible before like trying to get it down.
Yes, and nice Frozen. Nice Ento there, the support to protect RD. So now looking at this, all 3 ciphers are going to be finished, and Coordinator is taking the first hit here.
Yeah, this is actually a near free cyber kind of situation. Adi is doing a very good job killing, and the survivors actually did a very good teamwork from the Sears Owl and the entomologist beast. So with that, the Coordinator is finally gonna go down, but definitely dragged a lot of time. So currently, like in free ciphers and all ciphers being popped, do you think that Gotcha can still tie from this situation though? Because things are not looking too good for him currently.
There's chance, but he really needs to put wax on the cipher to protect the cipher. But I think Mini Blue is nearby. But you see, the problem here is the Coordinator. He could sit on a chair literally forever.
Ah yes, Coordinator, the trait that allows her to sit on a chair. So Adi is going to be running towards the corner far away because he does not want to like disrupt his teammates, because like the last 2 ciphers are very far apart, so he wants to die the corner and make sure that Gotcha cannot wax the ciphers. And right now Gotcha is just standing still because there's nothing he can really do. The last 2 ciphers are not close to him, so he cannot even try and wax the survivor cipher.
Actually, from this, you could see the discipline of the FD survivors. From round 1 to round 4, they never give any chance to Gotcha to protect the cipher, to disrupt the cipher process.
Yeah, this is some amazing discipline right now. And actually, Mini Blue goes for backdoor rescue because like the Gotcha walked a bit far, but Gotcha here wants to wax the mercenary into high wax level because the cipher is not yet primed, so the mercenary realizes it's going to teleport away. But hold on, if the hot wax is gonna get hit, anything might change because now goes it down, and the ciphers are 99 and is able to get the pull off. What talk about a nick of time here.
But look at that time. Even if Gotcha get a tie here, it's 3 minutes and 20 seconds each only. So he needs to drag as much time as he can. Try to protect the gate first. Protect the gate first. Try to protect the gate first.
Yeah, Gotcha has to be very careful in his choices to either try and block the gate or to try and get down here, because like he definitely have to consider both time and elimination because he cannot afford to get free escape. So right now we can see that the gate are to be done, and yeah, it doesn't seem like the mercenary can really escape through the dungeon. Oh, they're just standing still, but hold on, I feel like the mercenary should just surrender.
Yeah, I was saying. You know, at that point of time, at endgame, for Gotcha, there's a mercenary with no items, there's a seer with no items, there's an entomologist who will actually down anyone to get that tie. So his job there actually is to protect the gate first from opening to drag more time. Because when the gate is open, the ciphers leave, the ciphers will just, surrender.
Yeah, and actually that was what I was thinking. I guess he was just a bit like worried that if he just tried to charge the gate, because at this point, like when he warped, there's still a considerable distance between him and the gate. I guess maybe he was afraid of if he tried to like get close, he couldn't find anyone and the survivors would get a free escape. But we're gonna head into the statistics here. So the Coordinator managed to kite for 88 seconds, Mercenary 65 seconds, and like we can see that the decoding progress are very good for all the survivors, and they just all did everything they can to rush the gates and rush it out.
Yes, you could see only the Coordinator and Mercenary saw Gotcha with 88 seconds on the Contained Hunter and 65 seconds respectively. And then again, I need to emphasize how well FD distribute the cipher progress and how each team knows exactly that they cannot disrupt their teammates' decoding process. Straight from the first round to this 4th round, they didn't give Gotcha any chance to camp out the ciphers.
Yeah, actually very, very close towards the free escape, but fortunately that Gotcha managed to pull off the camp at the end. So here's a quick reminder on the score. Currently, the BO3 second half was, or BO4 first half was a tie. So this means that GH's survivor coming up next, they will either have to like get a freeman escape or escape faster with a tie than just now. But from what I recall, it was like early 4 minutes, which is relatively fast. So maybe for GH, they would want to go for a free escape, I suppose.
Yes, that's why the 3 minutes is too fast. I think it's barely 4 minutes if I'm not wrong, which is so fast. There's so much pressure on the survivor there. So I think the best way is for the survivor to try to get the 3 escape and not aim for the tie, because it's really difficult to 3 escape within 4 minutes there.
Yeah, free escape within 4 minutes and something, it's going to, or rather tie within 4 minutes, and like it's going to be very hard because of the like you have to be very, very fast. So I think they probably just want the free escape for GH's survivor. So for FT's hunter, he'll probably just play a tie hunter and just like, you know, play for tie, and as soon as he got one man eliminated, he'll just drag for time, make sure it's over 4 minutes, then he can just like secure another one.
Yep. And it's a decent chance for Cinnamon Roll to here end the game on a victory. He either will have to tie after 4 minutes or get anything more than a tie for himself. Well, GH survivors, they either have to tie after 4 minutes or get the 3-man or 4-man escape.
Yep, definitely. So I am actually like wondering what are we going to be seeing next though, because Cinnamon Roll Meow Pie, we know that he actually has tie hunters. We've seen him with the Disciple, and like the Disciple is a very strong tie hunter. And in the later rounds where like Opera, the Shadow are going to be prioritized ban, maybe we can see him play like the Disciple, a tie hunter, drag, and just tie. So I think for GH survivors, they are the ones that have to step this game up, considering how fast the tie was.
For sure. Because they have to aim for that 3 escape right now. And you know, sometimes when you try to set the bar too high initially, you easily make mistakes and it goes snowball and you lose from there. So having those pressure, like you come in with, we must get a 3 escape or something similar, just adds pressure to the survivors. But on the other hand, our survivors are professional players who is very disciplined with a calm mindset. So I'm sure they could make the best out of this situation.
Yep, you've been a hunter player before, like a competitive player before. So you know how important it is to stay calm and don't like get rushed or too much pressure, or else like once you get too pressure, it'll be easy to make mistakes and snowball from it, right?
Yes, you're exactly right. And now for Melpie, he just have to pick any tie hunter he's comfortable with and just drag time. He will pick the abnormal, just drag time. Actually, it's very easy to drag after 4 minutes, to be fair. Because at 3:20-ish is accelerated decoding, and they immediately prime after that, just now, and immediately start opening the gate and all, so it was a 4-minute game. So honestly, to have a 4-minute game or longer for the hunter isn't a very difficult thing.
Yeah, so I think for Meow Pie, he is probably more aiming towards securing this tie. Because like, if you get free, how long you manage to drag for. So here, I think the mindset for Cinnamon Roll coming up is to try and just get a tie and like forget about the time. And for GH, I really don't think it's a good idea for them to calculate time. Just aim for a free man here. Because like the thing is that if you set the bar a bit low, and normally you will perform under the bar, then it will be too much to come back from. So I think it's better for them to set the bar at a free escape.
Yeah, but the point is, if you set the bar too high, sometimes, you know, you get too much pressure. The pressure really adds on and become really difficult for them. So I think they could easily calculate the time. So just now, for round 1, they pop the cipher roughly 10 seconds or so after accelerated decoding. So for GH survivors, if they are unable to top the cipher so quickly, then they roughly have a gauge of how slow or how fast they are as compared to the first round.
Yeah, I think both sides definitely know the approximate time. So I think they know that if time probably won't matter too much, it's probably just a game of free escape. So we're going to be heading into like the very last match here. And this will be the very last match no matter what, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure to let out your support to all these players right here. As currently we're waiting on Cinnamon Roll banning the Seer and the Coordinator. Meanwhile, the survivors banning Opera, Shadow, and the Hermit. It seems that they also don't want to see any time-dragging hunters in play here.
Correct. I think this is the best ban for them. The Opera, the IV, and the Hermit. And for Cinnamon Roll, he just banned the Coordinator and the Seer.
Yep. So we're currently waiting on the GH Survivor pick. So we actually talked about the conditions, but we haven't really talked about like what GH would pick. Seeing that they would be aiming for a free escape, who do you think they're going to be picking here? I think they have to pick for something more fighting here, probably.
That Prospector and Psychologist was very needed. So the Harasser, our little cat on Prospector to harass the Hunter to drag time. And the Psychologist, if she's out there decoding, she could help to heal the Prospector just in case Prospector get injured during his harass.
Yeah, actually, like we actually see the Prospector a lot today because Prospector, his magnets are all very strong. And oh, Cinnamon Roll here banning the Fort. I think Cinnamon Roll does not want to see any fighting hunters or fighting survivors here that can potentially get a free escape. So Cheerleader will be selected next. But based on this BP so far, like, what do you think Cinnamon Roll is leaning towards playing here?
He can't take forward. Not very clear at this point. But for his last ban, he should be banning probably First Officer. No, wait. Either Wilding or Gravekeeper. Yeah. Oh, the Aeroplanist is opening the Rescuers, the Survivors. He's thinking the Survivors won't be picking the Rescuer. They will go for Aeroplanist for the last pick, maybe.
Yeah. I'm trying to also think here because like Cinnamon Roll lets out the Rescuers and he does not like the Aeroplanist and the Forward, which are both transitional characters. So I think he's like trying to select a hunter that's more like the walking type that doesn't transition too fast, maybe. I think this is like a huge mystery at this point, so I can't wait to see what would Cinnamon Roll go in the end.
Yeah, looking at this, it's pretty unclear what he wants to pick, but he just needs a tie. He'll go for that Night Watch actually. Night Watch with Insolence.
Yep. Night Watch with Insolence. Yeah, actually it does seem tieable here because like it's very easy to like when we think about overtime, it's easy to be too like focused on time that we forgot you can just like get the point victory. But I think GH is the one that really needs the free escapes, and in order for them to achieve it, I would think this Prospector is going to be the key of this game here for certain.
For certain. If his survivor teammates get down too fast, he needs to be there on time to harass, to buy time. Just like the game against Scott J Spider earlier, I think it was used on the Prospector.
Oh yeah, actually that recorded that game where FT survivors clutched a free escape in order for them to get to overtime. So I guess GH here wants to kindly repay the favor. They're going to be like, your Prospector brought us into the overtime, well I'm gonna do the same to you. So ladies and gentlemen, definitely let out your chats and let out your cheers because this is going to be one intense battle.
Definitely. And Little Cat is very good on that Prospector. So we'll see how he plays out here. But just in case, he might be chased first actually.
Yeah, so Gamekeeper here. Let's see, it actually does make sense that Gamekeeper like still pretty strong in the meta despite the nerf. So, but Gamekeeper, like Gravekeeper, is strong against Gamekeeper though. But Cinnamon Roll only needs a tie here. So, what are the odds? Because I think Cinnamon Roll does, like against this team comp, relatively shouldn't be too hard if it's just a tie and drag time.
Yeah, so he needs to drag time. So it's best as long as he could put one survivor beside the Cypher to camp, he's on his good way to win this. So we could see Plug Name in the middle as the Gravekeeper, and Little Cat at the bottom at the front gate, and Little Boy deciding, oh, he's on the 2-story house. No, he's still deciding.
Oh, back and forth. Because like this is the last game, so I guess they want to be a bit more careful. So, gonna lock it in. Little Boy at the left, Cheerleader at the top, Prospector at the bottom, and Cinnamon Roll spawning between the Cheerleader and the Psychologist. Though both are possible chases, I personally would believe Cheerleader might be the first chase because her speed boost isn't really anything against a Gamekeeper.
And whoever's on his first chase must be careful of his teammates' Cypher progress because Cypher progress really matters here and every second counts. The last thing you want to do is to let Cinnamon Roll hang your teammates beside your Cypher.
Yeah, so I think they probably just play for free escape because I think it's hard to like Cypher rush against a Gamekeeper trying to drag. Because like Gamekeeper can even just place traps at the gates, then they're forced to break it, then that's more time gone. So I think there's just a lot of ways for a Gamekeeper to drag time, so really just play for a free escape here.
Definitely. And here I'm Sneaky and together with me is Jong, and we are looking into the last game for between GH and FT, our extra time overtime round, second half.
Alright, we're heading into the very last game. As I mentioned, this will be the last game no matter what, so everyone in the audience, keep your cheers and your seats up, and we're gonna be seeing Cinnamon Roll going to head straight for the cheer. Actually, did head for the cheerleader straight away, but he seems to be like rotating around, trying to sniff out any targets instead. And the survivors are currently all scattered apart each other. They do not want to get found, but the downside of doing this is that the time would definitely be slower. So I think they also knows that they're just wanting a free escape now. A Cinnamon Roll will be slowly trying to get his way towards the Psychologist, but doesn't seem to find someone here though.
That's why you could really tell that they were teammates. I think the GH survivors read Cinnamon Roll so well. This is more than once that they make Cinnamon Roll walk around before he could find the first target.
Yep, he's gonna finally finding Pluck Name here as Gravekeeper, but Gravekeeper is very strong against Gamekeeper because despite having the same like last name, the Gravekeeper can just dive underground. But hold on a second, there's actually Blink in play here to instantly go for the Blink. So Cinnamon Roll wants to chase this Gravekeeper down in order to eat up his Tide Turner, I suppose.
Yup, and his hook is ready. He could just hook him straight out the ground. Nice. And he gave him presents. Do you see that? And Pluck Name is going down with another hit. I think it will happen soon. He have no more items to utilize.
Didn't even need it though, and down he goes. And actually now this is a very bad situation for GH Survivor because let's see, the Gravekeeper is the only one with the Tide Turner and it got swallowed. And the other thing is that this is not even 3 ciphers. So comparing to last round, the cipher progress here are definitely slower. So at this point, getting out of time is not possible. They'll have to get a free escape no matter what, but they have no Tide here.
Like I said earlier, Cinnamon Roll put the Gravekeeper beside Little Boy's Cypher, so the Cypher progress will definitely be slower than the previous round at this point. And now he's forcing Little Boy to do the rescue.
Oh, Yep, there it is, but the Gravekeeper without Tide Turner have to rely on pure foot. The Gravekeeper doing anything he can to stay alive, wanting to prolong. Cinnamon Roll set up a trap, but hold on a second, the Prospector is here, ready to join the fight, as they know that they have to send in the whole family here to keep this Gravekeeper alive, and is able to like stun for a bit. So Little Cat will have to do whatever he can to stay alive, and there goes that hit now. As now, what the survivors have to protect this Gravekeeper at all costs, no matter what.
Yes, and Cinnamon Roll just have to focus on Plug Name and get him out of the game right now. Now the survivors are trying their best to switch with Plug Name to force Cinnamon Roll to change target right here, and a super nice stun from Little Cat. But Cinnamon Roll is still heading straight for Plug Name.
Yeah, here's the thing, they're currently dragging out a lot of time. Like, when the first down, it wasn't even 3 ciphers, and now it's actually near 4 cipher situation. So actually this could very well be a 4-man endgame if the survivors play it right. So this is currently anyone's game right now, because don't forget, if it's a free escape, GH is going to win. So Cinnamon Roll will have to be very careful here and think very carefully how does he want to play this, because he cannot let them get free escape, as now Little Cat's gonna get found.
That abnormal destroyed dreams there. There's literally no way. Yeah.
Oh,
and a
there
nice
goes the
save.
hit. Yep. So now this Gravekeeper have to stay alive before endgame, and that abnormal is so good. So let's see what the survivors will do. Get the hit on the cheerleader. So now you have to get this Gravekeeper down before endgame. The ciphers are rushing, but it's only 65% and not being able to dodge that hook. So the Gravekeeper is gonna go down. So now the Gravekeeper will be eliminated before endgame. So now the survivors will have to consider, like, how are they gonna send all 3 remaining survivors out of the gate, as that's their only chance at this point.
And wait, Cinnamon Roll has one more chance at Chair Cam. So you know, at endgame, there are 2 survivors in front of him and 1 survivor at the cipher. So no one's at the gate. So Cinnamon Roll is in good time to win this.
Yeah, because like if we look at the time, it's already 4 minutes and 30 seconds. It has definitely already passed the time last round. So this means that the only chance is to get free escape. So Cinnamon Roll only has to like hard target 1 survivor. The Prospector is gonna come in though, trying to like pull off the rescue and just like do whatever they can for a free escape. So the Hunter here, or rather the survivors here, will have to think very carefully as endgame is gonna in play, and Cinnamon Roll is continuing going hard after the cheerleader and the Prospector. As long as 1 person goes down, no matter who it is, it's going to be enough. So the survivors have to be very careful in how they're gonna play this. As the Prospector down.
Nice. I think Cinnamon Roll is going for more because he know but means my love has a pom-pom to use, so I suppose he could leave. Could he use his skill on time?
We'll have to see those, but I think it might be better for him. Yep, he's just going to go back to Balloon the Prospector and going to chair him very far away from the gates because he knows that the other side of the gate has not been touched. So even if the survivors manage to like pull off a rescue in detention, they still cannot bring him out of the gate. So Sneaky, like at this point, I think it's like a very likely like checkmate situation for GH.
Yes, and dragging the detention time out isn't really an option, but they really have to try, because if they leave right now, it's a sure lose. I'm sure they could tell that they took so much more time than the earlier round, so they all have to try. Just have to let him change target, put someone else on the chair.
Hold on. Psychologist for backdoor rescue. Cinnamon Roll did not realize it, so this actually just opened things back up because Cinnamon Roll left too far from the chair and now he's going after the psychologist instead, but the psychologist did like get on a trap. Step on a trap there that the Grave or the Gamekeeper placed there earlier. But I think like Sneaky, this changes things because even though like it's still gonna be chaired far away from the gate, but the tension's gonna run out. So the survivors definitely still have a chance at this point.
Totally. They should try to open both doors first. Both gates first. And Cinnamon Roll just to plant traps at crucial areas, especially near the dungeon. But I'm sure they will come back for the rescue. And Cinnamon Roll just have to hit the psychologist during the rescue.
So I think the survivors are going to be the harder part, but Cinnamon Roll's currently patrolling farther away from the chair. He has to be a bit careful though, because that's what costed him the free rescue last time. So Cinnamon Roll just continue like wandering around, wanting to just this time I'm not gonna let you get the psychologist away, and just trying to find whoever is coming in and just get little boy down, and the survivors have to rely on the prospector's magnets if they want to get the psycho out.
Target hit, nice! Nice drop, Cinnamon Roll here. And the little cat has to harass.
Oh, yeah, has to harass, but can he though? Oh, and able to get ahead, cancels the attack recovery over there, and now that there's no more magnets in play for the prospector, Psychologist will be sent back to the manor, and that is going to be the very last straw, because with both survivors gone and the time already over, this is going to be a game over situation, and FT has officially won this match now. Oh my goodness, that hook.
That was a really nice hook, and no matter he hook or not, it's already a win for his team. So with this hook, he will get 3 kills, which will give him the decisive victory for FT.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, at this game actually things were very intense, because early game things were not looking too good for FT's Hunter, but the GH Survivor, they turned it around. But then the gamekeeper one Abnormal turned it around once again. So congratulations goes to FT's the team for managing to pull off a reverse victory for them and managing to advance to the winner's bracket as GH descends to the loser's bracket. And just amazing performance from both factions of FT. That was such a game here, Sneaky.
Yeah, that was such a long series of games. So really congratulations to FT for winning this, for all that perseverance and discipline from round 1 all the way to round 4 and then winning this. So it was amazing job from the FT side, but we see many good plays from the GH side as well. So we could say that both teams did not really give chance, but FT fled better here. But GH is okay because they could come back later on. And looking at the stats here, Little Boy contained Hunters for 42 seconds, Mint My Love 88 seconds, Plug Name 105 seconds, and Little Cat 94 seconds.
Yep, and look at the strikes for Cinnamon Rolls here. 21 strikes with 8 knockdowns. This indeed can just prove how all out and how bloody this match was when they were just getting hits here and there, back and forth, with the Prospector reversing a bad early game that the survivors had a chance with the ciphers enough, but one last Abnormal just destroyed their dreams, as you said. So I think that Abnormal is very crucial and the decision that almost won Cinnamon Roll this match.
Yeah, so I would say the best thing done by the FT survivors is to not give God J any chance to touch their ciphers, no matter to protect it, to put wax on it, or even to abnormal it. He give no chance for God J to do that. So it's amazing job from the FT survivors side on that. And Melpai really capitalized on the fact that there was a cipher near him and abnormal that really just destroyed everything they have.
Yeah, so here's a quick recap on the score. As Game 1, FT won by 5-3, or rather GH won by 5-3. Game 2 a tie, Game 3 FT won by 5-3, and Game 4 they also won by 5-3. So a marginal difference, but it was just like the tiniest difference. And the difference was, as you said, the ciphers. FT was sure that the survivors would never go down where the Dakota ciphers are. GH failed to do this, and that was the one that costed them. So really, I think in such high tier battle and when the pros battle, the smallest marginal difference is gonna make a massive change here.
Exactly, the smallest details make all the difference. So we could see, in conclusion, FT has moved on to our upper brackets and GH to the lower brackets where they still have a chance to meet FT later on in the competition. So with that, we'll see you later.
Xin chào các bạn. Mình là Xuân Thu, mình là huấn luyện viên của team IVA Story.
สวัสดีครับผมเลตเติ้ลบอยจากทีมกูรักแฮปฟันนะครับ
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 FT 战队的阿迪选手。
Hi everyone, I'm Northern from Team Leo.
Hello everyone, my name is Kuko from Team EMP.
Hi, I'm Yuki from Team IF.
Hello everyone, I am Evo from 4AW.
Hi everyone ชื่อโยเซนะคะ เป็นกัปตันทีมของ 2TT Together Team ค่ะ
Thực sự mình cảm thấy rất là vui và một chút không tin khi team mình là team đạt được top 8 của kỳ thi đấu IVA mùa hè năm 2024 lần này.
แฮปปี้ตื่นเต้นครับ แล้วก็รู้สึกสนุกกับ 2 แมตช์ที่ผ่านมาด้วยครับ
很开心我们战队成功进入了 IVA 8强，我们会在剩下的比赛继续努力的。
It feels great cause we can play more matches and we can meet other strong teams and test our skills. Yeah.
And it feels incredible to have made it into the top 8. All the hard work and dedication are paying off, and it is a huge milestone for our team.
Good communication in the tournament. We will try our best to face every team and encourage each other to improve.
Friendship. Cause we are a team that prioritizes friendship, so we hope that we can showcase that more in game. Yeah.
Our mindset is to stay focused and take it one game at a time. We are confident in our ability, but understand that every match is a new challenge.
Our mindset in this IVA is to enjoy the game and try our best to prove our team spirit in this IVA. We will be very excited to face FT since they are having great performance in COA.
mindset อย่างไรถึงจะเข้ามาอยู่ในรอบ 8 ทีมสุดท้ายได้ ผมคิดว่าคงเป็นเรื่องปกติทั่วๆไปแหละมั้งครับ เล่นแรงค์ซ้อมทีม ฝึกซ้อมแผนการเล่น การคิด แล้วก็พัฒนาการเล่นอยู่เสมอๆครับ เปิดรับสิ่งใหม่ๆ ไม่ว่าจะเป็นดูแข่ง ดูคนที่เก่งกว่าเรา หรือดูคนที่เราชื่นชอบก็ได้ครับ จะได้เอามาปรับใช้ให้เข้ากับตัวเอง
我们战队是才从中国深渊区回来，所以我们和其他战队相比，我们可能会比较有一些赛事的经验的优势吧。
ก็ขอแค่ทำเต็มที่ที่สุดค่ะ แล้วสักวันหนึ่งจะเป็นวันของเราค่ะ
Not really. Everyone is very strong, so we just hope to play as many matches as possible.
Also, the new TH, IVE, and EMP are also the strong team that need to be cautious in this IVA.
ผมคิดว่าทุกทีมเลยครับ ประมาทไม่ได้ครับ
其实我们非常期待能和 GS 战队有一场友好的交流赛，希望我们可以互相学习，一起为深渊8继续努力。
เรารู้สึกว่าทุกทีมมีเอกลักษณ์เป็นของตัวเองค่ะ แล้วก็มีจุดแข็งที่ไม่เหมือนกัน เราเชื่อว่าไม่ว่าเราจะเจอทีมไหนค่ะ ขอแค่เราทำเต็มที่แล้วก็ไม่ประมาททีมตรงข้ามค่ะ
We hope everyone will support us. Yeah. Thanks.
Our team, 4AW, will try our best during IVA. Hope you guys enjoy the match.
Cảm ơn tất cả các bạn đã luôn đồng hành và yêu quý team tụi mình. Và chúng mình sẽ cố gắng viết tiếp câu chuyện này. Dù kết quả có ra sao, thì mình nghĩ sự ủng hộ của các bạn chính là phần thưởng đáng quý nhất mà tụi mình nhận được. Cảm ơn tất cả các bạn.
สุดท้ายนี้ฝากถึงพี่ๆแฟนคลับที่ยังคอยติดตามอยู่ ฝากเชียร์ให้กำลังใจพวกเราด้วยนะครับขอบคุณมากครับบ๊ายบายครับ
最后想对各位支持我们 FT 战队的粉丝说，谢谢你们，请多多留意我们的比赛，我们会努力打出精彩又好看的比赛的。
I'm certain she sensed death when her soul left the body. Chaos begets chaotic life, yet the attempt to unravel it becomes a ludicrous theater of absurdity. I must find somewhere far away from the world and the sun. Once the soul and mind can be calculated with accuracy, they can be separated from the body and roam the world. I grabbed onto this last straw amid those ramblings of madness. Like an alien creature possessing my body and covering my skin. In the mirror and under the shadows. My body becomes its vessel.
Looking down the bridge, I see your face, and the steps, all of which are blurry trace. Far below the mirror water, here we are again. Do you stay? I stand with you in the rain. Our history may not be known, but our story is no big trouble. Layer by layer, frame by frame, it grows into dark. Don't let the storm cross overshadow you. Don't let the thunder overtake you and after you. Stand just ahead of you. For there was sorrow, there was also hope. Like the sun shines through the gray skies, I keep composing, writing on tomorrow. Set me through and dry these floating eyes. Feel as I travel, searching for the true heart of human. Little by little, day by day, I pave my own way. Won't let the darkness burn my vision. I won't let the silence climb my mission. I won't give up. I'll find the guiding star. For there was midnight, there was also sunrise. Like the spring melted into snow, I keep painting dreams, make a better tomorrow. Come with me and dry the scalded eyes. For there were tears, there were also laughter. Together, our face never dies. In this ever changing world, some things remain. Stand with me, let's try transforming eyes. Stand with me, we'll try this for better.
Do I ever feel afraid? No. All of this is merely a trial of flames. Just like it was back then, when my parents did all they could to save me.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
A miracle? Yes, the temperature lies in those seemingly cool flames. That's precisely what it is. A miracle. Extinguish. And reignite. It's a weapon. One that reduces all dirty secrets to ashes. It's a test. An impartial trial that tempers the will. It's the tender embrace that binds us to the past. In this scorching heat, miracles are what I shall seek forevermore.
Okay, everyone, this is going to be 2 of day 3 for IVA. We're going to be having 2 GT versus IVA for our second matchup.
Hi everyone, I'm back again. I'm Sneaky and together with me is Kuro. And we'll be bringing to you the second game of today.
Of course, for first half, we have two Hunter coming out first against IVE Survivors. For those of you who have actually seen the preliminary leagues as well, really popular picks. I'm on the tourney games, and of course, I'm on our IVA participants too. As being Puppeteer also being chosen a lot just to counter the Ivy and the Opera simultaneously.
Definitely, the Puppeteer is a very strong counter against Opera Singer because of how it's able to drag time against the Opera Singer. And afterwards, now as Opera Singer is very popular, and as well as the rise of Warp, it makes Opera Singer even more better because there are many ways to use it. It's very creative. You can go creative with Warp. So for example, you could use it during a chase. Right now, most Opera Singer bring confined space, so there's no window mind game. So maybe between pallets like Acrobat, he could go back and forth. That's where you can use the Warp to prevent it, to get him down quickly. Or right after you put someone to the chair, you use Warp immediately to get out and try to find chance or any survivor who get chance on and try to be more proactive in finding opportunities. So there are many creative ways to use Warp on Opera Singer, and it's very strong together with Opera Singer.
Yeah, all with that too, Warp not only works with Opera, just said, it also works with a kind of guaranteed tie. It works with Wax Artists as well, as we've seen playing Wax Artists in the extra rounds. Just a little bit unfortunate game though, because we did have quite a lot of supports there coming from the Entomologist for the help of coordinator too. But going back to Singer, more or less since come out, now the Survivors has to choose banning Ivy for game 2. But we also do know as well, for these 2 characters, the less character you have to counter, the more chance it is for them to actually get an elimination on that side. We're going to be able to see IVE's 2GT for a second as well, and it's surprising to see what kind of the Survivors is going to be bringing out to counter both the Opera and IVE.
Yes, and let's see the lineup of 2GT together. We have Marjorie, BH, Yosei, Rifanan, Luna Lovegood, Nyx, and CNET.
With that in mind though, it seems like we do have quite a very nice composition team. We have Yosei here as the main rescuer, Nyx as our main harasser, Nesh and Pitai is going to be our main containers, and of course Marjorie is going to be this main supporter here as well for all GT side. Our hunters is going to be None and Olaf Good, as we've said before. But it seems like we're going to be able to see that and Dream both.
Yes, and we have the next team now, IVE, with Izana, PPX, Hetian, Panda, Shirayuki, and Ran. So looking at this team lineup, I don't know if you guys know, Panda, I used to play in competition with Panda and Shirayuki, and Ran and Izana. And I know Hetian very well too. They actually put Hetian on the Disciple here, but to note that Hetian is the best on Opera Singer and the Clown. I watched him play Opera Singer and he's very proficient in the character. He has all the details there required. So for IVE, I would expect Hetian to be playing the Opera Singer in round 1. First half especially, before it gets banned out in round 2. As for Hetian, I've been watching him play Opera Singer with the Blink, so I'm wondering if he will change to Warp today, perhaps because of the current change in meta, and try how Warp can be used to help him get more opportunities on the survivors there. And just now, as for 2GT, both their, we could see, I remember the one of the hunter is Riffler Nun, one is Luna Lovegood, and Riffler Nun is our old friend there with the Dreamwitch player. I remember he's a very OG Dreamwitch player there. He had been using Dreamwitch, I think, ever since the first few seasons of Identity 5. So he's one of the best Dreamwitch players there. And for the current version we are in now, I would expect him to be using the IV as well. So that's what we can look out for both teams. And for the current video we are seeing here, we could see Izana on the Prospector. If I don't remember wrongly, he's the best on Harasser. He used all Harassers really well. And we have a second Harasser in their team, Harasser support character, who is PPX. And Panda, also a Harasser. A very powerful and proficient player. Panda also on the Harasser. They have so many Harasser on the team, actually. And now we are looking
But of course, with that in mind, we'll be moving on to the ban picks here as well. We're going to be able to see Hunter coming out as IVE's survivor. First round, first half of our game, and it seems like Moonlit River Park here will be our chosen for game 1.
Yes, so it's the Moonlit River Park in round 1, and we see Luna Lovegood coming up first. Now, I think Luna is a pretty relatively new hunter in the professional scene, but if he were to come up first, I would expect him to playing either the IV or the Opera Singer.
Yeah, I'd say maybe IV Opera Singer both really well on this map, but as we've seen in professional leagues as well, River Park actually counters IDV pretty well, especially with the 2-story area where there are sick counter corruption range. For the first 2 bans from our Hunter side, it seems like we're going to be Justice and the Cheerleader ban. So we're trying to get rid of as much support as possible here from our 2G Hunter side.
Ooh, a Cheerleader ban and a Priestess ban. He might actually be going for Ivy here in this Moonlit River Park. Then I'm guessing this Moonlit River Park is being picked by IVE because Moonlit River Park is not the best for IV, because from what we seen earlier for FD against GH, both of the teams, the IV can't really flare that well in this map.
Yeah, but also with that in mind, we do have to be wary as well. If our Hunter here doesn't ban, like how an IV player will ban, but instead chose Opera Singer out, if IV Survivor does a good Opera Singer counter, which that might just be a big enough issue here for round 1. We're going to be able to see you coming out as patient. Of course, we can follow up by the lean pick. Rescuing chosen out quite early here.
Yes, I think that they probably think Wilding is the best pick for round 1. They are worried that it might be banned out later, or they don't mind the wilding getting into the global bans. That's why they picked it out first. So they have the patient, who is very strong on this map, and the wilding, who is a very stable rescue against either Ivy or an opera singer.
But you mind though, if we do decide to choose out this rescue, this means that the hunter will have a little bit of an easier time to know what to ban next. The rescuers, the harassers or the supporters, even overall, seems like anti-current's going to be banned up by this year. Acrobat's banned here just to counter first up and first up, but it seems like Rune here, we're going to record just to try guarantee the rescue, just in case someone's to that wildling.
Definitely. So now they have the Seer together with the coordinator. Is a very, very stable team on IVE's side. So for Luna Lovegood, he could go for actually anything. Ivy or opera singer will both do decently well against this team.
Yeah, we do see this here as well, though, just to give support to Paige if it's actually going to become an opera play. But if it's really Ivy, that's going to come out as our hunter. I think this case scenario, you could have Wildling earlier, can't you, as well, since Wildling definitely could here, or even maybe Patient becomes first chase here. You can always rotate to where coordinator is secure, so you can go towards the tram or the coaster, and maybe the Wildling there with the pushback body block situation, just trying to buy as much time as possible for virus to get decoding.
And you could see the Seer, to be fair, personally, the Seer will be an opening to either an Ivy or the opera singer, because in order to protect herself against the opera singer, it's pretty difficult to use the Seer right on point. So the opera singer could easily bait out the hour or just hit later. So for the Seer to kite himself is pretty difficult. So you will see how Yuki perform on this Seer.
Yeah, I mean, even with that in mind, though, we're just gonna have to see the Geisha for round 1 first half. Geisha gets this team combo. It's gonna be after Patient, but if they know where if we have very selection mode, the survivors aren't really gonna give you that much of an easier time to go after that Patient.
But to say Geisha has been buffed recently, and I feel Geisha is easier to use as of now because I've used her a few times after the buff and she's easier to use. I am guessing now Luna is a Geisha main and she's best on Geisha. That's why she's betting on her best character to try to win points for her team. But don't forget that Seer there. The Seer is a direct counter to that Geisha.
Yeah, that part too, but we can't forget about the fact that Seer's Owl has also been nerfed as well. 30% attack recovery gained by when given an owl to another survivor. But with Geisha, we did spawn in between Coordinator and a Wildling. Geisha decided to bring Excitement. Coordinator definitely would be one of the containers. With this in mind, with a Wildling being nearby you, though, you could give a lot of body block potential or just get the butterfly on you and stare at the Geisha to counter the dashes to contain for a little bit of a longer time.
Yeah, the main thing that Geisha is scared of is harass. So harass is really annoying, especially when she's trying to pick up the survivor lying on the ground.
But we're going to move on straight towards the game here. We are going to be able to see rushing straight towards Coordinator. Coordinator on the run towards the back of force up, but there's the butterfly ready as well. We're not going to go up to see yet. Trying as much as possible here. We do still have the pallet over here for Coordinator to take. And it's going to be a pallet down immediately, a little bit safe.
Yes, and now the Coordinator is taking the kite, but you shouldn't bet whether she have excitement or not. I recommend to use the gun as soon as you could, just to make
nice
dash. Of it.
But nice even with that in mind, the dash there's nothing you can do about it. So then, for Coordinator right there, decide to pull the other dash coming in. Can we get the gun? Get the gun out, because we're just too close.
Yes, and it'll be even more difficult to use the gun later on after going onto the chair because you have no idea whether he has excitement or not. But right now for here, I think it's best to bet that she has that excitement with her.
Yeah, we're gonna see Whitening kind of excitement with that push, but it seems like a one towards this year, Whitening is pretty.
Yes, and the Wilding is already nearby, and then it's already a backdoor rescue there. Luna just realized that, and the gun there, and the excitement, is it able to go through? No, but Izana through the window hit. No, not at all. So now he has used his excitement. So now PPX could do something against the Geisha, could harass. Now Geisha will have a hard time trying to pick up this Izana, and the harass here coming through. Oh no, it didn't manage to push Izana down. So looking at this, it seems like a very good momentum for the Hunter right now. And now Luna is heading straight for the Wilding and a hit on that Wilding. And now I think Run is in the near vicinity to rescue Izana here. With a dash back, is able to go through. Nice body block. And now you have to get Izana down as soon as possible. So he will find the next momentum. So now Izana is kiting around the pallet area with butterflies on. With the next butterfly, I think. Oh, the Seer. Nice. That really bought a lot of time. And now the Wilding is healed up. In 4 seconds, he will have his pick again. And will that go through the pallet stun? Nice pallet stun by Izana. Now the Wilding is on the pick again. So another harass, but the excitement timer is gonna be up. Nice. Wow, that was nice there. He knows that his excitement timer is not yet up. So now excitement is up. There's nothing they could do as long as Izana goes down. So they could do body block if they could. Now PPX is covering for Izana and they are doing the body block. You see, this is the pain of Geisha, the body block. It's so annoying, especially when you desperately need to get her down. Oh, nice. And with excitement, he would definitely put Izana to chair and eliminate one survivor there. I think PPX should have came down from the peak and just body block directly. He don't really need to stay on the peak because of the excitement Luna has. You can just body block directly. It's totally okay for Luna to change target. If Luna change target, that's the best case scenario for the survivors. And now Luna hits straight for Run. The patient on half health, but she has full hooks there to utilize. So you always hook after the dash, not during the dash or before. So you have to use the hook nicely in order to dodge the hit. So through a window hit there. Oh, that's a target change onto PPX there, and the ciphers are already primed. So Luna really have to decide who she's trying to go for during endgame. Really, the Wilding, but the Wilding have to pick on. Oh, he's going straight for Run at the last stop. But Run has 3 hooks to use there, so it depends on whether Run could. And the dungeon is there, so it's likely that Run could kite to the dungeon. The hit, no. Nice hook, but no, he didn't manage to go onto the platform, so that is a down for a patient. But Geisha has the teleport, so it depends on whether she dares to teleport there. She will go fly out to see whether there's tinnitus nearby. If not, she will teleport directly. PPX really have to stay near to give tinnitus. No, the gate is not open yet, and the Seer with no items is going down. There's no hour on the Seer, and the Seer is going down. PPX have to go back to rescue Run. Will he be back on time? I think he will. But the door on the other end is not open either, so there's still chance for Luna to get either a 3 or 4 kill. So now it depends on who he finds. I think he will try to stop rescue first by PPX. You see him? He's across the bridge. Oh, he didn't see him. He's to the right. He's going straight for a run, opening the gate. Could he spot her out? I think he knows he's nearby. But it's that the detention timer is running out, but it doesn't really matter right now. But the dungeon is nearby, so if he managed to camp here, it's likely that he might leave. And PPX is heading straight back to rescue the seer. And they could definitely leave through the gate because the gate is at 85%. So now she couldn't find Run. Run had been sneaking all the way and Run is going straight for the dungeon, Luna. You have to go to the dungeon, Luna. I think the survivors are leaving, yes. Is it like a dungeon escape? Oh my god. It's a tree escape for IVE survivors. Wow. So at that point, Luna could either camp the patient or camp the seer. It's very tough for her to go either. So you could see from here that Geisha is a very tie-based hunter. So even though earlier on there was a very fast momentum, but still towards the end it will still be a tie. It happens all the time. So you could see Run here with 32 seconds on containing Hunter, Izana 125 seconds, PPX 122 seconds, and Yuki 3 seconds. As for the Geisha, 2 pellets destroyed, 13 strikes, and 6 knockdowns, which is a tie game for Luna. So you could see here, the only problem about Geisha is that the body block. The body block is so annoying because right now, all the survivors know how to kite Geisha, and the problem here is if your momentum isn't that good, or even if your momentum is good, the survivors will come in to body block, and once you target chains, you will probably lose there because for a Geisha you can't really change target. It's like Bloody Queen, you don't change target, you really have to get that survivor out, then find the next momentum. And with body block, it's most likely going to go for a tie. Just like this game. But Luna didn't really camp there. I suppose he was trying to go for more survivors, trying to kill more. That's why he missed out on the tie. 2 times, I think. The first time when he put the patient to chair, he left. And after putting the seer to the chair, he left again. And he tried to look for Run, who hit so well. He basically missed her by like barely 5 meters or so, I think. She was just right beside her, but she didn't see. So Luna missed that chance to tie and got the tree escape there. So it was really amazing job on IVE's side to get that 3 kill and 3 escape, and that is a great advantage for IVE for round 1. Because as you know, round 1 is a very hunter based, it's really hunter sided. It's really you need the hunter to do something and the survivor to protect. So it's like those attack and defend games. For round 1, for any teams that go up there, it's all like the hunter attacking and the survivor defending. So as a survivor, if you manage to defend your points, then it's a win situation already. Honestly, for round 1, if your survivor is able to tie, it's already a win. Hi Kuro, you're back. You were missed. Oh, hi, you're back. And just like what I was saying just now, when IVE survivors manage to get a 3 escape, it's basically a win for the whole team. So it's an amazing job. Amazing job for the IVE side. Kuro, I could hear you. Yeah. And for this map, I'm pretty sure He-Tian will come up later. He-Tian, which is IVE's hunter, will come up later to play the opera singer. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. 100% sure he will be on that opera singer. It's just whether he will play on Blink or on Warp on this map. personally, I still think Opera Singer is the most undealable hunter out there. It's like one of the best hunters out there. Because mostly the reason being, hi Kuro. Yeah, definitely. You missed the highlights though. I wish you saw that. When it was a crazy tree escape there. I wish you saw that. Could you expect that tree escape? Oh. Okay, so I think Kuro is coming back in a moment. And to wrap up just now, the IV survivors just got a tree escape, and we'll be looking to round 1 second half very soon, and we are going for a short break right now.
If life had more opportunities, would you still make the same choices? My beloved Mary, you would become the most dazzling gem of Europa.
Mother, are we having raspberry cake for afternoon tea?
je ne vois dancing, je m'enivre. Mon cœur nostalgique pleure sous le poids de mes diamants. Par des désirs je m'écarte, mais la flamme du passé est toujours enlacée dans les plis de ma robe portée, car j'étais un rêve infini qui défiait les destins aigris. Aujourd'hui, je caresse mes plumes déchues, car j'étais là et je danse.
We gather here today with profound profound admiration and fond remembrance, to honor the lives of those who perished as they returned from Okinos 25 years ago. They were pioneers of science and our dearest friends and family.
March 13th, I accepted my mission. Disguised as a collector, I boarded the exploratory vessel the Isambard. Here, a taxidermist who's obsessed with all marine life.
No pushing. Next!
A cartographer who believes in the visions her father witnessed firsthand at sea. But the strangest one of all is a wealthy sponsor who keeps himself out of the media. The truth behind the tragedy 25 years ago is anything but simple. The culprit is somewhere on this ship, hiding among us.
Our destination is clear, and the route is unchanged. I believe we will all find what we seek on this journey.
Successful collection of samples. Begin extracting and...
Hello everyone, welcome back to more IVA. So yeah, unfortunately Kuro had like technical issues, so I got dragged out. So Sneaky, while we're at it, can you update me because I'm a bit out of the loop just now?
Definitely. Just now we ended with a 3 escape from the IVE side. The IVE survivors managed to get a 3 escape from the 2 GT hunter, Luna, who is playing on the Geisha. It was really a clutch 3 escape because he managed to... The last survivors there, Ran, was trying to sneak past Luna to the dungeon and she managed to did it. So it was an amazing job from IVE side. And we can't wait to see what the IVE Hunter and the 2GT Survivor have for us.
Yeah, like I actually saw it a bit off camera that it was a geisha, so I'm actually like pretty intrigued with the geisha pick because like just now when we were casting, you also talked about like warp geisha even though we didn't see it. So just amazing to see geisha in game here, right?
But the only problem is that geisha is very scared of harassers. So if they're a harasser, you probably need that excitement that Luna brought earlier on. So the excitement really helped her, and it was a very, very tight game for her until Ran ran out through the dungeon.
Yep, you know, Run living up to her name, Run, and he managed to run. She managed to run away from the hunter. So IVE free escape. So I think now the pressure is on to GT Survivor to return the free escape too, because like this being a hunter-sided meta and all, and Moonlit with like BO1, Opera Singer, and also the Shadow, it's going to be hard because there's some very potential strong hunters in play here.
Yes, and to get a 3 escape is round 1, game 1 is really amazing for the survivors. It's a huge advantage because the hunter is technically the stronger ones in round 1 and supposed to get more points for the team. And Hertian is coming up strong later with his Opera Singer.
Yeah, like we all know Hertian. Like, I think he also played in IVC if my memory isn't wrong. And Opera Singer, very strong in Munich River Park, so like I think 2GT Survivor would definitely have to be on his toes because Opera Singer like just dash and everywhere.
Yes, and I'm wondering if he will pick out that warp on Hertian. It's Opera Singer there.
Yeah, warp. It's gonna be possible. Like we actually have been talking about warp like over time just now, but hold on a second here. As the bands are coming in, we are going to see a lucky guy again here, Sneaky. Oh my goodness at this.
Yes, 2 lucky guys. Lucky guys in a day. So it's first a patient, then a lucky guy, and a mercenary, and a psychologist for the survivor side, and Hertian band, the priestess. antiquarian, wilding, and coordinator.
Yeah, so I'm actually thinking about this. Like, Wilding Ban isn't too surprising chord because, as you mentioned, He Tian wants to play an opera singer. But this team comp, what do you think? Like, do you think this would be a tie or like more advantage to Survivor or Hunter? Because for me, this team comp looks relatively fragile.
Yes, because there are many openings for He Tian to capitalize on. So it's definitely Hunter's game for this game. So I would expect He Tian to pick out that opera singer. I mean, there's no reason for him not to.
Yeah, especially like I think He Tian is known for his opera singer. Like he played in IVC with opera singer before. Is that correct?
Yes, and he's also very good on the clown.
Oh, Smiley Face here. And Smiley Face also is joined Munich River Park. Maybe not now, but who knows? Maybe we will see in a later round, Sneaky, right?
Yes, but I'm pretty sure this is the opera singer pick for He Tian. His signature pick here.
Yep, his signature pick. So, opera singer against team comp, as you mentioned just now, you felt like it's more of a Hunter, like the chances are in Hunter on paper. So we're going to be seeing He Tian spawning between the patient and the lucky guy. So I don't know about you, but I think the patient is gonna be the first chase, and it'll probably be like one of those like it's the same situation as a lot of games we see. Chases the patient, and patient uses the hooks to like just hook around the last stop here.
Yup, he could go for either the patient or the lucky guy. I mean, it's all good for He Tian. But if you want to camp ciphers, it's best to catch the patient. Because if he could camp the ciphers on this side of the river, it's a win.
Oh yeah, you made a very good point because like I've actually seen a couple of opera games in the past, like they managed to win when the last three ciphers are all at the same side of the map, and when that happens, the survivors can't read the code as opera singer can just dash and field control, and the survivors would constantly be on their toes trying to evade her. Is that correct?
Yep, definitely correct. So I'm Sneaky, and together with me is Jong, and we are going into 2GT versus IVE first round, second half.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head into the BO1 second half between IVE and 2GT with your caster, Invisible Jung and Sneaky. So right off the bat, He Tian is patrolling around and dashing towards the patient as we predicted. Like this will be one of those standard like patient opera battles where patient tries to utilize his hook. But currently, like we can see the He Tian actually made a bit of a misplay, like the shadow broke off. They're slowing him down and allowing the patient to use his hook to transition. So currently the patient is able to safely like get into the pallet area. So let's see if he able to vault through the window here, forcing He Tian to TV back. And here, trying to charge up a second hook. Can he make it though? Is able to. So now the patient is able to set himself up for a very long kite.
Nice, and He Tian brought their warp here, so he could go out and disturb the decipher progress of his teammates here. And BHW on his last hook, put it out. Wow, that was a clutch hook. That was so close.
Yep. Oh yeah. This pallet scared me for a second because like you don't just vault in the terror shot, but here comes the warp opera thing as we've been saying the entire time. But currently patient just one more path to play with, not being able to mind game though. So the patient will be down, but he definitely dragged a lot of time with all three hooks being used effectively. So looking at this situation, Sneaky, what do you think? Like, do you think this is more of a tie game, or is this still like the opera's game for them right now?
It looks like an opera game to me, because opera is doing really good right now, camping this side of the river. No one has decoded this side of the river yet, and we could see Yosei coming for the rescue. He has to be careful to not get a double down there.
Yep. Pulled off the rescue, and yep, we can see that He Tian not going to be aiming towards the mercenary. Mercenary already ran away and able to get the hit on the patient though, so the patient will be down. But we can actually see that currently, as you mentioned earlier, I can see that there is like a cipher lock situation currently. So the patient is going to run very far away from the other side of the map, as he knows that he cannot go down at the like the last stop side, or else the operator can easily camp the ciphers.
Yes, and he realized this, so he had been trying to get out of this area so his teammates could decode, and He Tian is putting him back so he could camp this area. And I was happy that He Tian used his warp really on time and on point there for his first chase. So it was excellent job for He Tian. And his warp is ready soon, and he could use it to go out to disrupt the cipher progress. And look at these 3 ciphers that he could camp.
Yep, oh, barely misses the swing onto the mercenary though, so that was a bit unfortunate. And oh, but we didn't see that He Tian actually like broke the shadow dash right there, so now it's entered cooldown, so there's a bit of a misplay on He Tian's side. Lucky Guy now going for one protect, is able to get the slam, but he also got hit. He still has 1 flare gun to work with, so let's see, can he make the protection on the patient count here, as the Lucky Guy's gonna go down, so the patient is the one left staying alive, and the Lucky Guy's flare gun is currently inactive.
Yes, He Tian knows he still have the time because he had been camping this side of the river all the time, so he has the time. So look at the last 3 ciphers, so close. This is like the perfect game for He Tian.
Yes, like we have been talking about this before the game, and it is really the survivor have to either try and put themselves in this position or try to like break from this position, because at this point He Tian can just go all out, and whoever decodes is gonna suffer the wrath of the opera singer, as he's getting dangerously close to the mercenary, but a very nice elbow pad able to get away and stay alive longer, but is able to get the swing. The psychologist rushing in to try and heal the Lucky Guy out, but currently this is not looking good for the survivors with this cipher lock.
Yes, and now He Tian has forced out all the elbow pads from the mercenary, and through the pellet hit there, and mercenary is now going down, and I think He Tian saw the 2 survivors healing there. Could he stop them? I think so.
Oh! Actually not being able to. I think it was like a 90-something% situation. Like, oh, got the Lucky Guy back up. Psychologist ended up going down. Lucky Guy is running for it, and the only one left alive though, so Lucky Guy has to make his last flare gun count.
Definitely. Right now, I think they only can try to get 1 person escape right now. When you reach a point where the last 3 ciphers are these 3 ciphers, it's almost impossible to finish decoding. So I think the last man standing, the Lucky Guy, oh, but he's found. I don't think there's time to do anything.
Yeah, the Lucky Guy will have to contain so that the psychologist can heal herself back up. So that's what they're trying to do. Lucky Guy here, you're trying to drag for time. Goes for a flare gun here, able to like buy for more time. Psychologist desperate to get towards, but nope, not even warp there. Teleport gonna back in play here because He Tian knows where the psychologist is. Psychologist is gonna run away because she knows that she cannot go down here. Here, Marjorie cannot go down because she has no more self-heal. But now Marjorie is down. So NYX is the only one left, and NYX is going to come in to rescue, and he must make something count at this point, or else this would be a 4-man for certain.
Yeah, and we have 3 survivors there with no items to utilize. So even if they manage to get the Cypher Prime, which is not very likely, it's still a winning endgame for He Tian.
Yeah, He Tian going to patrol around trying to find anyone who's trying to heal the Psycho out because Psycho having no self-heal. And the Mercenary also goes down. So now the Lucky Guy is the last one standing, and Psychologist with no more self-heal. Mercenary gonna get chaired over here as He Tian gonna chair the Mercenary. Lucky Guy rushes over wanting to try and heal the Psychologist, but it will be pretty hard because He Tian knows where the Psycho goes down and it can just stop anyone from doing anything at this point.
Yeah, he don't really care if the Lucky Guy managed to heal the Psychologist because these 2 survivors here can't be touching the ciphers.
Yeah, especially with the Mercy back in the manor, as you mentioned, they cannot be touching the ciphers. Like, in order to win, they have to touch the ciphers, but the moment they touch the ciphers, they'll get like down instantly. So this is sort of like just like a slow death situation at this point. And the survivor's best bet is to gamble on like a 1 escape and like just doing amazing hiding here.
Yeah, they really have to hide really well, and the dungeon is really nearby actually. So there is chance, but I think He Tian spotted the Psychologist there. Wow, look at those shadows, I'm telling you. If you to tell whether an opera singer is skilled, you look at the shadows. If the distance between the shadows are really short, means he's really skilled.
Yeah, like I saw the whole line of shadows, and also like one thing to note is that Hertian rarely like pause between each dash, because like for like relatively weaker opera singer players, you can see that there are some pauses between each dash, but you don't see that on Hertian, and that's just how amazing the field control and his skills, raw skills are. As Lucky Guy goes down here, there's no more person on the field with self-heal. This is gonna be a 4-man right on BO1.
Yeah, amazing job by Hertian. Actually, the patient did really well for his first chase, but just because of how lakeside Moonlit River Park is, as long as the hunter managed to camp this side of the river, there's almost no chance for the survivor to do anything, even though the patient did really well for his first chase.
Yeah, exactly. And also it's because like the cipher distribution, as we're talking about, because the last 3 ciphers, like it is, I think it's like a classic at this point, and I think this is like something the survivors should pre-plan. Like, you being a pro player and all, I think you know they have to plan against this, right?
Definitely. Let's look at the stats first. BHW, the patient, contained Hunter for 91 seconds, Yosei 73 seconds, Nix 85 seconds, Marjorie 55 seconds.
Yep, so the opera singer here has 18 strikes and 11 knockdowns. Yep, that just shows everyone the opera singer's field control. Like him jumping here, knock this person down, jumping there, knock that person down, and just a back and forth situation. And really, again, I would really want to applaud just how skilled Hertian is, because like, I just cannot see the pause between dashes. It's just like a very pro opera singer player here.
I think at this point, the dashes comes as muscle memory to him. So instead of aiming where I should go next, he's focused solely on where the survivors are. He don't really have to think of where to aim his dash next. He just have to go straight to the survivors. In his head, be like, oh, I have to go there, and his muscle memory just be like taking him there. He don't really need to think about where to aim and everything to waste his concentration.
Oh yeah, you told me this before when we were practicing, that like very good opera singers, this is like a muscle memory that you already instantly know. And I think this just shows that Hertian like spent how much time he spent mastering this, and it definitely showcased in the end with just like the quick pause and the very narrow dashes within each other.
Yes, so this is like a moment of satisfaction for the hunter when you see your practice or your hard work shining through during the competition. So this is round 1, and IVE is leading by 5 or 6.
Yeah, 8-1.
8-1, sorry. 7 points
Yep.
lead. And we are going for a short break and see you back later.
Separating the toxins. I can finally restart the experiment. The subjects are in position. Now it's time for the second toxicity test. They seem to have different visions. That leaves us with one last variable.
Hi guys, I'm Lavi.
My name is BK Boy Rule. I am from Malaysia.
Hi, I'm Gummy from South Korea.
My name is Invisible Jong, and I come from Hong Kong.
My name is Nikki, and I'm from Southeast Asia.
Hello visitors, I am Kuroshiro and I will be your IVA caster for this summer.
My hobby is singing and play identity V.
Hobbies. I like watching movies. I like hanging out with friends, drawing. I like taking pictures. I like eating. I'm a huge esports fan.
One of my hobbies is to do photography.
Probably char kway teow. I mean, can't go wrong with a classic char kway teow. It's just comfort food, you know?
I don't really have a favorite food, you could say. Like, if it tastes good, it's my favorite food. Simple, but I do really like foods with lots of spice.
My favorite food is BBQ pork, which is called char siu in Hong Kong. It is dark red at the outside and light colored inside, and it has a sweet and salty flavor at the same time.
I've been playing Identity V for almost 4 years now.
I've been playing Identity 5 for around 3 years.
I started playing Identity V around COVID, so it's been about 4 to 5 years. And since I've been playing for so long, I thought it might be a fun and new experience to try and become a commentator for tournaments.
I did get an A badge for Undead in Asia server.
For my achievement relating to Identity V, I am a hunter main and I used to main Wu Chang and have once been an A badge Wu Chang in the NA-EU region. I also joined the competitive scene of IDV as I was the coach of an NA-EU team named YHB.
I played in several competitions as hunter, and I have my jersey with me here. Casting is one area I've never touched upon.
And also money. I love money, dude. I love money. Golden Retriever Boy by King Mala.
So the song that I'm currently listening to is Mind Over Matter by Young Legend. Very good song, I recommend it.
My favorite song is a Chinese song called Hao Hao from Mayday. This song has a very nice tone.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please stand?
Mercenary, because for rescue, Mercenary is the best overall.
I really used to like playing Mechanic. The bot was basically like a fifth survivor on the team. She could decode, block, body block, save, open up gate, beat tinnitus. So whether you are on the chair, you could still decode. If you're not on the chair, you'd be decoding 2 Cypher Machine.
And my favorite character is Sculptor. Simply because of the fact that when I started playing IDV, she was first released, and I have been maining her since then.
My favorite Identity 5 character is Dream Witch because her skills resonates with me perfectly.
Have fun. Just good luck, have fun, you know?
Hopefully you'll be enjoying the shows and games presented to us by all the players, and hopefully you'll continue to give us all your love and support for the game.
To everyone watching, I hope your love and passion for the game will continue to burn as brightly for many years to come. And with that, we have come to the end of the interview, and I will see you guys at the gates. Bye bye!
Xin chào các bạn, mình là Xuân Thu, mình là huấn luyện viên của team IVA Story.
สวัสดีครับผมเลตเติ้ลบอยจากทีมผู้รักแฮปฟันนะครับ
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 FT 战队的阿迪选手。
Hi everyone, I'm Northern from Team Leo.
Hello everyone, my name is Kuho from Team EMP.
Hi, I'm Yuki from Team IF.
Hello everyone, I am Evo from 4AW.
Hi everyone ชื่อโยเซนะคะ เป็นกัปตันทีมของ 2TT Together Team ค่ะ
Thực sự mình cảm thấy rất là vui và có một chút không tin khi team mình là team đạt được top 8 của kỳ thi đấu IVA mùa hè năm 2024 lần này.
แฮปปี้ตื่นเต้นครับแล้วก็รู้สึกสนุกกับ2แมตช์ที่ผ่านมาด้วยครับ
很开心我们战队成功进入了 IVA 8强，我们会在剩下的比赛继续努力的。
It feels great because we can play more matches and we can meet other strong teams and test our skills. Yeah.
And it feels incredible to have made it into the top 8. All the hard work and dedication are paying off, and it is a huge milestone for our team.
good communication in the tournament. We will try our best to face every team and encourage each other to improve.
Friendship. Cause we are a team that prioritizes friendship, so we hope that we can showcase that more in game. Yeah.
Our mindset is to stay focused and take it one game at a time. We are confident in our ability, but understand that every match is a new challenge.
Our mindset in this IVA is to enjoy the game and try our best to prove our team spirit in this IVA. We will be very excited to face FT since they are having great performance in COA.
mindset อย่างไรถึงจะเข้ามาอยู่ในรอบ 8 ทีมสุดท้ายได้ ผมคิดว่าคงเป็นเรื่องปกติทั่วๆไปแหละมั้งครับ เล่นแรงค์ซ้อมทีม ฝึกซ้อมแผนการเล่น การคิด แล้วก็พัฒนาการเล่นอยู่เสมอๆครับ เปิดรับสิ่งใหม่ๆ ไม่ว่าจะเป็นดูแข่ง ดูคนที่เก่งกว่าเรา หรือดูคนที่เราชื่นชอบก็ได้ครับ จะได้เอามาปรับใช้ให้เข้ากับตัวเอง
我们战队是才从中国深渊区回来，所以我们和其他战队相比，我们可能会比较有一些赛事的经验的优势吧。
ก็ขอแค่ทำเต็มที่ที่สุดค่ะแล้วสักวันหนึ่งจะเป็นวันของเราค่ะ
Not really. Everyone is very strong, so we just hope to play as many matches as possible.
Also, the new TH, IVE, and EMP are also the strong team that need to be cautious in this IVA.
ผมคิดว่าทุกทีมเลยครับ ประมาทไม่ได้ครับ
其实我们非常期待能和 GS 战队有一场友好的交流赛，希望我们可以互相学习，一起为深渊八继续努力。
เรารู้สึกว่าทุกทีมมีเอกลักษณ์เป็นของตัวเองค่ะแล้วก็มีจุดแข็งที่ไม่เหมือนกันเราเชื่อว่าไม่ว่าเราจะเจอทีมไหนค่ะขอแค่เราทำเต็มที่แล้วก็ไม่ประมาททีมตรงข้ามค่ะ
We hope everyone will support us. Yeah. Thanks.
Our team 4AW will try our best during IVA. Hope you guys enjoy the match.
Cảm ơn tất cả các bạn đã luôn đồng hành và yêu quý team tụi mình. Và chúng mình sẽ cố gắng viết tiếp câu chuyện này. Dù kết quả có ra sao, thì mình nghĩ sự ủng hộ của các bạn chính là phần thưởng đáng quý nhất mà tụi mình nhận được. Cảm ơn tất cả các bạn.
สุดท้ายนี้ฝากถึงพี่ๆแฟนคลับที่ยังคอยติดตามอยู่ ฝากเชียร์ให้กำลังใจพวกเราด้วยนะครับขอบคุณมากครับบ๊ายบายครับ
最后想对各位支持我们 FT 战队的粉丝说，谢谢你们，请多多留意我们的比赛，我们会努力打出精彩又好看的比赛的。
I am certain she sensed death when her soul left the body. Chaos begets chaotic life.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to more IVA. I'm your caster, Invisible Jung, and joined by me is the knowledgeable Sneaky, and we'll bring you with more IVA action. But currently, oh my goodness, 8-1 right at the first round there, Sneaky. Like, this is definitely not looking good. Because of 8-1, this is like a massive lead over here.
Exactly. It is a massive lead. And for Team Together to try to come back later, they should try to aim for 5-3, 5-3 to win this.
Yes, because like I've also thought about this, like when in an 8-1, it'll be very hard to like reverse it by pure points because you have to return an 8-1. So yep, you're a competitive player, you definitely have been in a situation where like you have a massive B1 point defect. So it's like in this situation the best to do as what you said, right? 2-5 to freeze in order to like come back.
Yes, definitely. Instead of round 2, maybe one side trying to go for 4, there's no need to be so desperate or intense right now. You can just go for 5-3, 5-3. There's no need to be too intense there.
Yeah, and honestly, like just now, like I was actually also thinking that Hetian's opera singer is just like showed everyone why that they should like be wary of it. Though moving on to it, Hetian's opera singer probably is going to get banned. So who knows, maybe we'll potentially see the Ivy gonna come in play here, because like personally, Ivy being very new in this meta, I'm actually wanting to see more Ivy gameplay, as I like to see foot controllers here.
I would love to see more Ivy games too. If He Tian pull out the Ivy in the second round, that will be his first time, I think, on the professional field.
Oh, first time he plays Ivy on a professional field? Yeah. We'll have to also see like what the other team, like 2GT, like what Hunter and what Survivors they're going to pull out. Because like they pulled out the Geisha in the first round, which is like an unprecedented, like a rare pick in BO1 though. And moving on, I'm not sure if it's like we're gonna even see the Geisha being banned. So they definitely have to show us like what do they still have, because in the 8-1 they have to do whatever it takes to reverse this.
Yes, I don't think there's a need to ban Geisha. Geisha, no matter buffed, her weakness is still there. She's weak to body block. She always have been weak to body block, so there's nothing much she could do. And now we are going into the second round, first half of Team Together versus Team IVE.
Yep, so we're going to be seeing He Tian is going to be back onto the Hunters. So the global bans are going to be the Patient and the Lucky Guy of the Chinatown going to be selected. But Priestess and Entomologist ban here? What are we expecting? Because this does not seem like an Ivy ban here. Ivy potential.
Could we see He Tian on his clown? Smiley face.
Oh! This makes a perfect amount of sense now that you reminded me of it. Because Entomologist Beast shuts the Joker down because can just use the Beast to block, and also the Priestess Portals can prove a bit of a hard time, as the Survivor is choosing Anti-Korean and Cheerleader, but Cheerleader is not effective against a smiley face. So I don't know about you, but there's definitely a huge potential from He Tian to pull that one out at this point.
For sure. I'm not sure if Team 2GT is aware that He Tian has the smiley face, because smiley face is so strong on Chinatown, and He Tian's proficiency really allows him to do anything here on this map. So now the next survivor pick from 2GT is Wilding.
Yep, Coordinator will be the last one banned. Yeah, I'm not too sure if 2GT like knows about this, but if they do know, then I think the last pick has to be a hard counter. I'm trying to think, like, hold on, does Novelist counter the smiley face, question mark?
Hard. And the next one is the Toy Merchant here. They are looking for survivors who can move huge distance, which may not be the best choice against a smiley face.
Yeah. Yeah, like because the thing is a smiley face dashes way too fast. So like if no matter how fast you boost, oh, you finish accelerating, my turn, and then just dashes onto you. So over this team comp, I really think that's like the only survivor I can see that can like sort of like reverse a bad game is the anti-Korean swipes here.
Yes. So perhaps maybe this Team 2GT decides that they have a strategy against the opera singer from He Tian. Oh sorry, the smiley face from He Tian. That's why they pick out this team lineup. It's also possible they have a strategy against the smiley face.
Yep, if they have a strategy, then I'm very excited to see what have they prepared. And on the other hand, like one thing to note with smiley face is that I think for the smiley face, like when you decode early game, you're not supposed to decode any ciphers that don't have any palette areas, or else a smiley face will dash straight into you. So I think that they should definitely look out for this one, right?
Yes, they really have to look out. But the first person really have to try to kite well for this. But if He Tian chase the correct target, which he definitely will, I'm not sure how the survivor will go about trying to kite this.
Yeah, because now that we're thinking about this, Cheerleader is a good kite, or rather is a good chase for He Tian, smiley face, and Toy Merchant potentially too. So like I think that for the situation for He Tian's side, he has like a lot of potential targets he can choose from at this point.
Yes, if he were to pick that smiley face, definitely. But might he pick something else instead? We have been discussing so much on the smiley face.
Yeah, he might end up choosing something else and then make us like be like, oh no. So actually now that we're talking about this, Gamekeeper is actually possible too, because Gamekeeper can hook the Wildling off the board, but never mind, it ended up that we still got it right. It's gonna be the smiley face here. So yeah, I think it's more of like a both face situation that the survivors will have to. This anti-current has to stand up here, Sneaky. He definitely has to. She definitely has to.
She definitely has to. And for the cheerleader, she spawned at the back gate area. Anti-current at the front gate, Marjorie at the second story house, Yose in the middle, and He Tian just beside the toy merchant.
Yeah, yep, so He Tian can just really decide between like a couple of targets here. Cheerleader can chase, toy merchant can chase, and Wildling actually possible once you got the board off. So the survivors definitely will have to be hard on their toes right now. And because like keep in mind, don't forget that this is already an 8-1 point defect, so you cannot risk getting like 3 to 4 men here, or else adding this on top of an 8-1, then this would be almost like a game over situation.
Definitely, the survivor should at least aim for a tie here at least. And for the spawn locations, we are heading straight into the game here.
Yep, so He Tian right now, like early game, we can see he has no rush. He's just going to like pick up a few parts, like install the infinite dash, and gonna go straight for the toy merchant, who has already set up a catapult in advance, but He Tian doesn't seem interested, or rather, he's just trying to collect more parts to increase like his fighting power like further into the game here. And we can see that, the Yoshi is hiding over here, but He Tian does he know that? It doesn't seem to, or doesn't want to chase the Wildling, as he's gonna head straight to next survivor, but they're definitely having a very good discipline in not rushing any ciphers and making sure that He Tian cannot find a good target here.
Yes, I think BHW was on top just now. I think He Tian did not catch him, and now he's going back to the Yose, who has to use the pick just in case.
Yep, but here's the thing though, is that He Tian currently just cannot commit himself to a target. He went back and forth different targets, and actually ended up slamming into the dash, and it goes for the blink here to get the instant hit on the Wildling. Like, incidents are gonna be in play, but the Wildling still has a board, so he can just get on the board, but he's not getting on the board, so he ends up going down very fast here with the ciphers being very little. I'm not exactly sure why did the Wildling not get onto the board over there.
Yeah, He Tian went to Yose and baited out the ball, the pig there. But I think Yose thought that He Tian left. So he went down and started decoding, but he didn't know, and now Marjorie is here for the rescue.
So that was what happened. My bad, I missed it. So, but actually now that the basement rescue, yes, they are able to pull off the Wildling, but the toy merchant is the one being trapped in the basement. And here's the thing, is that even though they managed to get the Wildling who got chaired out, the Wildling is currently the only one with Tide Turner, but he's in half health, so no one can really come to rescue this toy merchant. So I think at this point they cannot even rescue the toy merchants now.
Yeah, exactly. They couldn't rescue this toy merchant anymore, only the Wildling. And the Wildling has the effect on him, which makes him reveal. So He Tian knows exactly where he is. Oh, the word is Hunter Order, right?
Yeah, because he had wanted order, so Wildling cannot even get healed. So we can see that the Antiquarian is like in the far end and just propping Tinnitus, but they're not going to rescue for certain. They're going to be like, oh, who's this toy merchant? I don't know who they are. I don't know him. And then they're just gonna allow her to get sent back. But even if they sacrifice, just look at the ciphers. Adding together is only 2 ciphers, so this is far from enough for the survivors. So for whoever gets found next, they have to make the kite of their life.
Exactly. Right now, there's only 2 ciphers maximum. So the next survivor who's gonna kite really have to be the hero for the team.
Yeah, definitely. They definitely need a hero because remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's the 8-1 loss for them already. They cannot afford to get 4 men here as well. So now gonna head. Oh, it found the Watling once again. Here, just gonna be juking around. Watling this time manages to get onto the board, and He Tian doesn't want to have the infinitive dash end. So he's gonna go out and trying to pick more parts, and it's gonna go straight for NYX here. Put the anti-current, the only one that can possibly kite at this point, but hold on, a bit of a mind game. Just trying to bait out more of the swipes. So this is a very intense situation that ended He Tian getting slammed, unfortunately.
Yeah, but you could see how proficient He Tian is on this smiley face. And now He Tian is changing target to Yusei. At this point, he'll get anyone is offline, and that hit perfect through the pallet.
Yep. Hold on, the Watling definitely wants to get on the board, but he's only at 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, can't get on the board. Oh, trying to predict for a blink, but the Hunter did not do it. So this ended the Watling going down. What an unfortunate situation over there.
Yeah, I think Yosei was expecting the blink, so he watered out. But He Tian was there waiting for him.
Yeah, like, Yosei definitely had the right thought in mind. It's just unfortunate that He Tian also somehow predicted that and just stood there and wait. So right now the cheerleader is the only one left decoding. The anti-current will be the one rushing in, and the anti-current will have to make a miracle happen right now, or else the ciphers will be far from enough. But He Tian is really in no hurry as he's just standing still playing mind games.
Yeah, he's in no hurry here because the stun from the anti-current has little effect when there are people nearby, and that was a very well saved by the anti-current. That was almost a terror shock there.
Yeah, because Smiley Face has a very fast attack speed, one of the fastest probably, so it ended with the anti-current going down. And another thing I like is that notice when He Tian dashes, he also makes a couple of jukes to bait out the swings, and really like in the earlier round we got to see how fast his hands were between dashes, and now we get to see how fast his turns are. He Tian's turns with Smiley Face and Opera are very on point here, as the rescues are in play here now, Sneaky.
Yeah, and there's a rescue in play, and then He Tian getting stressed. Nice, that's a terror shock. That's what I was saying. Against a Smiley Face, when he keep raising his hand, it's very hard to decide whether to rescue or not.
Yes, exactly. The Smiley Face definitely had a very high pressure when trying to rescue, just because that he had the very fast attack speed. So now at this point, yeah, I feel like it's very hard for the survivors to try and get a tie. The best they can do is to potentially one man here, as we can see He Tian is in no hurry to try and go out, as he's just going to stand still here, wait for the anti-current to be gone before dashing out, trying to find where did the Watling go to.
Yes, and he's picking up the parts, and now he just has to look for the Wilding. I think it's just a matter of time before he found the Wilding. I think he knows exactly where the Wilding is, because the Wilding just touched the cipher there.
Yep, let's see. Oh, does seem like it though. There are blood trails, so He Tian is making a mad dash with the Smiley Face. A very fast speed. Wilding gonna get onto the board. So He Tian, let's see, is He Tian going to be trying to get off the board? Doesn't seem likely. I think He Tian maybe got the crash. But for a second, I thought that He Tian was trying to just wait out for the Wilding to get off the board, but he ended up in a crash, so that gave the Wilding some breathing room. But still, this is too hard of a situation for the survivors to come back from.
Yeah, He Tian have the luxury of picking up parts and doing anything, because right now, 2 survivors trying to decode 3 ciphers out there is too difficult.
Yep, especially considering the fact that the cheerleader got found here and she already expended her self-heal, so the moment that cheerleader goes down, this might almost be game over. So He Tian here playing some mind game is able to catch the cheerleader when she is in her deceleration. So now the Wilding is the only one remaining who went the way up to the 2-story. But let's see, does He Tian realize it though? Oh, never mind, saw the blood trail, so now the Wilding is gonna get the next chase. And at this point, what the Wilding can do is limited, even if he can get on the board.
Wow, he went down the stairs with such ease. That was so difficult. Okay, and he's found Yosei and some juke here and mind game. And
Oh.
This is just Tian's show for us.
Yeah, and honestly, like just spinning around this is really like a bit dizzy with a smiley face, but that is a very proficient smiley face for you, ladies and gentlemen. Tian here is actually now very chill, relaxed, even though the Wildling goes for the blink, through with the dash, and yeah, the moment the Wildling get off the board, not much to do, and even can just spin around for a flex.
Yes, that was just Tian's show there. I'm sure Tian is good friends with the Together Team survivors because they were just playing around towards the end. I'm sure they are very good friends in game as well.
Yeah, you know, on the battlefield, everyone are very like, you're my opponent. Off the battlefield, you're my friend. So, yep, I'm gonna beat you on the competition, but after that, we're still friends. Like, this is just a joy of competitive scene or like IDV.
Yes, and we could see here, BHW contained the Hunter for 22 seconds, Yosei for 126 seconds, Nyx for 39 seconds, and Marjorie for 21 seconds.
For the cipher decoding, we can see there's actually like a lot of ciphers being decoded, adding around 400 in total, like around, but cheerleader decoding 200%, anti-current only 85%. Like the map control and the pressure from the smiley face was just too much that the survivors cannot actually decode. And look at this, 14 strikes. A smiley face, an amazing map pressure and amazing chase.
Yes, and you see Tian doing the sharp turns and fast turns to juke out the survivor, to beat out the survivor skills, to juke the survivors and mind game with the pellets. You could see how experienced he is with this smiley face.
Yeah, it was like what we talked at the first round, that when you see that the amount of time and the amount of skills and hard work you took is gonna bring into the field, it's a satisfaction. So we're gonna be seeing like the scoreboard here. In the first round, IVE like won by 8-1, and having a 5-0 now, this can only mean one thing here, Sneaky. 2GT must also return that 4K, or else it's over.
Yes, the 2GT Hunters have to return that 4Q, and it's a must to return the 4Q. It's 4Q or nothing at this point.
Yep, 4K or nothing. And also one thing, like, why things are not looking too good for 2GT2 is also that even if you somehow return the 4K, you still have to return the 8-1 too. So this is like pressure after pressure after pressure. So 2GT will have to step their game up massively at this point in order for them, like if they want to win this game, because 13-1 is a massive point defect. Like IVE has gotten the lead too much at this point.
Yes, they have to return 2 4s. Either first a 4Q, then either a 4Q or 4 escape. Then a 3Q or 3 escape to even balance out the point system.
Yep. On the survivors' end, they know that they only need to get one man out next. So actually, they have a lot of strategies they can do. Like they can just pick the safest characters possible. And honestly, one character comes in mind immediately: the Embalmer, the king of escaping one or tie.
Yes, I'm wondering what the Hunter will pull up next. Will Luna continue playing, or Riflenan will be coming up? Or whether he will be playing the Opera Singer or the Ivy, depending on which is banned, or even the Geisha right now for this round.
Yeah, I do wonder though, but I'm trying to think that they possibly won't want to get rid of either the Ivy or the Opera Singer just because they have a higher ceiling level. And we did also see that in round 1 that they were pretty well experienced and like had their own plans against the Geisha. So I think they would rather let out what they know than what they don't know.
Exactly. Geisha, no matter what, is still weak. She have a weakness really obvious. So to get a 4Q with Geisha is so difficult. You need the survivors to give a lot of chance. So it's really difficult. Even though with the buff, the Geisha is only strong in 1-1. So for anyone who's not familiar with Geisha, the buff is that the Geisha can now dash through most things, due to the lesser back swing of hitting. So now he can dash faster. And now looking into the next game, we see that Luna is still coming up for the play for 2GT Hunter and against the IVE survivors in Chinatown.
Yeah, so let's see. Luna over here is going to be like just deciding on what to ban. Oh, Priestess and the Cheerleader being banned here, so maybe an IV is potentially coming out though. Like, that's definitely a possibility. But on the survivors end, I can see them banning the IV up. Oh, no, go for the opera singer and less of the IV out though. So this is some interesting choices of now. If Luna has the IV, is a good time to pull it out now, right?
Yes, the best bet is to use IV to try to get that 4Q that he desperately needs for his team. So banning that Priestess and Cheerleader, it really looks like he's going for an IV pick.
Yeah, so them letting out the IV out, I wonder, are IVE prepared to play against this IV? Since their names are very similar, but anyways, Mercenary and Seer are going to be like the first two picks over here, and Luna's going to be banning the Acrobat. So, Prospector gonna come in play. So I think the IVE is definitely prepared for this IV as they have the Prospector now.
Yes, for sure. But I'm guessing, this Prospector should be there for the first kite, probably to protect the Seer here.
Oh yeah, because I actually saw that for Seer, like Seer's owls sometimes cannot be used effectively against an IV. Like I witnessed that before. Like I can see a potential of that, right?
Yeah, because it's really difficult for the Seer to kite against an IV. So probably during that first kite, to delay the first chair, probably you need the Prospector to do something here.
Yes, because the Prospector has the ability to like cancel his 100 corruption level with the usage of his magnets though. So this Prospector is going to be like the key and like the highest potential of this match. But Seer and Perfumer, Sneaky, looking at this is such like a classic team comp. Seer, Perfumer, Mercenary, definitely a pretty classic team comp from IVE's Survivor side.
Yes, and they actually also took into consideration Luna's round 1 Geisha pick, because this team is so difficult for Geisha.
Yeah, it's definitely very difficult for a Geisha. So personally, I believe like Luna, his odds are better with the Ivy here if he has one. But if Ivy does play against this team comp, then what are the odds for this one then?
It looks pretty decent, really decent, because first of all, it's very hard for Seer to kite against IV, so you will require Prospector to support. But again, Seer is not like a doctor who can heal up. She still takes that damage, so if the Prospector comes to support, then they are wasting their Cypher progress, which is what IV wants. Because the purpose of IV here is to camp your Cypher, which is to basically not allow you to decode and win by then.
Yeah, that's the purpose of Ivy, just to drag on the game and try and create chances. I think the real question here is that if Luna has it and is gonna pull it out though. But with that in mind, because like I think Geisha is not likely because this is like a complete counter comp. But oh, hold on a minute, Luna Olufka has a different field control hunter on his own here. Dreamer should be in play, Sneaky.
This is honestly so difficult.
I can see, like, you played Dream Witch before. I can see your voice shaking. As a Dream Witch player, I think you can feel it right now, right?
Yes, and looking at the spawn areas, Yuki is near the back gate, PPX in the middle, Izana at the restaurant area, and Ran at the 2-story corner. And Luna spawn at the top left-hand side.
Yeah, I honestly, Dream Witch, yeah, this is actually very hard. Even I think it's hard. Cause like Perfumer and Seer can tank multiple hits, and that is exactly what Dream Witch hates. Dream Witch hates survivors that can tank multiple hits.
Definitely. But anyways, Dream Witch is a miracle character. Anything could happen. As long as Luna get her chance, there's good chance she can get a 4 kill because this is a desperate situation and she needs to make the best out of the situation. And this is IVE versus Team Together, second round, second half.
Yep, I'm your caster Invisible June, and joined by me is Sneaky, and we're now gonna head into the game as Luna is going to be like just wandering around here and trying to find his best first chase. Is able to find Izana's Prospector and is going to let's see, yep, getting close, trying to like spawn a leech on him and trying to use his spawn leech to just trap the Prospector in a good situation because now it's dangerously close, forcing the Prospector to use the magnet, but this Prospector manages to like use the magnet effectively and escape out of that sandwich situation.
Yes, he went out of the sandwich situation as long as he eat 2 leech hits. It's so difficult for the Dream Witch afterwards.
Yup. So because currently, actually there's a massive gap over there. Oh, another magnet launches his own leech backwards, and currently we can see that the spawn leech is actually back towards the main body, and now there's just a massive gap between him and like between the Dream Witch and the Prospector, and currently the Prospector did not take any hits. So things are definitely not looking too good for Luna because like this is already a near free Cypher Kite, and this Prospector did not take any hits, and Luna has brought Blink over here instead of the normal Patroller.
Yeah, and he actually really need that blink because it's very hard to down with a Patroller. Oh, through the pallet, he does not go through, and he hit the hour here. Nice job by Run.
Yup, Run doing a very great job now, so Run is going to be taking the kite here, and Dream Witch is hard after him with the spawn leech, but Run running up the 2 stairs, and Run has to run at this point in order to safely make to the pallet, is able to, so now this Dream Witch still cannot get any hits and any survivors injured, so this seems to be a very hard game for her to field control.
Yes, and Izana pull his leech away so his leech can't be hitting Run, and Luna now then can leech the second time right now.
Yep, able to leech a second time, and his spawn leech is dangerously close there, so let's see, yep, able to get the spawn leech and goes for a swing here, but unfortunately a bit too short because Dream Witch has a short hitbox, trying to get another hit and is able to get the hit, but yeah, just look at the ciphers. This is already a 4 cypher situation, so in order for Luna to get 4k, Luna definitely needs a miracle. As Siri is able to evade that hit as well, just dancing around. Run is doing a very great job here.
Yeah, and we always know it's a sandwich situation. Nice. Run hit her leech. Now Luna has to leech Run, and Luna cannot go and disturb the decoders by leeching them.
Yep. So the one saving grace here is that we can see that he just chased the Mercer off the Cypher. And yep, going to send the spawn leech back, just making sure that no one's going to decode that Cypher, that I have declared I've controlled this side of the map, but oh, never mind, the Cypher does seem to be primed, so things are looking very grim for Luna, because you need a 4-man, and this Cypher is already gone too, so there's not much that Luna can do at this point.
Yes, and the Cypher is prime, and to get a 4-man is really difficult at this point. And PPX is coming for the rescue, and Mercenary doesn't have Tide Turner, did I see correctly?
Yeah, hold on, I just realized this Mercenary had no Tide Turner? I guess the fact that they just needed a 1-man, so they're like, nope, I'm not going to use any rescuing personas. So, Luna here managed to able to get the hit onto Run, and it's going to try and chair, but on the other hand, the survivors are rushing the gate, and the thing is that you cannot like both balloon and also harass the gate at the same time based on the number of leeches Dream Witch has. So with the gate being close to done, I believe this is almost game, but Luna does have the 1 leech to stop, so he must try and down someone at this gate.
Wow, Run actually managed to farm an hour, but to be fair, the survivor just don't have to give chance. Just stay away from all the leeches. And you don't really have to rush the gate right now. Just have to find chance. Wow, they were so close. They almost cancelled the hit. And the Seer is being rescued.
Yeah, such a backdoor rescue. Like, amazing move over there. I think that Luna, like, towards the end, Luna definitely lost the target on what to do, allowing the survivors to sneak in for a backdoor and allowing them to rush the gate, failing to camp either the survivor and the gate at the same time. And goes our play here, but Run here predicts it, able to get the VOD. So all 4 survivors are dashing towards the gate. They're very good in predicting blinks, and now all 4 of them are at the gate here, Sneaky.
It seems like Luna can't stop anyone from living right now. So it seems to be a 4-man escape for IVE.
Oh my goodness here. So congratulations to IVE for managing to defeat 2GT and advancing to the next round. And also by a massive point lead though, because it was an 18-1 score, Sneaky. Oh my goodness, 18-1.
Yes, exactly. And Luna made she tried her best, I could tell, but at certain times certain decisions were made there that doesn't seem too good, but there wasn't a choice because it's either 4 or nothing. So you either get 4 men or get nothing. So getting 3 kill, 2 kill, 1 kill is the same.
Yeah, to be fair, in the games where you have to like get a 4-man, it is games where you have to go all out berserk. And yeah, Luna definitely had to like throw everything. Unfortunately, it did not stick. Though, honestly, I think with this game, IVE told everyone why they're forced to be reckoned with with such a point defect with an 18-1.
Yes, and we see the best deduction on He Tian, who did so well on his opera singer and the smiley face. He showed everyone his proficiency on both hunters, how well equipped the skills to play them.
Yeah, he definitely showed everyone how good he is. Like with the opera and the smiley face dashes are all very smooth, and then managing to like dominate this game completely. I cannot wait to see what Team IVE has in the next round because their potential seems to be so high right now.
Definitely, and IVE will be moving on in the upper brackets and they will be versusing FT, right? I think in the next upper brackets game.
Yes, they're going to be facing FT. Oh my goodness, I am going to be very excited to watch this match. FT, IVE, both of them had very strong performances, showed themselves why they're the boss, and they're going to clash next. So, ladies and gentlemen, definitely stay tuned. After, like, this game is going to end, but there's still more games coming up. So, here goes the stats here. Prospector having 3 pallet strikes. Look at this.
Incredible. Achievement unlocked there. Run with 107 seconds on containing Hunter, Izana on 91 seconds, PPX on 44 seconds, Yuki on 11 seconds there.
Yeah, everyone actually lasted a certain amount of time there, and I honestly just liked how skilled they were, and both the Prospector and the Seer also predicted Blink like very well. From the Prospector predicted Blink, so using Flywheel in advance, to Seer predicting Blink and using the Owl in advance. So this just really showed that each and every single one of these survivors are very skilled and they know what's coming up next and they know how to deal with it. So really, again, I'm excited to see more IVE games moving on.
Actually, I have to say I'm proud of Luna for what he brought today to the table. He knew that it was a very tough game against the IVE survivors who are all very experienced in the professional field. He actually pulled off a very good game, showing what he have, pulling out his best character and trying his best. And even in a desperate situation, he's still trying his best to find opportunities he will get, even though the opportunities didn't come for him.
Yeah, definitely like that deserves a huge applause. And despite like the defeat, 2GT definitely put out a huge fight there. So yep, definitely a huge applause to them. And things are still not over for them though, because they still have they are in the losers bracket, but they still have a chance as they're going to be playing against GH tomorrow. So they definitely have to like pull themselves together, calm down, and prepare for the upcoming losers bracket, as they still have an opportunity in this tournament.
Yeah, not all hopes are lost. They could try again later, and all these experiences are very, very valuable to them in their future, even though they may not made it further. But all these experiences and memories they made with their friends are what to be kept forever.
Yeah, you definitely talked a good point, like this experience with friends and like making, just like, forming a team, making new friends, battling against like other teams, making new friends. In the end, even though competition like is very fierce and all, like I think we all would remember this: competition second, friendship first.
Yeah, it's a competition, so you win some, you lose some. That's normal. So it's okay, and I would hope to see more from 2GT later tomorrow, and IVE in their upper brackets tomorrow too. I think it is tomorrow.
Yeah, it is going to be tomorrow. So anyways, this is such some exciting and amazing games, but we're going to be taking a quick break, and we'll see everyone after the break with more IVA action. See you in a bit.
Every attempt to unravel it becomes a ludicrous theater of absurdity. I must find somewhere far away from the world and the sun. Once the soul and mind can be calculated with accuracy, they can be separated from the body and roam the world. I grabbed onto this last straw amid those ramblings of madness. Like an alien creature possessing my body and covering my skin. In the mirror and under the shadows. My body becomes its vessel.
Looking down the bridge, I see your face, and the steps, all of which are blurry trace. Far below the mirror water, here we are again. This time, I stand with you in the rain. Our history may not be known, but our story is not being shown. Layer by layer, frame by frame, it blows in the dark. Don't let the storm cross your shadow. You don't let the thunder overtake you and up of you. Stay just ahead of you. or after. Together, our face never dies. In this ever-changing world, how things remain. Stand with me, let's try transform their lives. Stand with me, we'll try this for better.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to more IVA casting. I'm your caster, Invisible Jung. I'm back again and joined by, want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Gummy. You saw me yesterday.
Yup, so we're going to be bringing you back with more IVA casting, and this is going to be the match between, I think it's A and, hold on, can you refresh my memory? I kind of forgot there.
Yes, it's A, Write Your Story versus Leo. So it is the two teams that we saw yesterday, and they were the ones that went down in the brackets. And so they are the ones that I casted. So it is an honor to be casting them once again in this round.
Yeah, because you saw them yesterday, you definitely saw them gave it their all. Like, I was also watching it off camera, and I remembered where A Write Your Story went to overtime with EMP, like in the first game, and with like a battle of time, it was so intense, and really, I really recalled how well the A Write Your Story survivors performed.
Yeah, they were so evenly matched against EMP that they tied the fourth overtime round. So eventually they had to calculate the minutes of the match, and that was just, and it was so close. The clutch dungeon escape by the prospector and the clutch dungeon escape again when it was the antiquarian was incredibly exciting to see. And yes, this is our matchups for today.
Yep, A Write Your Story and Leo and LEO. And for those of you like who don't know, here's just a quick reminder: is that this is the losers bracket, but we're going to be introducing A Write Your Story here. Ara, PO, WNK, Kai Sankawai, and Bull as the survivors. And for the hunters, we had Top Sui and Yaga Kimi, which we saw them both yesterday, right?
Yeah, we had Top Soy playing the BQ the first round, and we had Yagakimi playing Evil Reptilian, and his Evil Reptilian did get a 3-man escape, but he was actually very fast when he downed that psychologist during that game, so they did give him the respect ban in the later rounds. And in the later rounds, he also did play Night Watch twice.
Yep. So, moving on to Leo here, we're going to be seeing Norton, Wolfie, Gusing, and Immortal as the survivors. As hunters, we had Knight and Kanxiang here. But speaking of this team comp, I recall I did see Norton playing Norton, right? We see it on Norton and Norton.
Yeah, and so, yeah, we did get that Norton play that we wanted. We also got the Ivy play, I believe. It was in the Leo matchup. Am I correct to assume?
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, I think so. And actually, we did see some Ivy yesterday, though. But yep. As I was talking, this is the losers bracket. So for both teams, this can only mean one thing: they cannot afford to lose anymore. Because if you lose, then it's going to be game over and you're out.
That's right. We do see that Gushing here does play the Mind's Eye. We haven't ever been able to see the Mind's Eye during the tournament, so we'll see if they do end up choosing Mind's Eye as some sort of wild card.
and it looks like we will be heading to our hunter picks, and it looks like Leo will be the first side on the hunters and Knight will be their hunter for this round, and we will have A write your story choosing their survivors.
Yep, so that's going to be the Red Church. Actually, Red Church, I'm actually interested because normally in this meta we see teams often pick like larger maps first, but here they pick a smaller map. I suppose they want to like utilize their opera singer in this map, I suppose.
Yeah, opera singer is a very fast character, so trying to counter her on a small map does seem like it will be quite challenging. So I'm not sure what the survivors have prepared for Red Church and how they plan to counter the opera singer. And the counters of the opera singer that we've been seeing over and over has always been Acrobat, Gardener, and Patience. So we've seen them played a lot in Moonlit River Park, but in Red Church we haven't quite seen a lot of those types of counters. We'll have to see how the survivors will loop the areas well. And on the side of Knight, it does look like we have the ban on the Seer and the Lawyer, so trying to slow down that cipher progress and help making sure that there isn't any more assist with the Owl from the Seer.
Yep, so we're going to be seeing A Write Your Story has picked the Enchantress and also the Acrobat at the same time. So we did get to see that Knight was using the Night Watch yesterday. So maybe, like, I don't know, maybe the Enchantress pick, like we rarely see this first pick, maybe it's made to counter the Night Watch, I think?
Yeah, it could possibly be, and we also have other hunter picks that were played in the preliminary by Knight that we haven't been able to see any of yesterday, which was the Axeboy, Hermit, and Breaking Wheel. Do you think any of these hunters would be appropriate in this Red Church map?
Breaking Wheel is less likely just because that Red Church being a small map with lots of obstacles. It'll be harder for the Breaking Wheel to twist and turn. Axeboy is actually possible though, because like as long as your souls are accurate, it doesn't really matter which map it is. But all the band picks are going to move in, so we are going to see the Mercenary and Psychologist join the frame here. Like we did see Knight with the Dream Witch, or rather the Night Watch yesterday. Do you reckon that it's going to be selected again here?
Oh, we'll just have to wait and see. They will be trying their best. They will be trying to choose a hunter that can get the 4 elimination, try to get the advantage in the first round so that they can have more options in the later rounds and they don't have to have as much pressure. So the survivor picks are extremely strong. We have the Acrobat can transition extremely well around this map with the bombs, and we have the church building windows where he can also loop for quite some time. We have the stable rescuer who is the mercenary, and we have a healer, the psychologist, in case the mercenary does go for the first save. He doesn't have to come back to get healed. If he does get injured, he can get that Wi-Fi heal off and he will be free to go for the second rescue, and the survivors could just continue to decode. And on the side of the hunter, he also did ban the priestess and the female dancer. So the priestess on church has always had these wonderful trick portals that can really assist the survivors, help with the rebound kite, help with the kite in general, and she can also place her portals on the walls, the thicker walls on the grave side area. So Priestess is a very pesky hunter survivor that the hunter will definitely want to ban for this round. And the female dancer, we haven't seen a lot of female dancer in the previous rounds, but she has been banned. So it does prove to see that, oh, and we have the pick from Knight, and it looks like it's the Ivy. Has it been locked in though? Are we sure that we'll be seeing this Ivy?
Actually, like I was thinking about the Ivy when I saw the Lawyer ban, because Ivy does not like the Lawyer, because the Lawyer can just like use his map and the Ivy cannot really play mind games at all. So I actually feel like it's possible because like Ivy is being like a meta hunter and all. It's no surprise that we're gonna see it here, especially in theory, because this team comp Nightwatch is hard against. But I'm very liking this spawn on the survivors. They're all choosing 4 corners, making sure that the shadow cannot really reach multiple survivors at the same time here.
Yeah, so it does look like the survivors may possibly be expecting the Ivy Hunter, since they did choose these interesting spawn points incredibly far from each other, making sure that there is a lot of distance. So whoever the Ivy sends her main body to and her ghost to, they will have time, and they will be notified with that narrow image vision for when the hunter does approach them. So yeah, it does look like we'll have the survivors. Thankfully, Ivy did choose her spawn point in between the acrobat and the mercenary. So the mercenary is most likely not going to be the Ivy's chase. She may just infect him, leave a tablet so that she'll have a teleporting area nearby, possibly chase the acrobat since he is closest. But who do you think the more ideal target should be for the Ivy?
I think like the psychologist and the enchantress, or rather the acrobat, are both decent chase. For enchantress, I can see a potential problem because for the enchantress stunts, she doesn't really have to look back. So when there's not like a greystone or tablet nearby, the enchantress can drag the Ivy for a bit though. But if it comes to like harass, then there's no way the enchantress can actively harass though. But we're gonna head into the game here. I'm your caster, Joan, and joined by me is Gummy. And right off the bat, Knight is actually going to be sending her leech at the back, but Acrobat already escaped. Does not want the IV to like drop off the leeches at the ciphers, and now gonna leech onto the Acrobat leeches it here and there, but doesn't seem to be committing to it though, as he's just gonna wander for the next target.
Yeah, she's moving her main body to, I believe it was the mercenary, and she's using the ghost to look for the psychologist, and she was not able to get the scare onto the psychologist. She will be getting that infection and will be teleporting, and it looks like her first chase will be against the psychologist.
Yep, going to be chasing the psychologist here, and also psychologist is not in a good position, so is able to get the swing hit here, goes back for the stun, but there is still another leech on him. But Kiri, Innocent is going to be in play, but the leech is still on the psychologist, so there's still that 40 fright. But actually, hold on, she's trying to like use the leech to find a different target. Going to be a bit of a like switch target situation, but I don't think this is the necessary best move, because with that, you're not getting a first person down at all.
Yeah, it looks like, Blink hit, and she did get a hit onto the Enchantress right away. Enchantress's corruption is going up, it's at 100%, and she's already, but she was too far away, so it doesn't look like she will be able to get a second hit onto the Enchantress. But amazing Blink early hit onto the Enchantress. We'll see the Ghost is already moving away, and it looks like she's possibly going for a different target, or she is planning to infect a different survivor. It looks like she's going to go infect the psychologist once again. She seems like she's trying to get the scare, and she was able to get the 40% scare. She will be teleporting to the psychologist.
Yep, so actually the Enchantress used the flywheel effect to cancel the 100 corruption, and that's what evaded her going down, which is a beautiful move. So Knight here going to be continuing to pursuing onto the psychologist who is in full health. But currently the Cypher situation is not looking good for like the Ivy. Even though the Psychologist and Enchantress are both in half health, there's still 3 whole Cyphers remaining, and currently the Psychologist can still last for a bit though, so the Knight definitely has to do something here if he wants to get like at least a tie.
Oh, and she unfortunately did get the down on the Psychologist as soon as you finish talking. Wow, and it looks like she has injury onto the Enchantress. She has downed the Psychologist. This is the first survivor down, but Cypher progress is looking incredibly good. We have 2 Cypher machines completed, the last 3 Cypher machines over 50%. So for the first down, this is good, but the Hunter is also keeping tabs on the Enchantress, and the Enchantress cannot be coming for the save. She did find the Mercenary earlier on, got the scare onto the Mercenary, and it looks like he will be coming in and trying to get the save before half.
Yeah, yep, it's going to be a bit of a mind game, because once you hit 100 corruption, then you can't really rescue or double down. So try the Terror Shot, not being able to. So here's the thing, even though the psychologist is in second chair, and got the scare onto the mercenary, so they're able to get a double down anyway. That is exactly why we mentioned that Ivy has a very strong field control. The only question is, can he find the psychologist? But even if he can, I think he can still chair the mercenary and just force the survivors to send another one come over, because Ivy just has a very strong field control.
Yeah, but the Cypher machines are priming up. The last 3 Cypher machines are priming up, and she did find the psychologist. She was on the ground. We'll be teleporting to her right away, and she will be chairing her for the second time. But it looks like the Cypher machines will be primed, so it's looking like it's going to be the end game very, very soon. The 4th Cypher machine is primed. The 5th Cypher machine will be primed, and a survivor will be coming in for the save. Did get the infection onto the Enchantress. Enchantress just went ahead and popped the 4th Cypher, and it looks like Bull will be coming in for the save.
Yep. Even lands a firebomb to making sure that Knight can't really utilize anything endgame. So we're approaching endgame now with 4 men still alive. So Knight here will probably send his leech to camp the gate, as that is a pretty standard play for Ivy. But it seems like the Enchantress is just going to continue to pop to it, because currently there's just no tabulous nearby, and the survivors know it, and the Enchantress has just been leeched, so the Enchantress can be leeched, and there's nothing they can do as the survivors. The gate is already open, and the Enchantress is already ready.
Oh, the blink, but she didn't get a hit onto the Enchantress, and Enchantress was able to escape. 3 survivors are still running around this map. We see that WNK is going towards the opposite exit gate, and we have the Acrobat also left, and the Mercenary is currently at a different place that we can't see at the moment.
Yeah, so Knight here is going to teleport to the Psychologist, because he knows that the Psychologist is the only one he can target. And at this point, he really should just ensure a 1-man elimination and do not give the survivors a 4-man escape, because a 4-man escape will be very hard to come back off. So, able to get the hit on the Psycho there, and there we have it. This is going to be a free escape from the survivors' side. So a 3-2-1 in a Hunter Silent meta is a pretty decent advantage to start off BO1.
Yeah, amazing job going against this Ivy Hunter. What could have gone differently? Let's think. So in the beginning, the Hunter did have to go around the entire map. She ignored the Mercenary, she ignored the Acrobat, and she finally landed an infection onto the Psychologist. Got the hit on her, but she did have the stress ability, so the Psychologist was once again at full health. And let's take a look at our stats. And as we can see, Psychologist did have the longest Hunter containment time, since she did have that ability to eat up to 3 hits. And on the survivors, we had the Enchantress with the highest decoding, despite the fact that she was chased second to Psychologist.
Yeah, so actually looking at this, Psychologist very long containment time, and Knight here only landing 8 strikes and all. And just looking back, you talked about what could have gone differently. The other part, I just felt there's a couple of things from both the chase towards the field control could have been better, because throughout the game, the Ivy didn't really manage to actively or effectively field control, and just sometimes having the leech to leave the survivors when they're leeched on, when in reality they can use it for a scare to try and get them onto you for a free hit. But it's just the little things here that was a bit lacking for this Ivy, so I felt like this could have gone a lot differently.
Yeah, and I like to mention a very crucial fact that you pointed out is the Enchantress was already infected and she had the cooldown, so she couldn't immediately teleport to the Enchantress, so she was able to open up that gate, and that is a very crucial moment in the game that you noticed, which was great.
Yeah, it was, because in normal conditions, you do not dare to touch the gate, because then you get infected and then you get teleported onto and you're dead. But because the Enchantress already was infected and the cooldown wasn't ready, so the survivors know they can just safely have the Enchantress pop it, and once the gate is open, there's not much the Ivy can really do over there.
Yeah, so really good job on the thinking of the survivors, the communication. We had that 3 survivor escape. And what usually happens is, for an Ivy to get an advantage over the game, you have to down your first survivor as quickly as possible and eliminate that one survivor. Once you have eliminated that one survivor, you can keep tabs on all three survivors. You can down the third survivor, chair them. While the survivor is chaired, you can pressure cipher machines, you can infect the rescuer coming in, you can also bring the ghost right back, you can teleport to each of the stone tablets. So the quick first down is essential for an IV. And in this case, the fact that she had to keep changing targets between the enchantress and psychologist was very detrimental to the IV, since the psychologist had to take up to 3 hits, so she bought so much time. And as you can see in the hunter containment, it was 156 seconds, right?
Yeah, the psychologist, as you mentioned, have an extra tank of health, can last longer. And yeah, just the survivors and the enchantress managing to use the flywheel effect to cancel the 100 corruption also mattered. So towards the end, like the survivors were well prepared against this IV. And in the end, they were just managed to just make sure that Ivy cannot raid down someone, as the Ivy's field control didn't exactly work in her favor. But we're going to be heading into the second round as Top Soy is going to be hunting. So you have casted Top Soy yesterday. So what do you think we're going to be expecting from him?
Yeah, so the very unexpected pick from Top Soy was he chose the BQ first round. So will we be seeing a BQ first round again? He was able to tie that round on Moonlit River Park. So if he is able to secure this tie, they will be winning round 1. But just in case they have to continue tie, and they have to go to best of 3, best of 4, you want to get as much points as possible. So I would possibly, well, we'll see. That Sangria can also be a tie hunter, so maybe that's the reason instead of choosing Opera Singer, he ended up choosing BQ, since they are both tie hunters. Opera Singer is more stronger and can counter a lot of the survivors, so that's why we do see Opera Singer being chosen first, and Opera Singer does have the ability to get more than a tie. But if you do want a secure tie, BQ could be an option. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think first of all, we did see Top Soy with the Opera Singer yesterday, right? Did we?
I believe it was the BQ.
I meant later rounds, but if Top Soy does indeed have an Opera Singer, then he definitely should pull it out though, just because Opera, BQ is a tie hunter as you mentioned, but Opera is at least a tie hunter. It's not just tie, it's at least a tie. It's very hard, it's hard to get a free escape out of it. So really, in any case, it would be better here over the BQ. But we're going to be seeing the coordinator and the acrobat here. I think Leo here is also just preparing to counter an Opera Singer, because the coordinator's flare gun can buy a certain amount of time.
Yeah, I would like to mention though, in yesterday's match, we had Top Guy being the first hunter for a Write Your Story, and then the next hunter that they played was Yagakimi, and he played he was the evil reptilian main, and then he played Night Watch twice. So that was the 4 rounds. We weren't able to see the Opera Singer for a Write Your Story, but it is definitely still a possibility. They could have a Opera Singer in their back pocket, and we have all the survivors chosen for the side of the Leo.
Yep, so we have the coordinator, acrobat, lawyer, and the first officer. So if Top Soy here wants to play the Bloody Queen, he can definitely do it, because the Bloody Queen does counter the coordinator, the lawyer, and the acrobat is a 60-40 situation. So actually, BQ is an advantage against this team comp alone. But I believe for Leo, in order to prepare against this BQ potential, they definitely have to bring some flywheel effects in order to prepare.
Yeah, flywheel is definitely a good trait for survivors if it is not an Opera Singer. We don't see a lot of survivors using flywheel because Opera Singer's attack is just too fast, and the timing of the flywheel is incredibly hard in those instances. So we do see a lot of knee-jerk reflex to counter the Opera Singer. So yeah, depending on what the hunter will be choosing, the traits would be very different. The survivors obviously will not know, so they do have a opera singer counter because we do have the acrobat and we do have the lawyer who can decode ciphers incredibly fast. He did get that nerf though, so it used to be a 20% cipher decoding buff, but it changed to the 15%, and it does look like we'll be seeing the Bloody Queen for Top Sui.
Yeah, just to correct is that I do not believe that Acrobat counters the Opera Singer because Opera's mobility is way too fast. But moving on to this match, like we did see the Bloody Queen clutch a tie yesterday. Like I remember now that you jogged my memory. So let's see if he can do it again, because right now with the survivors achieving a free escape, a tie is really what Top Sui need. And yep, as you mentioned, BQ being a tie hunter, and so he's here to try and just get the tie and get the lead for a retro story.
Yeah, and it looks like the lawyer will be getting the middle spawn, so in case the hunter does approach him, he will be able to move away relatively quickly. He will get also the boosts from vaulting the windows and pallets, and so it looks like the hunter is sandwiched in between the first officer and acrobat. Who do you think is the most likely survivor that the hunter would prefer to chase in this instance?
I mean, in theory, he would definitely want to go for the lawyer first, but the lawyer would definitely realize and run away. So if the Bloody Queen is very confident in his mirrors, he can consider to instantly use on the acrobat and get a hit. If no, wandering towards the lawyer is an option, but really, I feel like everyone here can be chased down by the BQ if the mirrors are accurate enough.
Yeah, if we have a strong Bloody Queen main, we did see also in Koa during Sacred Heart Hospital, we had that one hunter that just downed the survivors incredibly quickly, and I believe he had a 4-man. So depending on who the hunter is playing, this BQ, whoever the hunter's hands are, it could really change the game and could bring an advantage to the hunter.
Yeah, depending though, and because an accurate Bloody Queen can give the survivors a hard time, but we're gonna be heading into the game here. Right now, Top Sui is just going to be wandering around the map, trying to find the next target, and if the mirrors are accurate enough, one mirror can be right on top of you. But we'll have to see how do Top Sui plan to use his first mirror as he's just wandering around, and it's going to straight towards Immortal's Coordinator, which, remind you, can also be chased by BQ as the mirror hit is gonna go off right off the bat here, Gummy.
Yeah, getting a very early hit onto the coordinator. She still has a stun gun, so her kiting is not finished yet, but amazing mirror placement, and we'll be throwing down that pallet, making sure that there are no being able to keep that distance away from the hunter, and it looks like she will be going and looping around this wall area where there are lots of pallets, and she can prolong this kite.
Yep, so let's see, going to be using there goes the flare gun, but unfortunately he still ends up getting hit anyways. I was about to say that the Bloody Queen has excitement to cancel it out, but he doesn't even need to, so now Bloody Queen can just safely place the coordinator on the chair. And considering that this game Top Sui only needs the tie, I'll say that he's in far more than enough position to achieve the tie, right?
Yeah, none of the Cypher machines have popped yet, so that means that was a very early down for a coordinator. We do have the acrobat is coming in for the save here, did use his ball to get it closer to the chair. We'll get the save onto the coordinator, and they will be going separate ways, but she does not have tie turner.
Yeah, the tie turner has been brought by the first officer. Norton here wants to go for Palisade, but Top Sui here decides to change target onto the acrobat instead, and it's going to be chairing the acrobat instead. So this is going to be a switch chair situation, but look at this. Basement is in play. But I think the fact that the coordinator who got ran out scot-free does give the survivor a bit of a chance for a free escape.
Yeah, but the coordinator has wanted order, so the hunter can just snipe her down with her mirror, so she has to be very careful. It looks like the first officer already using his pocket watch is coming in for the early save, and the hunter is not able to pinpoint his location. We'll be getting that drop down hit. The 5-second delay,
Oh no, here comes the first officer. Can he rescue though? Not being able to! So, oh my goodness! A BQ camp! What on earth am I seeing here, Gummy?
And the emote as in celebration for getting that down on the first officer. It was so unfortunate. She got the drop down hit onto the first officer, so there was no attack recovery, and she could hit the first officer right away. And the 5-second delay on that pocket watch also ran out by the time. And so she was able to get that down on the first officer. And this is basement. The lawyer is the only survivor with full health, so this is looking very bad for the side of the survivors.
Yeah, and it doesn't even seem like the survivors want to rescue the acrobat, but here's the thing. They must get, like, ideally they will want to get a free escape in order to, like, tie up this round, because if they don't and allow Chop Suey to get a tie or more here, then this will be over. But hold on, Laura gonna come in trying to rescue, is able to, but the mirror image is still there, so let's see. Officer not being able to get out, but the lawyer is still in the vicinity, so I don't think Laura is being able to get out either. So if the lawyer goes down here, then this would almost be like a 4-man gummy.
Oh my goodness, and the double down, he was able to get the rescue, but there was just no options. There was such a tight corner. She used the mirror. She accurately hit the lawyer. The lawyer did get the save. There was no tide turner, and the first officer is being chaired in the basement once again. He was saved before half, but there aren't many options for the survivors. We do see the coordinator did pick up a syringe, so she is able to heal herself up, but the lawyer is down. Most likely, no one will be coming and getting the save onto this first officer. The survivors had to get a 3-man escape just to tie this round, so it's looking like the A Rager Voice will be able to secure the win for this round.
Yeah, it does seem more than likely, though. It is seems to be likely an 8-1 should a 4-man happen. So currently we can see that the coordinator is like healed herself back up, and Chop Suey just going to be wandering around as he knows that the game is like in his favor, trying to find where Immortal is, just standing around. And Immortal is the one who is in a bit of a rush situation, because like he has to like decode, but he also has to like avoid on not getting found, because the moment he gets found here, he's gonna get chased down. But the survivors really should just play for 1 man at this point.
Yeah, so lawyer is not going to get up anytime soon, trying to waste as much time as possible. But look at the cipher machines. Only 2 cipher machines have been completed. The 3rd cipher machine at 91%. This is crazy.
Yeah, like we talked about Bloody Queen being a tie hunter, but Chop Suey here is like, nope, I'm not satisfied with the tie itself, and able to get the hit through the pallet over here. So now the coordinator is in a bad position because one more mirror, and let's see, can the coordinator avoid this hit? Running back, trying to avoid, but there's the mirror image waiting, and down she goes. So right now, the coordinator is down, and the lawyer was self-healed. This is not looking good at all for like the survivors.
Right, the lawyer has utilized his self-heal, so if he does go down, he cannot get up on his own. Another thing to note is coordinator has found another syringe, so once she does get healed up, she will be able to use the syringe to be fully healed, but that only depends on how fast this lawyer goes down. It looks like the hunter has located the lawyer. She does have tinnitus. She knows he is in this graveyard area. Lawyer still has a little bit of map left, so he is doing a very good job avoiding the sight of the hunter.
Does he know where the lawyer is, though? Doesn't seem likely, because the lawyer, you know, just being very sneaky, like, oh, Trapeus is sneaky, but anyways. Oh, there it goes. Oh, there goes the stun, and let's see. Yep, the lawyer definitely did a very good job in evading that though. But now that the lawyer got got down, the lawyer can no longer self-heal back up. So yeah, things are. The coordinator is the last one standing. The coordinator has a perfume, but with the lawyer not self-heal, it's just like a one-on-one battle between the Bloody Queen and Immortal now.
Yes, that's correct. She is at full health and she does have a perfume. The hunter does seem like she has located where Immortal is, and the dungeon is at graveyard, so she has to wait until the lawyer bleeds out and then make it all the way to the dungeon. And Hunter is already sniping the coordinator. She was able to get the perfume, and so she's back at full health. Will she be able to outlast this lawyer?
It is going to be pretty hard, though, because the Bloody Queen can only stay chill and land 2 mirrors in a row. So really, the coordinator has to like make the kite of the light and evade like lots of mirrors, but not being able to evade the first one, making a mad dash towards the dungeon. But here's the thing: Top Sui here can just stay guard at the dungeon and make sure that the coordinator can neither get towards the dungeon or the lawyer, and then everything will be good. So now he's trying to heal the lawyer up, but can he though? Let's see. Oh, the lawyer's able to get back up, but down he goes once again. And now he knows where the coordinator is. One more mirror, and the coordinator will be hard to cut this one out, I believe.
Yeah, it does look like a matter of time before she was able to dodge that mirror. She is getting out of the range of the mirror, but the hunter is catching up very quickly. Hunter will be switching places with the mirror, and they will be trying to kite this out at reception. We have the hunter changing traits to patroller, and she will be able to get the patroller bite onto the coordinator.
Yeah, patroller is probably the safest thing because for sure that can stun, but oh, Immortal looking to like try to cancel the patroller with like these thoughts, and is able to for a split second. So he's actually able to like almost able to cut out the patroller, I suppose. But with the down of the coordinator, I think this is going to be a 4-man elimination in BO1 there, Gummy.
Yeah, like I mentioned, it depends on who is playing the BQ. Then BQ can be a 4-man hunter that can eliminate 4 survivors. Wow, so just amazing job on the side of the hunter Top Sui. I was not expecting that. I recommended they go Opera Singer. Opera Singer is a much stronger hunter, but not in this case. This BQ is a 4-man eliminating hunter.
Yeah, and so, we're going to be heading into some statistics right away. We can see that coordinator kited for 125 seconds considering the end game, but lawyer having like 130%, everyone else lower than 100. But look at this, Bloody Queen 16 strikes. It just really shows that how strong of a field control that Bloody Queen has towards this game and how accurate her mirrors are, able to getting hits here and there.
Yeah, she had an incredibly early first down, and the Cypher machine progress, I would like to remind you how quickly she downed these survivors. Only 2 Cypher machines were completed, and the 3rd Cypher machine was at 91%. Not even the 3rd Cypher machine was able to be completed. Yeah, and the crucial part... Go ahead.
Or I'll go then. Yeah, so the thing though is that this team comp is not the best against the Bloody Queen. Like, you know that Top Sui has Bloody Queen. You saw the match yesterday. But Lawyer, Acrobat, Court, they all can't really kite the Bloody Queen that well. And the second thing is that they also, if I recall, majority of them did not have the flywheel effect. And third of all, failing the first officer being a stable rescuer, failing the rescue against a Bloody Queen in basement was a bit detrimental too.
Yeah, and we'll be taking a quick break, and we'll see you in the next rounds.
Do I ever feel afraid? No. All of this is merely a trial of flames. Just like it was back then, when my parents did all they could to save me.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
A miracle? Yes, the temperature lies in those seemingly cruel flames. That's precisely what it is. A miracle. Extinguish. And reignite. It's a weapon. One that reduces all dirty secrets to ashes. It's a test. An impartial trial that tempers the will. It's the tender embrace that binds us to the past. In this scorching heat, miracles are what I shall seek forevermore.
If life had more opportunities, would you still make the same choices? My beloved Mary, you would become the most...
Alright, welcome back everyone. I'm your caster Invisible June, and joined by me is Gummy, and the two of us are going to bring you with more IVA casting, where currently A, Write Your Story is ahead by a score of 8-1. So that's a very massive score lead here, Gummy.
Yeah, I mean, I would just like to talk about that match. So she got an incredibly early hit on the coordinator with that mirror. And then the second hit, she got with the mirror as well, and she missed her stun gun. She got the hit while she had the stun gun. Excitement was no longer necessary. You saw the hunter just expel excitement like he had so much traits available, right? So that extremely early down on that coordinator was very crucial. And then the rescue that happened, I'm not sure who rescued, but they rescued, and was it the acrobat that got hit right away? Right. Yep. And then the acrobat got hit incredibly early, and he got the basement, and then everything went downhill from there. So I don't see how the survivors could have saved this situation.
Well, to be fair, like when the acrobat got chaired, I actually thought at that point the survivors had a chance to like turn it around to a free escape, because at that point of time it was around a free server situation. But then the first officer failed the rescue, first eating a drop down, and then just going down like terror shock because like he didn't manage to use the watch in time. I forgot was the watch expired or not. But yeah, because in theory the first officer is a very strong rescuer, so failing the rescue against a single hit hunter like is just like the start of the fall or the domino effect.
Yeah. So he did use his watch before he was entering the shack. And then while he was dropping down, does the hunter get an alert? Because I feel like she may have gotten an alert. She dropped down immediately and swung, and she didn't get that attack recovery.
No. When a survivor drops down, they do not get they do not get drop down alert. It was just the BQ predicted at which moment would drop down and goes for like a swing, or either like predicted or really just like guessed at the right moment and boom, got the hit and then getting the failed rescue. So we're moving on to Moonlit River Park here. It's going to be the second pick here. And oh, Leo here having CX in the play, but Moonlit River Park. So what do you think is coming up next for both sides?
So this is round 2. Oh, yeah, second
yes,
round
2, yeah.
First half. So the Leo Hunter has to secure a win in this round or a tie in order to continue to BO3 and still have a chance at moving up in this competition. So we saw in round 1, we saw the Ivy Hunter. She wasn't able to produce those numbers of survivor eliminations, unfortunately. So we need to have a hunter that can really secure a large number of eliminations to keep Leo in this tournament.
Yeah, we actually talked about this with Sneaky just now, is that in the 8-1, the best thing for Leo to try to do is to get a 5-3, 5-3, like win 2 rounds in a row. Like 2 rounds in a row is possible, but definitely not try and reverse the 8-1, because like when you're like in that much of a pressure to score massive, then it's easy for something to go wrong and the whole thing falls apart here.
Yeah, and if we just look at the global bans, we have the Enchantress and the Acrobat, the first 2 picks of the Survivors last round, and the Hunter has decided to ban the Priestess, Seer, Antiquarian, and Psychologist. So a lot of the support and harassment will be unavailable for the side of the Survivors.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the X-Boy gonna get banned. It seems that A Register Story definitely did their homework, because X-Boy, like CX actually plays it. We saw it at the profile picture just now. So they're going to be getting rid of CX Comfort pick here to make sure that they're gonna force CX into a more unfamiliar hunter. So now I think it really depends on what CX wants to play. Because like in meta-wise, there's the Opera Singer and the Shadow, but in the end, it really depends on the player. The players the most comfortable with what, then we're seeing what.
Yeah, so good job on doing your homework. And on the side of the Survivors, we have chosen the Cheerleader, Patient, Mercenary, and Entomologist. So these are incredibly strong kiters. And it's especially important to choose good kiters in a big map, because transitioning, and if there's 2 survivors on one side of the map, 2 survivors on the other side of the map, and a survivor is chaired and injured, and the other survivor has to go from the opposite side of the map, it's going to take a while and you won't be able to get that safe